Delicate keepsakes.
Sometimes I just want to rent a car and go, you know?
And I think I can help you with that.
Really?
Marvelous, marvelous. Folks, how are we all doing this beautiful, beautiful evening, folks? It is I, your King of Extreme, Phil KOE, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands, and one damn handsome man if I do say so myself. Folks, you can, of course, find me, your King of Extreme, Phil KOE, at KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, Twitter, X, however you want to look at it. Let me make your King of Extreme, Phil KOE, at KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, Twitter, X, however you want to look at it. You know, I mean, that was so beautiful. You needed that twice. It was the show so nice. I had to intro it twice. How are you all doing? All of you beautiful people, God bless you. I am so glad that you have now all decided to share your marvelous Friday evening with me, Phil KOE, folks. And it's just been a slow news week, hasn't it, folks? There's just really not much to talk about. You know, it's just kind of ho-hum, glum, humdrum. Not really anything. Oh, wait, that's right. The biggest picture in the decade was taken yesterday, possibly the century. The most famous photo of our decade, definitely of this election cycle, was taken yesterday of one Donald J. Trump. And he turned what was supposed to be him looking all sad and like, oh, I'm so sorry, into what the fuck? Not like, does that look like a man who is intimidated? So, excuse me, folks. Had to keep my singing voice in fetch. Me. So we're gonna do a couple of things Trump related. First and foremost, this has been a plethora of memes. Like, I'm sorry, but it's like the meme wars of 2015, 2016 are back. Okay. And so it's, I'm happy. You're happy. We are all happy about it. Needed some of that, some pure leaf. I am also sipping on some Knob 12 this evening. We'll see if I get anything else or if that's my only dram tonight. Bandit, if you come at the king, you better not miss. Now, I'm actually going to share a couple of memes that were actually shared by the one and only Bandit. I won't disclose which ones were which, but we're going to get into this. We're going to start off with, oh, come on. I had it all set up and then one wrong click and then bam, it's all gone. Like, do you know how ridiculous that is? Technology seems to like try to work against you sometimes. Okay, I think we found our spot here. We found it, which that was ridiculous, folks. That was ridiculous. So we've got here. No, there we go. You know, I mean, just this is the expert level programming you come here for, right, folks? So this was the photo that we first all saw. This was the first bit of fake news. You are fake news. No, you're fake news here. Really? Like, despite my best efforts, I'm trying to do something here and it just will not cooperate. Well, whatever. So this was the initial picture that we were all used to, that we all saw initially. No, can't make that any bigger. That's weird. That was fake news. And that was the official book. Really? Okay, there we go. That was the fucking picture. Like, my God. This is so that was the picture that we all knew and loved, and we all found to be the real mugshot of one Donald J. Trump. And does that look like a man who is intimidated? Like, even a little bit. Grow the farm up. Who gave KOE the keys to the Big Buck and Empire control boards. I know, my God. Like, but this is weird. Like, just if I slightly click off of this one little button that's like this big, it'll just take me to a completely different screen. So I got to be very careful on this. So, all right. The next photo. That was, I believe, from either Bandit or maybe Steve. I don't remember. But that was the first impression. And then, let's be frank, this one is kind of true. Trump supporters and Trump's haters loving his mugshot. Like, yes, it's an epic mugshot. You got to give it to him. Like, it's epic. It's got everything you could ever, it does not look like a man who is intimidated even a little bit. And then this is a great one. Trump and Pepe the Frog. They should have surrendered. Yeah. From American Psycho. Oh my God. It even has a watermark. Grow the Farm Up. Perhaps the best mugshot in all history. It will definitely be the most historic. There'll be no mugshot that's more historic than this. And it also might be a mugshot that's actually like, at this point, yeah, the primary's over. Trump's the winner. You could throw him in a cell right now and it wouldn't matter. He's already won the primary. Let's check a couple more here. Chicken was just being a curmudgeon about the whole thing, strangely, and I don't know why. Like, he's like, I just think it's so, like, because Chicken, like, as much as I'd say, he's been awful black pilled as of late. And I keep telling him, puke up that black pill, buddy. And this is one thing I'm going to tell everybody within the sound of my voice. Puke up your black pills, okay? Cynicism isn't going to get you anywhere. Thinking that, fuck it, none of it matters, so what does it even matter to even try and fight? That's not going to achieve anything. We can actually win this, folks. Puke up the black pill of cynicism. Embrace the light of optimism because we have a chance here, folks. And so, yeah, Chicken was just being kind of Scrooge McDuck about the whole thing. Just get off my lawn. This is stupid. Why are people enjoying this? And their reactions are dumb and everything's dumb and people are dumb. Like, Chicken kind of gets in those moods once every 3 or 4 months. That's also when we, strangely enough, have to shuffle the entire format of everything. So this is one I'm trying to get him out of this funk, but, I also can't resist the chance to, poke the bear. Oh, come on. I was off it for 2 seconds. Seriously. Okay. This is actually the next. That's awful. That's awful. Okay. This was when I had a big, long message to reply to Chicken. And I decided to just delete. It's like when the Holy Ghost makes you delete the whole text, just because I had a big, long Chicken. This is why you're wrong, and you are so wrong down to the very core of your being, sir. And I decided to. And now let's not do that. All right, I'm actually on the thing. And this, what it says is one is the greatest motherfucker who ever lived. The other one is Tupac. Yeah, that's the time Trump and Tupac met up, folks. Yeah. One is the greatest motherfucker who ever lived. The other, Tupac Shakur. Maybe you've heard of him. Perhaps you have. Marjorie Taylor Greene tried to get in on the action, but she did it the wrong way. You'll see what the right way is here shortly. Because, yes, Trump retribution. I mean, this is one of those, like, lefties, if you're doing lawfare, you better not do it halfway, because when this motherfucker takes office again, it's going to be like one of the, like, woo, it's going to be a motherfucker the day he gets into office. Like, I don't envy any of the motherfuckers that have been going after this guy. And it needs, rather than retribution, it needs the caption, I am growing stronger, because that's what's happening. That is what's happening indeed. One moment. No, that's, Trey, if you could do me a huge favor and not send messages for me. Oh no, that's never mind. That's somebody else on a different chat. Because yeah, I hear them all in my little thing now. But just for a minute or two. Let's see. Yeah, here's another good one. Our turn, 2024. Let's see. Oh God. Oh Lord. Oh, looks like my old man's watching. So he's just letting me know about a meeting that I got tomorrow. It's like, your presence is required. I don't know about those curse words. Might have to wash your mouth out with soap, sir. So hey Dad. Hi Mom. Hi Mom. Hi Dad. Let's see. And then here we go. Magadonna. All aboard the Trump train. Next stop 2024. Now that wasn't you, actually. That was somebody else in a whole different chat. Yeah, this is perhaps the best mug shot in history. So true. Oh, that's like, you don't even need text with that. That is just so striking. Like, you just see it. You don't need anything to go with it. You just see it. Whoo! Bald Eagle Trump. If you don't love it a little bit, you're a liar. You're a liar. That's gorgeous. That is just sublime, supreme, and it's the best. Wow. Bald Eagle Trump. Blood. Yep. The memes about the sheriff, they're gonna be coming for some time. And that pretty much sums it up right there. King, he's got the crown on, he's got the glasses. It's all fucking beautiful, because this has been a celebration for the last 2 days, because Trump's back on Twitter. Okay, this is how you take, like, he literally, like, this is beyond turning chicken shit to chicken salad. This is like turning like waste to gold. Like, I don't know how he did it, but he did it, and he's now the presumptive nominee. Like, the debate last night, or the night before rather, doesn't matter. Who cares? It doesn't matter. It was just a useless exercise. Ooh, here's a fucking true one. Big fucking mistake. Like, I'm sorry. Like, there's like a TikTok I saw where this kid goes, "You expect this motherfucker to forgive and forget? No, he's gonna remember and remind." And it's like, yeah, that shit's happening. That shit's happening. Wanted for president, Donald J. Trump. Like, this is like, when something goes viral, that's one thing. This has gone literally, and I don't mean it in the like kind of pedestrian sense of the word. This has gone literally mimetic. Okay, where it's literally sent a wave throughout the general human psyche. Okay, this is a very interesting moment in time we're all witnessing. Corporate needs you to find the difference between this picture and this picture. They're the same picture. One was a fake picture. I wonder who like took the time to make that. Like, nowadays it doesn't take all that much time, but I like how one of them, they oranged him up a little more. And then, okay, this one is just, okay, like it's making fun of chicken a little bit. Like, I'm gonna see if you can see it on your screen. Let's just give you a full screen. Wow, that doesn't really, don't buy you much, actually. But yeah, this is just kind of like chicken loved the Richmond, north of Richmond guy until it got to the fudge rounds part. And then he was like, "I don't know about this motherfucker." And he had some really weird objections. I wasn't part of that conversation because I literally put my phone down for a fucking hour and I come back to 147 missed text messages, no exaggeration. And apparently Tony, Bandit, and Chicken had World War fucking 6 over the fucking rich men from Richmond north of Richmond. And Chicken did not take a perspective I thought he would, but everybody was kind of on weird sides on that one. God. Then I don't know who sent that one. That was not me though. But this one was a Tony G creation. That's just beautiful. I'm sorry. I mean, that's gorgeous. I mean, we could just leave that up the whole show. Just make that like the general. But for those of you who made your way to this show, you've seen an even more beautiful version. There we go. There we go. Beautiful kit. Now, I like how Tony gold gave me a little bit of like that gold orange for this one, but he didn't bother with this one. Like, that's the one I like better because it's, glorious Phil KOE and all glory. So there you go, folks. What makes this funny is this mugshot has actually become, strangely enough, a rallying cry. It's not just a look at this, because the left thought they were going to get this and they thought it was going to be their thing. But what's funny is there's even a meme, and maybe I sent it to the boys, maybe we'll get it a little later, where a guy's wearing a t-shirt with the Trump mugshot and a lady goes, "Nice MAGA shirt." He's like, "Fuck, that's not what he wanted." He's got like a Ukraine tattoo and shit. So like, this is like the conservatives' teardrop tattoo, to use the, oh God, what the fuck is that guy's name? He's on Joe Rogan all the time. He said the MAGA hat, that was the white dude's teardrop tattoo. Nah, it's this now. It's this. And that just the conservatives. It's not just the white folks. Like anybody who's basically to the right of like fucking, I'm trying to think, like basically anybody that's to the right of like Joe Manchin, is like, this is kind of a rallying cry now. Because like, fuck, man, they're weaponizing law enforcement a little too far at this point. Like even the most ardent, like anybody who's not like sick with TDS sees that this is going way too far. Like it's not about justice or anything. It's about vengeance. The left wants revenge for 2016. That's what this all boils down to. Yeah, the I am Spartacus. So this has become a true rallying cry for the right. I mean, people are going to start doing this shit now, and I think it's funny as fuck. Arizona tea is no longer 99 cents. Me. Oh, Lord knows what this world's come to. Yes. Like that's kind of all of us. That, like, to be honest, like Richmond, north of Richmond, like that's kind of the general thing. It's kind of talked to the whole time. The car driving behind me, I think that was a Bandit meme. I actually do. Trump, straight out of Fulton. I don't know if you can see it, but it's a typical album cover, which is beautiful. Straight out of Fulton. Like, oh man. Should have an AI write that. Trump with Pepe hands. Gorgeous. Look at my hands are huge. Tremendous hands. The best hands. The best. The real mug shot. Yep. This is the real mug shot, folks. Yeah, and so like this is just me and my buddies just in the last 20 hours, not even. We've been sending these back and forth. That one wasn't mine. This one I didn't make, but I wish I did. I really do. I really do wish I made this one. Donald Trump is the ultimate warrior. I mean, this with the belt. Little tear comes to the eye. That's how beautiful that is. That's how beautiful. And I think Trey did send that one. So that's funny as fuck. And this is Chicken. Basically, like Tony made this point, I want to say like a year and a half ago in one argument. It's like, Phil, you're trying to jump a homeless guy here. And so then they made this GIF. And now pretty much anytime Chicken's cornered anymore because it worked a year and a half ago. It was a great joke a year and a half ago, let me tell you. But now whenever Chicken gets intellectually cornered, he just kind of like pulls this out and hopes that the gag will distract everybody. But now it's just Chicken and I have been having a back and forth, and he's just been really like Ebenezer Scrooge, bah humbug on this whole thing because he's just black pilled and overly cynical at this point. Like I say this with love because I'm a friend and I want him to try to get over this. But like, so this is why that is in this particular feed. We only got a couple more left, and a few of them are Chicken also being a curmudgeon. This is Chicken being a curmudgeon, I think. And then this is Chicken when it comes time for the party of the summer. That's it. I'm not going. Meh. Another beautiful bandit meme here. Trump, revenge, which oddly enough, the reason they're going after him is revenge. Like I said, revenge for 2016. His crime was coming down the escalator in 2015 and winning the nomination outside of the Uniparty's wishes. Because to be frank, it was Hillary's turn, as they all say. And think about like the 4 years that Trump was in. Think of the like damage to the Uniparty he did with just his Supreme Court nominations alone. Like all of their plans like were just uprooted. And then Chicken's like, I'm not apologizing for nothing. For nothing. So it's been a fun few days over in the Big Bucket Empire and KOE Nation, as you can tell, folks. It's been quite a ride. But yeah, so the memes, like this has been better than, goodness gracious, like it's not been quite as good, but it's been pretty close to as good as the 2015. Now give me just one moment here. All right, there we go. All righty. Now, if you've got a Trump meme that you'd like to share, please let me know. Just get a hold of me in Twitter. KOE Nation is where you can find me on Twitter-X at KOE Nation. Send me any of your Trump memes, and I'm going to check that here a little later, and I might even get it on the show before show's end. Basically, just find the beautiful picture of my own rendition of Trump's mugshot, and I will try to get it there. If you've got a meme that's worthy. Bandit goes, I knew you'd like that. Oh, don't get me wrong, Bandit. You got like one of your meme hookups is fire. Like I got one meme vein that I don't tell a lot of people. It's a very rare meme vein that not a lot of people know about. And you seem to have also an excellent meme vein yourself. So once you're mining for memes, you don't reveal where them veins come from. But all right, I finally found it. Let's get to the sharing of the screens. And this is going to be the Donald on Tucker. And we're going to do our own analysis of this, folks. Because everybody else has been doing it. We're going to do it too. And the thing is, I was doing the debates with Tom on tomfoolery, and they gave that all the time of day. But they gave Trump like 15 minutes, and then they're like, oh, okay, fuck this. I don't want to do this anymore. Because I could just tell Tom just hates Trump so much. Like he just won't even give the time of day. And it's going to be really shocking for him when 2024 turns out a lot like 2016. Because, this is going to be interesting. Now, folks, let's get fired up, and I'm going to make sure that you're getting what I'm giving you.
Not in Milwaukee. Mr. President, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Why aren't you at the Fox News debate tonight in Milwaukee?
Well, a lot of people have been asking me that, and many people said you shouldn't do them, but you see the polls have come out, and I'm leading by 50 and 60 points. And, some of them are at 1 and 0 and 2. And I'm saying, do I sit there for an hour or 2 hours, whatever it's going to be?
Yeah, DeSantis is in the single digits now, so he's single digits DeSantis.
And get harassed by people that shouldn't even be running for president. Should I be doing that? And a network that isn't particularly friendly to me, frankly. They were backing Ron DeSanctimonious like crazy, and now they've given up on him.
DeSanctimonious.
It's a lost cause. It reminded me very much of 2016. In 2016, I went through the same stuff and had to fight them all the way. And then they became very friendly after I won, or just about when I was winning. But I just felt it would be more appropriate not to do the debate. I don't think it's right to do it. If you're leading by 50, 60, I have one problem leading by 70 points, and I'm saying
he has technical incumbency, so I totally understand his argument. I know some folks from like a legalism standpoint might not like it. I'm doing some theology research. So like legalism is the idea of like, well, this is the way it is, and these are the regulations, and this is just how we do it. We do it this way because this is how we do things this way. Trump doesn't have to do any of that. Like, Trump has not been a typical candidate in any way, shape, or form up until this point. Why would you expect that going forward?
Why am I doing it? And I'm going to have 8 people, 10 people, whoever made the debate. I don't know how many it is, but I'm going to have all these people screaming at me, shouting questions at me, all of which I love answering, I love doing, but it doesn't make sense to do them. So I've taken a pass, as you probably noticed.
I did. I'm grateful that you did. It's interesting, though, because you spent a lot of your career in television.
Yeah.
You had a top show in television on NBC. But you don't feel the need now running for president to do television, obviously. Do you think television is declining?
Well, according to a poll that I guess we just saw, it just came out where it's down like 30, 35%. But I think they were referring to cable. I think cable's down because it's lost credibility. MSNBC, or as they say, MSDNC, is so bad. It's so wrong what they write and what they do and what they say. It's fake news, as I said. I think I came up with that term. I hope I did, because it's a good one. It's not tough enough anymore. It's corrupt news. Really what you do is call it corrupt news, but somehow that doesn't play as nicely. But it is corrupt news. So you have MSNBC and you have CNN, who's absolutely doing no ratings at all. I mean, they're dead. But they're doing none because they don't have credibility. They really don't have credibility. Fox.
I forget who said it, but it's a good one. MSNBC is the one network that has more letters in its name than viewers on any given hour.
Is way down, as you know, and the good old days are long ago. I will say this: it could come back, but they just don't have a lot of credibility. Tucker, you know that perhaps better than anybody. I think it was a terrible move getting rid of you. You were number one on television, and all of a sudden we're doing this interview, but we'll get bigger ratings using this crazy forum that you're using than probably the debate.
Yeah, Trump's return to Twitter, last I checked, had 98 million views. It's probably over 100 million. I'll check while we let the president speak.
Competition.
When you say there are people on stage who shouldn't be running for president, who do you mean?
Well, I don't want to really use names, but it wouldn't matter too much. A guy like, I call him Ada Hutchinson. It's Asa, but I call him Ada.
Why do you call him Ada?
I could tell you, but I don't want to get myself in a little trouble. But he's weak and pathetic, and he was, I never understood the guy, never knew him. He was the governor of Arkansas, not a very popular guy. I don't know how but that state is such a great state.
My father just sent me another text like, that microphone looks like mine. It is mine. Like, yeah, that's right. Yes, this microphone will come back shortly, sir. Don't worry, Dad. I left my Yeti at Chickens, and I grabbed this one, and I just kind of forgot that whoops. But I do need to update my mic because it sometimes peaks out when I go real high, and then I try to go. And it sometimes doesn't catch every note of my beautiful singing voice. So yeah, it's time to upgrade. It's time to upgrade. This is a perfectly good microphone for almost every purpose, but this amazing voice needs just something a little more.
The people are so incredible
Yes.
in that state, and they love me and I love them. How does this guy get elected governor of Arkansas? But he's nasty always, and has been. A guy like Chris Christie, a guy left with a 8%, think of it, 8% approval rating in New Jersey. Now he's running for president, and he runs solely on the basis, oh, let's get Trump. He's like a savage maniac. He's like a lunatic. And that's all he talks about. His poll numbers are very, very low. He's about 2%.
What's he like? You know him well.
No, I've been friendly with him over the years, but I couldn't give him a job because I just never trusted him very much. I was just never one of his people that really trusted him. I never gave him the job. And that's one of the reasons he feels so hurt and so betrayed. And I understand that. I really do. I understand it, but I never gave him, he wanted to be different things. He was looking at different elements of the administration. And I decided I didn't want to do it. And now I'm glad I did, because you see, but we had some great people. I had great people. We'll have even better people if we do this, because now I know Washington. Before I didn't know Washington. But guys like Bill Barr were terrible. I mean, I would say.
Oh man, getting into Bill Barr and saying how terrible he was. And us Republicans were not happy with Barr by the time it was all said and done. It was like, my God, fucking prosecute somebody, you fucking spineless little. Because guess what? As we've seen, the Democrats will be more than willing to prosecute, over-prosecute, and just weaponize law enforcement if they have to. So, yeah. It's unfortunate. I don't like the fact that this Pandora's box has been opened, but always remember, in all the years to come, and in all of those next battles that we have to fight in the political arena, always remember who it was that opened this Pandora's box of lawfare. Okay? Always remember who decided to start legalized lawfare. Okay? That's what we now have, is we have politicized lawfare. More so than anything else. Politicized lawfare, where we now have the court decide what the ballot should. It's a very, very scary moment we find ourselves in, folks, because like it or not, like I said in some other shows, and like I've said previously, unfortunately, no matter who wins, there's going to be riots in the streets. There's going to be civil unrest of some shape or form or figure. I don't want it to happen. I really don't, but it's going to happen, because we now are on this collision course where whoever loses is going to prison. The left is determined to throw Trump in prison now. And if Trump gets in, Biden is going to prison. So this is the first time where when we watch an election, you're watching two men literally, not figuratively, not in the abstract, but literally fighting for their lives. Trump especially, because Biden, he might just health out before any of that hits. He might just, the Lord might call him home before that happened. But like with Trump, like him and all of his supporters know what this means. And that's why I've already said that the primary's over. The winner is Donald Trump. But let's get a little deeper into this, because I didn't get to hear the full.
Say Bushies.
Bushies.
I say that with respect to the Bush family, but they were Bushies, and it doesn't work out for us.
It was clear. This is kind of far afield, but it was just interesting. I read
Bushies.
Barr's account of his time. He wrote a book about it,
right?
His autobiography, and in it he lies about Jeffrey Epstein's death. Clearly lies. Do you think Epstein killed himself sincerely?
Oh shit!
I don't know. I will say that he was a fixture in Palm Beach.
Yeah.
I don't know what Barr said about it either. I have no idea what he said. What did he say? He killed himself, probably?
He said he killed himself, and that they were going to do this investigation. They never did the investigation. It's never been public, and they hid it. And like, why are they doing that? And clearly Barr knew. But why would Bill Barr be covering up the death of Jeffrey Epstein?
Bill Barr didn't do an investigation on the election fraud either. Okay, he said he did, and he pretended he did, but he didn't.
Like my speculation is, and you can look into this, Bill Barr's dad was deeply connected to Epstein, so I'm guessing Epstein probably had the blackmail goods on Bill Barr's dad, and so Bill Barr is just going to keep his dad's legacy intact.
McSwain, the U.S. attorney in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, said Barr just wouldn't let him do it. It was crazy. Barr became so petrified, so frightened of being impeached. They were going to impeach him. I don't know if you remember it.
Yeah.
It's not a big moment in history. But they said, we're going to impeach. You know, they play a much rougher game, the left, the lunatics. And they were going to impeach Bill Barr, and he was petrified. Now, how do you not get impeached? Don't do any of this stuff. But he didn't do the job there. I don't know what he did with Epstein, but possibly he didn't.
Do you think it's possible that Epstein was killed?
Oh, sure, it's possible. I mean, I don't really believe. I think he probably committed suicide. He had a life with, you know, beautiful homes and beautiful everything, and he all of a sudden he's incarcerated and not doing very well. I would say that he did, but there are those people. There are many people. I think you're one of them, right? But a lot of people think that he was killed. He knew a lot on a lot of people.
He was killed.
So.
I think the closer you look, I'm not a conspiracy person at all. I believe everything I hear. But yeah, the closer you look into it, I mean, the Attorney General of the United States, your Attorney General, clearly lied about the Epstein death.
Yeah,
and
he was.
Why?
He was certainly. It wasn't well done. They had no cameras. They had no anything. Everybody was sleeping, and you know, a case could be made. Look, I'm not going to get involved in it, but I can tell you, a case could be made either way. But it certainly wasn't the most well-run place.
So the reason I'm asking you is I'm looking at the trajectory since 2015 when you got into politics.
I gotta say,
for real, and then won. It started with
we are 7 minutes into this, and Tucker already hit him with the did Epstein kill himself, which is a way better question to ask anyone running for office than any of the bullshit that the GOP candidates were asked when they were on stage. So that's just next level. Yeah, I would have loved to see like what a lot of those folks on stage would have had to say about that. Did Epstein kill himself? Vivek could be the one guy like, fuck no, he didn't kill himself. Are you kidding me? He was obviously killed. Now, I think Trump, when he's like, well, I think he probably killed himself, but like Hillary threw him the rope through the little commissary slot. I think that's probably what happened. Like, I can see like Trump's like, yeah, that's probably what happened. But yeah, Epstein, like there's too much shady shit. And I remember when whatever her name was, Ghislaine Maxwell, she was on my death pool a couple years ago. And when they arrested her and they were taking her to the same fucking jail that Epstein killed himself in, I was like, okay, looks like I might be winning this year. She somehow has still stayed alive, so she must be playing ball.
Protests against you, massive protests,
right.
Organized protests by the left, and then it moved to impeachment twice,
right?
And now indictment. I mean, the next stage is violence. Are you worried that they're going to try and kill you? Why wouldn't they try and kill you? Honestly,
they're savage animals. They are people that are sick, really sick. You have great people in the Democrat Party. You have great people that are Democrats. Most of the people in our country are fantastic, and I'm representing everybody. I'm not just Republicans or conservatives. Right. I represent everybody. I'm the president of everybody. But I've seen what they do. I've seen the lengths that they go to when they make up the Russia. When that's exposed and they go down, and Barr should have gone after them, and other people should have gone after. And they did very late because the Durham report came out. It was fairly good. It could have been a lot tougher, I guess, but it was fairly good. But
the Durham report said something very interesting. And I'm just going to pull something up here. The Durham report, basically what it said in its conclusion was, Mr. Durham said, it doesn't really actually matter what I recommend here. Because if the people at the top of the FBI are not going to uphold the motto of fidelity, bravery, and integrity, there is no matter to what I try to recommend. because there is no reform that will actually change an institution this corrupt if it won't even uphold its own motto. And so at that point, what the Durham report is basically saying you have to do is clean house at the top of the FBI. So the Durham report was damning to anybody who supports the deep states or the uniparty or anything of the like.
It explained how corrupt it was. I'll tell you who did a great job was the Inspector General Horowitz. He did a phenomenal report. You didn't have to go to do it. He did it on Comey and on, I guess, McCabe and some others. And it was a vicious, it was basically a true report, how bad they are. But these people are sick people. These are people that I think they hate our country. You want to know the truth. When you see open borders, when you see these policies that they have, and so many other things, it's so sad to see. You know, we have a country that's very fragile right now. I've never seen, I will say, look, I ran in 16, which was 15, but I ran in 16, election in 16, and there was tremendous spirit. In 20, there was even more spirit. We got millions and millions more votes. You know, it wasn't even a contest. People said, well, what'd you think of 20? I said, we did much better. We did. You got to base it on the number of votes. We got many.
Now, here's the thing about 2020. Trump is going to do a lot better. And this is why, like, I always tell the people, like, knock it off with the cynicism. We can win this. Okay. There's only a handful of things you need to keep in mind for 2024. In 2020, 44,000 votes in Georgia, Arizona, and Wisconsin was the difference. Okay? 44,000 votes in those 3 states was the difference maker of whether Trump made it or not. Now, Trump had to get the most votes in all history in order to pull that off. Keep in mind, 44,000 votes in the 3 districts, in the 3 places Trump knows he needs them. He's got Kellyanne Conway behind him. So that's one thing to keep in mind. And second, there's no way that Biden cracks 80 million votes. It doesn't matter who he's running against. It really doesn't. Whether he's running against Trump, DeSantis, Vivek, fucking Marjorie Taylor fucking Greene, if you want to go that far. Okay? It doesn't matter because Biden can't crack 80 million. Now, I think Trump is the difference maker. Like, I think it's going to be too close to call with anybody else. With Trump, I think you can make a pretty good call that he's going to be able to pull it off because he knows where he needs to go. He knows what he needs to do, and he knows how he's going to do it. Okay? And that's why I say, folks, Biden needs to crack 80 million to have a chance, and I don't think he does it because he needs to have that much of a critical mass in order for it to hit in the right places. Because guess what? California can vote for Trump or can vote for Biden all it likes. It doesn't change the equation. So this is going to be a fascinating race. But let's allow Mr. President and the interviewer to speak a little more.
More votes in 20 than we did in 16. But the election was rigged. It was a rigged election.
Oh!
And with COVID, they used COVID to cheat in a lot of different things. And we have so much on it. It's like so easy. But we had judges that didn't want to look. We had people didn't want to get involved. They called you, he's a conspiracy theorist if you say anything about the election. But I have never seen spirit like there is right now. Even coming down here, just the people.
Like, I gotta say, like, the left sure had a lot to say about 2016. They really had a lot of conspiracies about that one. Hell, when I was on a panel with Vosh, he was giving me conspiracies about the 2000 election still. And I've even talked to some Democrats who have some conspiracies about the 2004 election. It's pretty fascinating. But, yeah, like, you notice that 2020 is the only election you're not allowed to any sort of questioning about. You can question 2016 all day long, and the Democrats did for 4 years with Robert Mueller, with 2 impeachments, with special counsel, like everything. So fascinating. So like I always said, Donald Trump's real crime has always been winning the 2016 election. That's it.
On the road that are just absolutely going crazy. And the reason is, I think they like me, and I know they love my policies. I hope they like me too. You know, a lot of people say they don't like me, but they like my I think they like me. But
back amongst his New York buddies again,
like it is right now. And the reason is because crooked Joe Biden is so bad. He's the worst president in the history of our country. I don't think he's going to make it to the gate, but you know, you never know. But he's a corrupt person, so corrupt that I took the name off Hillary. You know, I don't do two people at one time. I took the crooked Hillary and I retired the name. That was a good day for her. I bet she was very happy. And I used it for Joe because it's crooked Joe. But Joe is really.
But you don't think he's going to make it to November of 2024?
Well, I think he's worse mentally than he is physically. And physically, he's not exactly a triathlete or any kind of an athlete. You look at him, he can't walk to the helicopter. He walks.
Or any kind of an athlete.
He can't lift his feet out of the grass. You know, it's only 2 inches at the White House, right? It's not a lot. But you watch him and it looks like he's walking on toothpicks. And then you see him on the beach where he can't lift a chair. You know, those chairs are meant to be light, right? They're like 2 ounces. You lift him up. He can't lift the chair. He can't walk to the chair. And I don't know what they're doing with the beach. You know, this beach is seeming to play a big role, but they love pictures of him on the beach. I think he looks terrible on the beach. Looks terrible on the beach.
Skinny legs.
Well, he can't walk through the sand. You know, sand is not that easy to walk through, but when he walks through it, he can't walk through the sand. And there's somebody in there that thinks he looks fabulous at the beach. I think he looks horrible at the beach. Plus, the beach doesn't represent what a president's supposed to be doing. He's supposed to be working. He's supposed to be getting us out of that horrible, horrible war that we're very much involved in with Russia and Ukraine. You could do that. You could do that very easily. I believe you could do that I don't believe he could do it because he's just incompetent.
That's one thing that Donald Trump and I agree totally. When he's elected or if I am elected, that will be the first thing that I do is end this awful, awful war in Ukraine. And it's glad to hear that it sounds like there's an overwhelmingly good chance that happens.
But that's a war that should end immediately, not because of one side or the other, because hundreds of thousands of people are being killed. Can you imagine you're in an apartment house and rockets are going into that building and blowing it up and knocking it down? And why should anybody, human beings, whether they're Russian or Ukrainian or whatever they are, it's got to be stopped. And it can be stopped very easily.
That's like the thing that Trump is so good at is visual persuasion. Whereas, like, can you imagine being in an apartment complex and rockets coming in? Like, it's so visual. Like, you in your mind, you're actually right there. You can actually picture it. And so that's why he's so good. Like, I know his communication seems odd to some people, but like I was on a panel on Tom's show a couple nights ago, and I said, you'll notice that you never have to look up anything Trump ever says in the dictionary. Like, you'll notice that. Like, he knows common communication. Like, his communication skills are second to none.
Would have never started. If I were president, it would have never started.
So back to Biden, I'm interested. So you think he's failing? He obviously is failing. I think it's clear to everybody. But that would make Kamala Harris the candidate?
Well, not really. I mean, I guess they'd have maybe a free-for-all. A lot of people say she has to remain for certain reasons, the candidate. She has to. I don't think that's true, actually. I don't think that other people would stand for it. She has some bad moments. Her moments are almost as bad as his. I think his are worse, actually.
Yeah.
But
she seems pretty senile, too.
She speaks in rhyme. It's weird. It's weird. But she has bad moments. And
in rhyme? What do you?
Well, the way she talks, the bus will go here and then the bus will go there because that's what buses do. And it's weird. The whole thing is weird. This is not a president of the United States future. And I think they probably have some kind of a primary and other people will get involved.
Newsom, right? I mean,
could be. I mean, I always got along well with him, believe it or not, but could be him, could be somebody else. He's got a big load on his shoulders because you look at California, what's happened. But I don't know if the American people really, the people that vote for him, I don't even know if they care. You look at so many of the things that are.
Wow. So Trump's saying it might be it could be Newsom. Like, the thing is, Newsom, he's kind of beatable. because you don't stay just look at Arnold. You don't stay in California politics for long without having so many skeletons in your closet. It's gonna shock, it will drive the Bible Belt of this country to shock and horror.
Going on, and people don't seem to be. In the old days, if you had a bad record, it meant a lot. Today, if you have a bad record, it doesn't really mean anything. You know, he looks good. He's a nice-looking guy, speaks well. But Biden, every time you watch him talking, it's like he's walking on eggs. You're waiting for him to collapse. And he almost always does. And I got to know the leaders of all of the countries, essentially, but the big ones. And the bigger, the tougher the leader. You know, it's like sort of, I guess maybe that's the way it's supposed to be. But I got to know President Xi of China and Putin and Kim Jong-un, North Korea. Did a great job with North Korea, kept us out of a nuclear war. We would have 40,000 dead soldiers right now. They'd drop a nuke right on top of the military base. But we have 40,000 soldiers over there. And I did great. I got along with him great. That's a positive. You know, the press said, he said nice things about Kim Jong-un. I also said horrible things at the beginning. Horrible enough that he wanted to talk. And we talked, and we met in Singapore. We met actually twice. And
see, the thing is, people who are saying, oh, Trump shouldn't have said this about Kim Jong-un, are like, you don't get how a negotiation works. If that's, he was basically dealing the cards and trying to make the pot big enough to the point where he could get Kim to throw some chips in. Okay. And we were this close to getting him to throw the chips in. Okay. And once you get him the chips in, then they're pot committed. And then you got something to work with. It's unfortunate. A lot of the people who are like, he's being nice. That's people who don't know people. Okay. That's people without people skills. That was beautiful negotiation he pulled off there.
And we had unbelievable meetings. I know him very well. We were in great shape with him.
What do you think he and Xi and Putin think of Biden?
I think they can't believe it. I think they probably say this is some kind of a system. You know, they had great respect for our country. They respected me. They had great respect for our country when I was there. Every one of them. Look, if you go to North Korea, you take a look at what happened. You know, the Olympics was dead. South Korea spent billions on the Olympics. Nobody was going to go. They didn't want to get blown up. They called me and they said, we are going to let the Olympics proceed. This is North Korea. I said, you should go into the Olympics. Put your athletes in. It wasn't like, they were big on athletes because,
famine.
But they went in and they actually participated. And within about 2 days, the entire thing was sold out. And if it wasn't me, that would have never happened. But I got along with
I'm sorry, I love it. Trump sold out the Olympics. I love it.
Very well with him, and that's a positive thing. He does have massive nuclear power.
Sold out the Olympics, brother.
And if Hillary would have gotten in, or if the Obama thought process continued, it would have been a nuclear war, absolutely, with North Korea. He was expecting to go into a war, and it would have been a nuclear war.
So do you think the rest of the world looks on at Biden and thinks someone else has got to be running the government?
Well, somebody else has to be. I don't think he's capable of doing anything. Look,
I'm very much of the opinion that Biden doesn't actually run or administer anything. He has handlers. I'm very much of that opinion as well.
Debated him. I said, how come? And this was in front of probably not a friend of yours, Chris Wallace. He was the moderator.
Not a friend.
I said, why is it he wants to be Mike, but he doesn't have the talent? It's one of those little.
Just Tucker Carlson goes, not a friend.
Oh man,
he wanted to be his father, but he didn't have the talent of his father. Was great. His father,
a little fussy man.
His father interviewed me in 60 Minutes. It was actually a 10. Can you believe it?
I totally. His father had talent, at least.
I may have been the only guy that he gave a good 60 minutes. So he was rough.
Really?
His father was tough. He was great, though. He was great at what he did. But Chris Wallace was so upset. He was guarding this guy who wouldn't do a show, by the way. He wouldn't do. I figured I didn't mind Chris Wallace because Biden wouldn't do a show. And it was very obvious. He kept asking him and asking, but he wouldn't do the show. So I figured he's got to like me. But He came from a different planet. But remember when I asked the question, why is it that the mayor of Moscow's wife is allowed to give you $3.5 million? Don't forget, that was brought up. Now it's brought up all the time, but that was brought up by me long before anyone ever heard of it. I said, the mayor of Moscow's wife giving you $3.5 million. What did you do to deserve $3.5 million? To Biden. And Chris Wallace said, this has nothing to do with the debate. I mean, he
got in the way of the question.
No, it was crazy. And I said, well, wait a minute. He got $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife. Now, people forget that, but if you go back and take a look, you will see. And Chris Wallace didn't want me to ask that question. I said, I think it's a very appropriate question. It turned out to be much more appropriate than people thought.
Amazing. So do you have a preference in, assuming you're the Republican nominee and all goes as you plan it to go, do you have a preference in who you run against?
Now, I just want to say about that Chris Wallace bit there. I remember watching that debate, and the next day I said, you see, you got to realize that Trump was debating his opponent and Joe Biden. So yeah, Chris Wallace really tried to jump in the way for Joe on that one.
In many ways, I'd love to run against him because his record's so bad. You know, it's still horrible when you look at inflation and everything else, but others also have very bad records. I mean, California's a bad record. So, you know, should it be Gavin or should it be somebody else? When I look at San Francisco, what's happened to that incredible city? That was one of the greatest cities in the world just a short while ago. And now it's very sad when you look at it.
When I was a kid, I went to San Francisco, and it was a beautiful city when I was there. And now I haven't been there in a long time, but I've heard there's neighborhoods you don't go to. Now, I'm sure there's still beauty to be found there, but man, when I was a kid, it was just a different world.
Los Angeles, every city practically, all the Democrat-run cities. You know, Republican-run cities are doing very nicely because they arrest people when you have crimes. And they don't go after political candidates because they think it's good. You know, I mean, it's like been amazing. My poll numbers are the highest I've ever had. But because people understand it.
Can I just ask you, that gets back to my original question. So if the protest didn't work, you got elected anyway. Yeah. Impeachment didn't work twice, obviously. Indictment is not working. Your poll numbers go up. When they raided Mar-a-Lago in August of last year, your numbers went up. They can indict you 20 times and you're not gonna lose the Republican primary because of that.
Well, so it makes it look even more ridiculous. I mean, the 4 indictments, and maybe there'll be more. I don't know. These people are crazy.
But they're counterproductive. So if you chart it out, it's an escalation, is what I'm saying. Yeah. So what's next after, try to put you in prison for the rest of your life? That's not working. So don't they have to kill you now?
I think the people of our country don't get enough credit for how smart they are. And I'm not sure I would have said this 10 years ago, but they get it. You know, they really get it. Hey, when somebody gets indicted, your poll numbers go down. When somebody gets indicted, you announce, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be leaving to spend time with my family and to fight for the rest of my life for this stuff. But you're out of politics. I got indicted 4 times. All trivia, nonsense, bullshit. It's all bullshit. It's horrible when you look and you look at what they're doing.
Bullshit.
The boxes hoax. I'm covered by the Presidential Records Act. I'm allowed to do exactly that. He's not covered, and he's got 25 times the number of boxes, and he's got them stored in Chinatown. He's got them stored in a flimsy garage underneath his Corvette at Penn. And by the way, at Penn, he gets millions of dollars. China pays this guy millions of dollars. See, I think he's the most corrupt president we've ever had. And he also has the distinction of being the most incompetent. And I believe both. I mean, he's both incompetent and corrupt. So I actually believe he's compromised because China knows so much about him. They know where the money comes from. They know where it is, who paid it, and they probably paid it. Well, they do pay Penn, and he gets $1 million. I think he takes $999,000 because keeps it a little bit under $1 million, like by $1. But he, in many ways, is a Manchurian candidate. We have a Manchurian candidate. And he's afraid to tell Russia to get out of Cuba. He's afraid to tell China to get out of Cuba. He's afraid. China now is building, think of this. China is building military installations in Cuba. The Cuban population of Miami is not too happy because they're never going to be able to go back. And you don't even hear about it. And the worst culprit is the press, the media, because normally, when I first heard that China's building installations in Cuba, and installations means military installations. Okay, they said just some communication. They did that on the islands with Japan. They took the island, they started this massive construction, and they told everybody, including the Japanese have to be very careful. They told everybody that this is a housing development. They're going to build a housing development.
Winky.
And I said, how come the runway is 20,000 feet long? Private jets need 4,000 feet. They don't need 20,000 feet. The big ones need 20,000 feet. They don't even need 20. And I looked at the runway. I said, that's the largest runway ever built, both in width and length, for housing development. There's nobody that has a plane that big that you would have a runway that's
Why
that's
is
for
China
testing.
allowed to conduct imperialism in our hemisphere?
Well, yeah, and it's far beyond Cuba. It's all over South America.
Yeah, the Caribbean.
So we built a thing called the Panama Canal. We lost 35,000 people to the.
I mean, that's pretty simple. I mean, because Biden's paymasters want that. It doesn't take a lot. It's not even brain science, nor is it rocket surgery to figure that out, as Jim Cornette would say.
The mosquito, malaria.
Yeah.
We lost 35,000 people we lost 35,000 people because of the mosquito. Vicious. They had to build under nets. It was one of the true great wonders of the world. As he said, one of the 9 wonders of the world. No, it was one of the 7. It happened a little while ago, It says 9 wonders of the world. You could make 9 wonders. He would have been better off if he stuck with the 9 and just said, yeah, I think it's 9.
Now, thing is, us professional wrestling fans acknowledge Andre the Giant as the 8th wonder of the world. So I'm conflicted there.
But this is one of the true 7 wonders of the world. And you take a look at the Panama Canal. It was such an incredible engineering marvel. We sold it under Jimmy Carter. We sold it to Panama for $1. The following day, they quadrupled the amount of money that ships had to pay to get across. They didn't lose one ship. And now they've made it much bigger, and now they've widened it. They've doubled it, right? They've more than doubled it. And it's one of the most profitable things. Any time it's just incredible, right? We gave it away for $1. China now controls it. They actually control the Panama Canal. They run it, they control it. And we shouldn't let that happen. And we can't let China be in Cuba. And they'll get out. If I'm president, they'll get out. Because I had a very good relationship with President Xi, but he respected this country. He respected me. And he'll get out. And we can't let them run the Panama Canal. We built the Panama Canal. Should have never been given to Panama. We should have had it. But we gave it for $1. Think of it. They quadrupled. In one day, they lifted the fees, which are, pretty big, for these massive ships to go through, right? Rather than going around the Cape and through all the tremendous storms, such beauty, it's beautiful stuff. But you didn't want to get caught in those storms. Those were storms that wiped out the biggest ships. And we go through the Panama Canal. We built it, and we gave it away for $1. Think of that. How stupid are we? We have done the stupidest things in this country. And now we have a president that can't put 2 sentences together, can't speak, can't walk, can't talk. I don't think he gets to the starting gate, but these people do miracles. I mean, he ran out of his basement, and you got away with that one because of COVID, so he sort of got away with it. They cheated on the election. But you have people that are very smart, but they're fascists and they're radical left lunatics, and they're destroying our country with the all-electric cars and the windmills all over the place, which, by the way, don't work, and they're most of them made in China.
I just got to say,
Germany a little bit, but China.
If Trump takes back the White House, which is starting to look a lot more likely with each passing day, just imagine what his DOJ is going to be doing. It's going to be looking for every little scrap of what happened in 2020. And if they find anything, I mean, I don't think you quite realize how far that could go. I mean, if they find anything that could point to some real fraud in the 2020 election, if Trump takes the White House, which is starting to look more likely every day. I was about to say, if the election was today, I'd say Trump probably takes it, to be honest with you. Now, a lot can change in a year and a few months, but we'll see. This could go so far that like there'd be a legitimately large movement to like impeach Biden's one Supreme Court nominee because, you know, like fruit of the poison vine and such. Like there'd be a lot of pushes for quite a few, like there'd be an unprecedented push to basically erase the previous 4 years because it would be seen as illegitimate. And Trump's DOJ is going to be looking for quite a bit of that. So, folks, this timeline to lose.
But you look at what's happening to our country, even no voter ID. I mean, why don't they want voter ID? There's only one reason they don't want voter ID, because they want to cheat. I mean, who doesn't want, you know, the Democrat convention, the last one, they had voter ID that was this big. It looked like a prison card, this big on their chest. You walked in, they had your picture, your this, your fingerprint, they had everything. The most incredible voter ID I've ever seen. That was to get into the Democrat National Convention. But to get into vote, if you buy groceries, if you buy practically anything now, you have ID on a card, credit cards or otherwise.
But that, don't you think it's racist to have to show your ID?
Well, they probably say that. They use anything not to show ID because voter ID is pretty simple. And we could go back, and we should go back to all paper ballots, voter ID, same day voting. You know, France did it. France had mail-in.
And I've never understood why voter ID is a political issue. It's just greater accountability in our elections. Like, I think we all want that, right?
Ballots, and it was terrible. Anytime you have mail-in ballots, you're going to have massive cheating on your elections. Anytime, but not just the presidential election. Anytime you have.
Isn't that the whole point of them?
Yeah.
So you can
oh,
cheat?
Yeah, sure. It's the whole point. That's their whole point. They want to cheat. Yeah. They have to cheat because their policies are so bad that if they didn't cheat, they couldn't get elected. Who wants open borders? Who wants high taxes? Who wants high interest rates? Who wants to not be able to use a gas stove?
This is fucking.
Or have to drive an electric car, which, you know, you have a 4-hour drive, but the car only goes an hour and a half. So you have to charge it. The happiest moment for somebody in an electric car is the first 10 minutes. In other words, you get it charged, and now for 10 minutes. The unhappiest part is the next hour because you're petrified that you're not going to be found another charger. People, I'm saying if people, I'm not knocking electric cars, they're fine. They're fine. But if people want to buy a gasoline car or a hybrid, hybrids are pretty good actually, but they should be allowed to buy. They don't want to do any of this. So right now, California's in a big brownout because their grid is a disaster. The grid all over the country is sort of a disaster, but the grid in California. And yet they want to have an short period of time, millions and millions of cars going off that grid, essentially. It doesn't work.
So plug your car into a grid that's failing.
You should be able to buy an electric car. You know, electric cars could be fine if you drive short distances and you want to have, you know, whatever, and you have plug-ins everywhere you go. They could be fine. But you got to have gasoline cars. You got to have everything. Let people buy everything. Now there's the new thing is your heating systems in the house. They don't want you to have a modern day heating system. They want you to use a heating system that will cost you at least $10,000 to buy and won't work very well. You know, none of the stuff works as well. One of the things I did with EPA is you have states, many states, most of the states have so much water, you know, it comes out of heaven, right? The water pours down and you have it. It's there. It's got to go wherever it goes, into the oceans, whatever. It's not like a big problem. Now, in some states, they have a problem. You know, you have some desert areas and all, and for that, it's okay. But they have sinks where no water comes out. You turn it on, no water comes out. No water comes out of the shower. No water is allowed to go into the washing machine for your dishes or for your clothing or what. And I avoided all of that.
Wait, they have sinks where no water comes out?
Sure, you have restrictors. When I say no water, very little water. You want to wash your hands, right?
Yeah.
And you've seen this, and you turn on the sink and it's very little. or you want to wash your beautiful hair, right? And you stand
Beautiful
under the
hair,
shower.
right?
Then the suds never go. If the water comes out very slowly.
Glorious.
I'm sure you've seen this. It
That
usually takes place in new
hair.
hotels and new homes.
Yeah, you take a drill and take the
They have
limiter out.
well, you can, but now they make it so you can't do that so easily. They have a restrictor.
Nice. Drill the washer out. My dad always called that a Clinton washer because
It's called a
Clintons that did
restrictor, and it restricts the water from coming out. So I ended all of that, and you have to see these. They let the water come out. You know what people do? They wash their hands like 5 times longer, or in the washing machine, they'll press for their, let's say the dishwasher, they'll press it. Then they'll press it about 7 or 8 times.
Yeah.
They'll end up using more water, and it still won't be very good. I met with the head of Whirlpool. They were practically going out of business during my administration, and they said to me, from Ohio, incredible, great state. I love Ohio. And they were really doing badly because people were dumping washing machines all over, mostly from South Korea, but also from China. And he was explaining it's just a terrible situation. I said, let me ask you, how's the quality? He says, we're better, but they are good enough quality. But, you know, of course he's going to say that, but, you know, they are better. He said, but they don't allow us. They're dumping these machines. They're cutting us in half. They're killing us. And on top of it, the government won't let us use water in our machines. I mean, he shows me like a quarter of a bottle of water. That's supposed to be washing clothing. And I freed it all up, and I put tariffs on these countries that were selling and the machines coming into the country. And that company went from all the washing machine companies, they make washing machines, they make dryers, they make all of the different machines that do this kind of work, including dishwashers. And they went from a disaster area to being just thriving.
But can I ask,
they love me in that part of Ohio.
Well, I bet they do, but why should EPA, no one at EPA was elected by anybody.
Yeah.
Why do they have the power to decide how much water your washing machine uses? Shouldn't Congress in a democracy get to vote on that?
Yeah, you could say that. They do things that are not very.
So how do you, that's my question. How do you, if you get elected again, go back to Washington, how do you keep the agencies under control? How do you keep FBI and CIA specifically under control?
The way you do it, like I fired Comey, that was a big deal. You know, a lot of people said, and I fired him very early. Somebody said, oh, I wish you would have fired him. There was a real question about firing him. Anyway, you understand, because, you know, when they have a 10-year term, there is a question. I fired Comey. That was a great thing. If I didn't fire Comey, maybe I wouldn't be talking to you, or I'd be talking to you about real estate or something else other than politics, right? That was a coup, in my opinion. That was a very sick deal. That was the insurance policy. You remember the insurance policy? Oh, she's going to win, darling. She's going to win. But just in case she doesn't, we have an insurance policy. An insurance policy was what they were doing. And we caught them with that. That was a very important tweet or whatever it was, text. It was a big deal. That was a big deal. The insurance policy. She's going to win 100 million to 1. That's not good odds. At least they gave me 1, right? 100 million to 1. But just in case she doesn't win, we have an insurance policy. And everybody said, that's strange. That's strange. But we caught all that because
we've been seeing
Comey. Because when I fired Comey, it was like throwing a rock into a hornet's nest, into a nest of bees, and the place went crazy.
So when you were president, are you confident that you knew everything, say, CIA was doing around?
No, I'm not. I'm not. It's a very interesting.
Oh, they were working behind his back. We all know this now. I mean, it's plain as day now, hindsight being 2020. The CIA was basically the CIA and the FBI was doing everything they could to undermine President Trump actively. And like I've said, the people at the top of the FBI and the CIA, they literally put their allegiance to their politics above their allegiance to this nation. You didn't have to like Trump, but he was duly elected. And there was no controversies to say that he stole the election. Some people say, well, he might have been, like, some people make some weird claims of collusion, but when you really press them on it, they never admit anything that could have made the difference in any, like, substantive manner. It's always just kind of like this vague idea. Meanwhile, like, people in 2020, they're like, well, we need to look at very specific places and very specific things, and we need to look a little deeper there. And Ooh, boy, looks like we might be doing that soon, folks.
Interesting group of people. I had very good relationships, I thought, but I was a little surprised when I got out that, things go on. Look, it's...
What were you surprised by?
I was surprised. I think it's some of the people. I was surprised that there was... I had a group of people. Look, we killed many, using the CIA, I have to say this, very bad actors. We were very good at it. You look at Soleimani, you look at al-Baghdadi, bigger than Osama bin Laden. I mean, Osama bin Laden is, but al-Baghdadi did ISIS, and he was rebuilding ISIS very strongly.
And that was the CIA that did that.
That was really us that did that.
Yeah.
That was really us that did that. And Soleimani was us that did that, not so much CIA. But we did some very good work with the CIA. But I started, when I looked at the 51 intelligence agents saying that was the laptop from hell was Russia disinformation, when I took a look at that.
Which was, by the way, our intelligence agencies actually involving themselves in our elections. So, fuck. I mean, at that point, you have the deepest aspects of our intelligence agencies trying to interfere in the electoral process. That is a scary fucking moment.
I said, that's a horrible thing. They knew it
on behalf of their politics.
And by the way, you're talking about...
And it's not on behalf of like America's interest or anything like that, which is part of the job description. This is just on behalf of their own political politics. So we've had a rogue element of our government literally like a lot of people, like for the left, the insurrection was January 6th. For a lot of the right, the real insurrection was Crossfire Hurricane.
Cheating on the election. McLaughlin and Fabrizio, great pollsters, they said a thing like that plus other things meant anywhere from 10 to 17% of the vote would change.
Whatever happened to Mike Pence? You've always been nice to Pence. I've never heard you criticize Pence. You've defended him in public many, many times. He's out there attacking you. What is that?
So Mike wants to run for president. You got to understand, in my opinion, Mike Pence had the absolute right to send the votes back to the legislatures. The Democrats and everybody said, you don't have the right. In other words, what I said, is he a human conveyor belt? You mean if he finds fraud in Pennsylvania, in Georgia, in any of these states, Arizona, he has to send them to Mitch McConnell, right? That's right, sir. Well, if he finds fraud, he has to? Yes, sir. I said, so he's a conveyor belt. Boom, put him in. I said, I don't agree with that. And we had some lawyers, not all, we had some lawyers that said, no, you do have the right to send them back to the legislatures to be rechecked. Because if you looked at what went on in Wisconsin, who, by the way, now agree with me, Wisconsin has been virtually, other than the fact they're not allowed to do anything statutorily, but Wisconsin has been, I mean, what they found is incredible. I mean, we won Wisconsin. But Mike Pence had the right, in my opinion, to send them back.
Do you ever talk to him now?
No, I haven't spoken to him in a long time. I'm very disappointed in him. I didn't want to do what Thomas Jefferson did. Thomas Jefferson, it was Georgia. And it was, hear ye, hear ye, the great state of Georgia is not capable or allowed to tabulate their votes. And Thomas Jefferson, who was the vice president, said, is Georgia sure that they cannot tabulate their votes? Georgia is sure. He didn't send them back and have them redo it. He said, we will keep the votes of the great state of Georgia for Thomas Jefferson and his president. I didn't ask him for that. Could have done that too, but I didn't. I thought that would be turmoil.
Okay,
I
that
asked
would
him
have
to
caused
send him back to his legislature.
Interesting constitutional
to the
scholarly back and
legislatures,
forth.
in Wisconsin, let's say.
But why didn't he? I mean, you'd worked together for 4 years. You're the president. He's VP. You say you're aligned on everything.
I think he got very bad advice. I really do. Now, let me tell you what happened. I sat there with a few people. I think his lawyer was in the room too. His lawyer was very much against it. There were other lawyers that felt you could do it. It was one of those things that I think you could have done it. I think you can always do something if you see fraud or if you see problems. But it's very interesting. So after the election was over, the rhinos got together with the Democrats.
The Uniparty.
And they redid the election, so you couldn't do it anymore. So then I called the people. I said, so in other words, you're saying I was right. You could do it. Yes, you could do it. In other words, they took the Voting Act and they redid it so the vice president no longer has the power to do what I said he could do. So when that happened, I said, wow. So, and you know, you'd look some of these Democrats in the eye and they say, he has absolutely no right to do it. And immediately after the election, they met rhinos, could name them all, and Democrats, and they approved legislation that takes away the right of the vice president to do it. So I said, so you're saying I was right. The vice president did have the right to do it. And they said, yes, he did.
So if you're saying they stole it from you last time, why wouldn't they do the same this time?
Oh, well, they'll try. They're going to be trying, yeah. But, and not only me, you know. Look, DeSantis is out. I think he's gone. So he was at a level. People have figured him out. He's gone. But if somebody else got in other than me, they'll go at him just as viciously as they did me. These people are sick. They will go after them. And a lot of people say they won't be able to hold up. I do get credit for holding up quite well, I must tell you. I think it's...
How do you do that? How do you get indicted, you know, every week and stay cheerful?
It's... I think it's a lot easier because I'm so high in the polls, because it means the people get it. The people see it's a fraud. The people see it, like this horrible district attorney from just a little while ago, from essentially Atlanta, that's Fulton County. She said, basically, I don't have any right to challenge an election. Well, what about Stacey Abrams? What about Hillary Clinton? What about all of these Democrats that are still challenging my election? The same people that are saying he's challenging an election challenged my election. And they did it with slates. They did it with all sorts of things. They were very bad.
You know, that's a fascinating thing, is that the only people that are allowed to challenge elections are Democrats. Because here's the thing, you know, when the shoe's on the other foot, you already know how it's going to go. When the Democrat, like when Trump wins in 2024, I'm sorry, all the Democrats who are saying you're not allowed to question election after it's certified, it's dangerous to, like, there might be their own Democrat version of January 6th. Like, they'll have zero self-awareness. Like, the Democrats, like, if there's one thing you can count on, it's their lack of self-awareness. They might go to, like, they might fucking flip the fuck out. Like, I don't want them to, and I pray that they don't. But I'm sorry, the Democrats, this far left especially, is a terminal lack of self-awareness, and they might do something that's stupid.
Very bad about it. But basically, they're suing me, and they're saying you don't have any right to challenge it. If you challenge an election, we're going to indict you and put you in jail. So what they're doing is they've weaponized, and don't kid yourself, the DOJ and Biden and the whole group, they're watching all of this stuff. They love the local stuff. You know, the DA in Manhattan. Not only that, they put one of the DOJ top people into the Manhattan DA's office to run things. They don't even have a case against me. It's not even a case. Everyone says, even the Democrats say, you can't bring these cases. You have no case. The attorney general or the district attorney, Fannie Willis in Atlanta, she's getting killed. Basically, she's saying Trump doesn't have the right to criticize an election. But you've been around long enough now. You've seen many elections criticized. I mean, Hillary Clinton goes crazy. Every time she talks, she says, he's not the president. Jimmy Carter said, he's not the president. Well, I am the president. Hillary Clinton called me, by the way, at 3:02 in the morning to congratulate me the night of the election.
Hear that call.
Did her voice crack?
Well, her voice was, it's very different, I will say. I won't get into that. But
what do you mean?
Her voice was very different. Don't forget, they were all celebrating at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And I came home and I said, you know, I think we won. I felt we won because the rallies are so big. You know, we'd go to Wisconsin and we'd go to Georgia. We'd go to different states. In Michigan, we'd have rallies. In Pennsylvania, we had 58,000 people in Butler. And I said, you know, how are we losing this? How do you have a rally?
I just want to say, just for a moment, Tony just informed me that the opening to SmackDown had a 10-bell salute for Bray Wyatt and Terry Funk, and it was apparently very moving. So I'm going to get into that a little more later, but I will also say God bless and may the Lord accept with open arms the souls of Terry Funk and Bray Wyatt, aka Wyndham Rotunda. But yeah, I just thought I'd let everybody know that apparently the WWE did something very moving. So I'm going to check that out here in a little bit.
Where you have from 50 to 100,000 people, many of them, I did 7 a day for a couple of days. That's a lot. That's a lot. These are big rallies too. And I didn't hold back. I didn't say, let's make them let's do abbreviations, right? But they challenged the stuff. Yeah. Hillary called me up and conceded. Now, the word is that Obama said you have to do that. But she called up and totally conceded. But now, every time you see her on television, she's saying well, she's challenging the election.
Do you think
so? That would mean that she should be indicted, but that would mean also that Stacey Abrams in Georgia should be indicted because she still thinks she won the election for governor. She still thinks that. She's never recanted. And
do you think Stacey Abrams will be indicted for that?
No, of course not. She won't be. The Democrats don't get indicted for things like that. They don't get impeached. No, it's a different thing. With that being said,
yes,
I had great support when they did impeachment hoax #1 and impeachment hoax #2. Jim Jordan, the House.
Impeachment hoax fantastic. 3 is going to be
fun. And actually, the Senate was very good for me. Other than Mitch McConnell, I think if he had, it's too bad I endorsed him. He was begging, he was going to lose that race, and I endorsed him, and he ended up winning the race because of my endorsement. He was down. He was going to lose to Amy McGrath. She was $90 million in cash, all set to go. She was leading by 3. He was going down. I did him a favor, and then 3-4 months later, he really wanted to impeach me. He's a bad guy. But if you look at what's going on politically, so interesting. The level of loyalty is different in politics than it is in normal life, I will say. With that being said, I've had great loyalty also. But the House was fantastic. The Senate was very good. They overrode Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell, in my opinion, was trying to get senators to impeach me, especially for the second one. And on the first one, he acted very, very slow. He should have gone much faster. But Mitch McConnell wanted to, and the senators went up to guys that are subservient to him because he gives money. He gives them money. He gives them a lot of money. He raises some money and he gives it to them, and therefore they do what he said. That's the only form of leadership.
Do what he says.
So last question. If you're elected president again, what's your number one priority? When you ran last time, you said, I will build a wall. This time, your bottom line top promise to the country.
So you can do numerous things at the same time.
Of course.
But let's say number one is a border and taking hundreds of thousands of criminals that have been allowed into our country and getting them out and bringing them back to their country, Guatemala. By the way, not only the 4 countries that we think of as neighbors, all over the world. Last month, we had 149 countries represented. Think of it. We had 149 countries represented, Tucker, from places that many people never even heard of, coming into our country. And they're coming in from mental institutions, and they're coming in from prisons. They're emptying out their prisons all over South America. They're emptying out their mental institutions. Terrorists are pouring into our country. We have no idea. I had the strongest border in the history of our country, and I built almost 500 miles of wall. They like to say, oh, was it less? No, I built 500 miles. In fact, if you check with the authorities on the border, we built almost 500 miles of wall. And I had another 200 that I was going to build. It's like water, it seeks. And we're going to build another 200. We built it. It was all set to go. All they had to do was install it. It would have taken 3 weeks. And that's when I found out. I said, I think these people actually want open borders. The first thing I would do would be I would seal up the border good and tight, except for people that want to come in legally.
Do you think we're moving towards civil war?
Oh, fuck.
There's tremendous passion and there's tremendous love. January 6th was a very interesting day because they don't report it properly. I believe it was the largest crowd I've ever spoken before. And some of the crowds I've spoken before. And like July 4th on the mall, I think they had 1 million people there. But I think that the biggest crowd I've ever spoken before was on January 6th. And people that were in that crowd, a very, very small group of people, and we said patriotically and peacefully and patriotically, right? Nobody ever says that. Go peacefully and patriotically. But people that were in that crowd that day, very small group of people went down there. And then there are a lot of scenarios that we can talk about. But people in that crowd said it was the most beautiful day they've ever experienced. There was love in that crowd. There was love and unity. I have never seen such spirit and such passion and such love. And I've also never seen simultaneously and from the same people such hatred of what they've done to our country.
So do you think it's possible that there's open conflict? We seem to be moving towards something.
I don't know, because I don't know what it, I can say this. There's a level of passion that I've never seen. There's a level of hatred that I've never seen. And that's probably a bad combination.
Donald Trump, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Very much.
Thank you.
That is a bad combination, by the way.
Bad combination. Thank you.
Wow, folks. So that was the entirety of the Trump interview with Tucker Carlson. That was enlightening. Like, I gotta say, I'm not wrong in my prediction. Because right now I have 2 bets outstanding in regards to the 2024 election. I made the bet, and it is with a certain Voldemort who will not be named, but the bet still stands. If Donald Trump wins the nomination and he becomes a Republican nominee, even if he just wins the nomination. Now, if the party does some chicanery, I think I still win that one if he won the nomination technically. But basically, it's like, who's going to donate to which state's children's hospital? If he loses that bet, he has to donate $50 to Omaha Children's Hospital. I also made another $50 bet with the same person that Biden is not going to crack 80 million votes. Just not going to happen. So with those 2 things, I'm pretty confident in whoever the Republican nominee is. But folks, if you're tired of business as usual, there is an actual alternative, a candidate you might not have thought of, but a candidate of extreme. Folks. God bless America. God bless this glorious land. And because this land is so glorious, it needs a new president to match that glory. And that person is Phil K-O-E. Yes, Phil K-O-E in 2024. A man who truly loves America. A man who loves this nation and the people in it. Phil K-O-E, the true alternative in 2024. The man you all need. A man of the nation. A man of the country. A man of the people. A man of nature. A man who is going to point us to a brighter tomorrow. Yes, Phil K-O-E. He is a man of decisive action. Phil K-O-E.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is for America. I'm going to do that for you in Washington, D.C. Whatever that is, you're going to get a lot of that.
Yes, folks, Phil K-O-E, a man who will make sure to dot the I's and cross the T's of American government. Phil K-O-E, he will make sure to preserve your freedoms to work on go-karts on the weekend or whatever you call fun in this glorious nation. That's why you need to consider Phil K-O-E.
And that, folks, is why I am asking for your vote in 2024, folks, because I, your King of Extreme, Phil K-O-E, have officially announced my candidacy for the presidency of the United States of America. beautiful, beautiful flag. Old Glory is coming with me, folks, and we're going all the way to Washington, D.C. If you're tired of business as usual in D.C., do the right thing. In 2024, vote extreme. Phil KOE, the choice for you, the choice for me, the choice for everyone within all sundry. Folks, God bless every last one of you, and we're taking this all the way to Washington, D.C. in 2024. Vote Phil KOE to fix D.C. Yes, folks, it's going to happen. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be glorious. You're going to join me, the Cabinet of Extreme. Our inauguration party is going to make the Jackson inauguration party look like a debutante ball, folks. It's going to be amazing. Old Glory's coming with me. What else do we need? God bless all of you beautiful people. Travel well, and in 2024, vote Phil KOE.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Yes, so folks, remember, if you're tired of Biden, you're tired of the Republicans, and if even you're somebody that might be a little trepidatious on Trump, keep in mind that there is a candidate for you, and that is Phil KOE, folks. Yes, that is the candidate that you need. Now, folks, we got a lot more to get into this evening, and one of them is something that I always like when Tony and Chicken and the boys get into, and it's a bit of a preview of college football season 2023. So I'm curious what all y'all's thoughts are on this. I always encourage it, but Tony only gets to it once a year. So this is a very rare treat, folks. So and Tony always finds a way to make it fun. So whether you're a fan of football or not, this is going to be amazing for you. Okay. And it's it's literally like Santa Claus. It comes but once a year. So just enjoy it for the rare. It's like summer peaches or sweet corn. Okay. You enjoy it for its once a year delicacy that it be.
Dog and Chicken Show.
Are you saying something, Chicken, or are your internet motel so bad that I have to do it?
My hotel internet's that awesome. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of the Dog and Chicken Show. How you like that? That's real production and high quality content you're about to get from us. I, of course, am Dr. Chicken at Bark and Cluck on X, not Twitter. God, that's still hard to say. And the man, the myth, the legend, the man makes cowboy hats sexy again, as always.
Your 15-time Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion, quadruple distilled, non-chill filter, Tony fucking G. Find me on TikTok at Tony the Rod, and I think on X at 1995 Redux. I think that's still my handle. I can't remember. But yes, we're back again for another round of 2023 college football. Top 25 predictions, playoffs, realignment, all the rumors, all the talk. And tonight, for the first time, we have a debuting guest with us this evening. You've seen him on Dad's Worldwide. Well, heard him on Dad's Worldwide, but making his Big Buck and Empire debut. Jeff Hunt, why don't you intro yourself and tell everybody about yourself?
Hey, thanks for having me on, guys. It's great. Obviously I hooked up with you guys through Dad's Worldwide. We've been friends that go way back. I did my own sports podcast for about 3 years, kind of semi-retired last year. And by that, I mean, I do about 3 podcasts a week since then. If you want to go back and look at some of my old stuff, it's, Jeff Needs Sports. Before that, it was a Tuesday Aftermath, but I'm part of the Off the Ball Network. And basically now I'm kind of a professional guest, which is the best gig you can have in podcasts. You can ask anybody. So I get to show up on awesome shows like this, spit my feelings out there, and then go have a beer and go to bed. It's great. So I appreciate being on here, and I hope we have a lot of fun.
Oh, we're glad to have you. And it sounds like when you say like semi-retired from podcasting and doing 3 shows a week,
I've got 4 this week.
It's like Ric Flair retiring from wrestling. Yeah, I'm still gonna do it though. It's fine. I just don't have the world title anymore.
What I kind of retired from was the graphics, the calling for guests, the worrying about
The
all
heavy lifting.
the BS, whatever. I do miss it, but being able to do stuff like this quenches my thirst. So it's kind of the best of both worlds right now.
Absolutely, love it. But yeah, this is a first. We've got a three-way dance for the college football talk heading into the season, and we're starting early. It's next week already. This is the last Saturday, unless there's some week like -0 games. I think.
Yeah, there's some week 0 games this week.
Oh, so weird. Like it can't be anybody worth a shit. It's got to be like Liberty versus Lafayette or something like that.
They usually try to like jam one in there, but I haven't really seen anything this year. So I think basically it kicks off week 1.
That's kind of been my feeling. Like I looked at it a few months ago.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you're fine, chicken. We'll wait because your internet sucks.
Well, yeah. Like everything I say is like 3 seconds after you guys, so it's like, oh god, I got to talk early.
We'll just interrupt like you usually do. It'll be fine.
I'm good at that. That's true.
All right. So yeah, I didn't see anything week 0 that was really interesting, spoke to me. I'd have to look again. That doesn't mean I'm not going to watch it because I'm actually pretty hungry for the season start, and that's saying a lot coming from 8-9 years of just absolute misery. But we'll get into that and more. So we're going to
the best game this week, real quick. And I only know this because they're from right down the road. The Ohio Bobcats play San Diego State, but the big part of that is they have a potential NFL quarterback, behind center this year. People think that he has a shot to make it in. So as far as if you want to if there's anything to maybe take a peek at, the Ohio Bobcats can be surprisingly good this year. That's what I'm hearing around here. We live about 2 hours away. I could care less, but
no, I'll check that out. I mean, if I got a marquee game to check out, that sounds fantastic to me.
San Diego State tends to put a decent squad out there, so
the Aztecs are up and down, but pretty consistent overall in terms of being an opponent that you just can't sleep on.
And if they're it's one of those games that's great to be on in the background. You know what I mean? Like it's just on, it makes you feel good. You peek over and you're like, wait a minute, it's fourth quarter and this thing's 40-40. Like, let's take a peek here. If you're in Ohio, throw some illegal money on it now. So all that stuff.
Can't wait for some action, folks. All right, let's get into the top 25. This is the big Buck and Empire's version of the top 25. Now, what I've done here, as I've done the last few years, I've taken multiple preseason top 25 lists and I've kind of combined them. It's kind of hard to explain, but basically what you're looking for is a golf score here. The lowest number possible is going to be the highest rank, and the higher the number, the further down you fall down the rankings. It's pretty consensus on the top picks. You'll see that as we go forward, but it's pretty self-explanatory once we start going through it. These are the teams that just missed out of cracking the top 25. I'm going to pull that up here. So as you can see, our favorite Iowa team just barely missed the top 25. But starting at number 30, Baylor Bears with 538 accumulative points. Kentucky kind of showed up in a couple of different preseason polls. A little love for the Wildcats in the SEC. They come in at 29. UTSA had a really good year last year. Roadrunners got a little love on some preseason polls this year too, with 496 total points on my calculations. Number 27, South Carolina, which that doesn't surprise me because they always get preseason and midseason top 25 love, mostly to pad stats. And at number 26, the Iowa Hawkeyes at 437 points. Just missing out.
Not bad.
Any thoughts on this?
At 27, obviously any team that's got a legit quarterback, Rattler can possibly be that guy. So that's those Gamecocks are a team that can sneak up on you. I love the UTSA. Kentucky. Did Kentucky get a transfer quarterback this year? I cannot quite remember who's going to be the starting quarterback. I think they did. We're not going to dig into Kentucky football, but it has been better since Stoops got there.
it was Will Levis that got drafted
last year, yeah.
Kentucky, right? Yeah. So they had to have gotten somebody in because I don't know that they had any depth behind him. I didn't really watch.
They did not. They're a team that's been bugging people in the SEC finally. I mean, that's probably where they would aspire to. I think they'd be happy to be, 29 with a shot at top 25 going into this. So, and Baylor, who knows, man? That's a team that out of nowhere can become a really good team. We've seen that, a few times over the last decade, to where all of a sudden they can just like put up a bunch of points and score. But I know they're in kind of a bit of a transitional process right now. So, no, overall, none of these teams are going to really affect the big picture.
Fair enough. Chicken, any thoughts on these 5?
Yeah, so like the only one I really want to comment is Iowa. Last year, weren't they? I can't remember. I think I remember reading the stats that they were like the best defense and the worst offense. Like literally, like it's just fun to listen to anybody talking that. Oh my God, Iowa, they're going to be so good this year. I'm like, really? Are they? Like, it's like
But they were a team last year. Just as a Buckeye, I watched that game and like everybody looked at the final score on the bottom line and didn't think much about it. But if you watch that game, the first I believe it was 9 series of that game, they held their own and were right there in it, and then they could not score, and then the floodgates opened. But they were as gritty a team as people said. But boy, that offense was atrocious.
And the big thing for me is the Ferentz family dynasty and the entire Iowa fan base kind of almost collectively at this point, like calling for Kirk Ferentz's head. And I think this will be his last year. I just get that feeling anyway. But what would make me happier than anything is if Brian Ferentz ends up getting that job and becoming the head coach.
I'm with you. This isn't a team that I care for either. But what's funny is Iowa. This is one of my teams that I put. We'll talk about a few of them in this list, but this is one of my teams I put on my list that next year, as we all know, the world of college football is changing drastically. This Iowa is a program that could get left behind. They're on my target for like you're so close to being an elite program, but yet you could in the next decade you could be irrelevant. So they got to be real careful what they do, moving forward.
Absolutely. Yes, that is spot on. Now I'm gonna move into the top 25 here, and I hope I go the right direction on my computer here. Hey, I did. Look at that. Texas A&M getting a lot of preseason love. This one was interesting because there were a lot of it was so up and down with their ranking. I'll pull the banner down so we can actually see that. I don't know if we can fix why that's over top of us, Yank. I don't know if you've got a different overlay, but if you can see here, they come in with 436 points. Their highest rank was number 12. Ooh. And I believe, if I remember right, out of like 15 polls, there were 2 of them that had them really, really high up, as high as like 15. And then most team, probably a majority of them had them unranked. So this was a really interesting one that made the cut, just cracking the top 25. So the Aggies get a lot of love. I expect this to be another team that scores points, but can't quite hold off big-time SEC defenses.
Yeah, a lot of great recruiting over the last few years. A lot of athletes out there. That's always going to get you the benefit of the doubt, and it should. It's still college football, where athletes talent still wins. So I think that's Texas A&M. I know they had a lot of a lot of those guys leave, but not all of them. So they're still pretty stocked at talent. But in the SEC, wow, you can play really good and take quite a few losses. So that seems like to me. My gut feeling is that seems like a very fair ranking.
Yeah, and I seem to remember last year everybody being really high on Texas A&M last year, and Tony, I could be wrong here, but did I say that was going to be the biggest disappointment in college football? Was everybody who was looking on the Aggies thinking they're going to be the greatest thing since sliced bread last year, and they came out 5-7 or like yeah, it was.
They lost Appalachian State at
rough
home.
year. Yeah, exactly.
It happened on live TV.
But the talent is there. Yeah, yeah. The talent is there, and honestly, I know they had struggles moving the ball at times, but really, the thing that stood out to me was their lack of defense. Like they could not stop the run. Like on average, they were like it was 150 or 200 yards. I can't remember what the stat was, but it was awful. They were allowing over 150 yards a game on rushing. I was just like, ooh, and they couldn't stop anybody. They just, yeah, if your offense ain't moving faster than what your defense can slow down, it's just, it's a disaster.
Yeah, they
So,
did
we'll
finish
see
5 and 7.
They have the talent. I like. Yep. Okay. That's right. It was rough. And everybody thought they were going to be a one-loss team.
Yeah, in the SEC West. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of expect, even if they do put it together, I just see them losing several games in heartbreaking fashion, in big fun and gun shootout fashion. So if I had to put a ceiling on them, I'd say 8 wins. If I had to pick, probably realistically, I'd probably go more 6 and 6, 7 and 5, just based off of what I've seen from in the division in the past.
Yeah, schedule's everything in college football, and
yeah,
like you say, all those West teams, but they're all, it's all tough.
Yeah. Let's go on to number 24 here. We've got a familiar foe for A&M, leaving them behind in the Big 12. Texas Tech getting a lot of love on some schedule on a bunch of different preseasons. I'm guessing this is schedule based because of the depth in the Big 12, but they had as high as 19th and as low as unranked. But look how many points they got compared to A&M, coming in a lot lower with 389. They were very, very consistent, almost across the board, with all the different top 25s I combined at like 19 to like 20, 21. They very, very steady right along that bottom. So a lot of people expecting the Red Raiders to really be not a force, but could be a dark horse in the Big 12.
Yeah, I think it's going to go the other way. I think that they could be a good team, but I think they're going to lose the big ones versus Texas, Kansas State. Kansas State's just one of those teams. I mean, we'll talk about them that just like, oh, they might be all right. And they're always like up to the challenge and beat you up. Houston, you never know. I don't know how good they're going to be. I won't pretend to follow Houston's roster every year, but for a little while, they've been good. Kansas was way better last year, and I believe they have their quarterback returning. So any team that's got a quarterback coach, so I think it's going to be more like they're going to be a good team, but just take too many losses to get ranked much higher than this. So I'd say that's fair, but they'll also have a quote unquote successful season.
Yeah, I think I have to look at their schedule to throw out a win-loss record, but this is what new coach's second year, and he surprised everybody with 8 wins last year. Texas Tech wasn't expected to do anything. They pulled off a couple of good games, and so I don't know. I think it's a good spot for them as a sleeper. I think that's what they are in the Big 12. They could have a breakout season because they do have talent. And Texas Tech, with just the whole Texas recruiting, like you can have a dynamite team and not even know it, and just be filled with 3-star recruits at Texas. That's just something that happened a little Baylor over the years. Like they've done that several times.
Yeah,
Tech years, or it's going to be another 8-5 season.
Yeah, Tech's got Oregon, Kansas State, TCU, Texas, Baylor, Kansas. They just have a lot of roadblocks. Like I say, they got a tougher schedule than, like, say, Michigan, for instance. That's the truth of it. So it's going to be they're going to have a battle every week. So that just doesn't bode well for them.
Yeah, I don't expect any 2009 level success for Texas Tech, but
oh, man.
I do see them.
Michael Crabtree.
Oh God, what a season! 09 was just one of the best seasons ever for the Big 12, or Big 12 South specifically. But
yeah, it was amazing.
Crabtree is a beast.
A lot of Thursday night games every week.
Yeah. Oh God, that game against Texas was just nuts. Oh, I loved it. Big fan of that. I actually just watched some of the highlights from that the other night. I loved it. This is one of those teams I could see. If Texas is going to drop one that they shouldn't, I would put my money here, because Iowa State and K-State have kind of had their pick of the litter at knocking off Texas when Texas shouldn't lose. Iowa State and K-State have kind of been doing it lately. if anybody's going to do it this year, I would almost put my money here, but I don't know if I'm ready to place that bet just yet. So we'll see how their season develops. Coming in at number 23, usually a lot higher than this. My, how the Sooners have fallen. 23, Oklahoma with 383 total points. Highest ranked number 11, lowest rank completely unranked. And I think that was only on 2 lists out of 15, but wow, does that speak volumes that they can almost crack the top 10 in a lot and not even be showcased on some ranking list, because this is a team that's been plagued by inconsistency. It's the same thing with Texas, but more so. They're really good at finding ways to lose to Kansas State's, Iowa State's. It's just, I don't understand it. The way they got gobsmacked by Texas recently, it is pretty embarrassing, because this is a team I actually expected big things from last year, and I kind of don't expect much out of them this year. I won't be a bit surprised when they fall out of the rankings altogether.
Yeah, it's another one of these teams, like they're trending down, and they, again, just 4 or 5 games that they can lose. And if it even we're talking about college football here, like this team loses 4 games, that's a pretty bad season when you're talking about these blue blood programs. And it's amazing to see what's happened in the last few years since those playoff appearances, considering where they are now. Can they turn it around quickly in the SEC? Probably. I mean, everybody knows one good class and everything turns around. You get the right quarterback, but when they left and the transfers left with Riley, that definitely put this team in a hole. And this is a really interesting team to watch this year, because I would also say that if you're right about them being 23, as a fan, they're not going to be happy about that.
No. No.
You guys are better than me, but I'm just assuming.
Yeah, no, a lot of Sooner fans. There's a lot of Sooner fans around here.
Yeah, and I think they're going to be better than a lot of people are going to give them credit for. I don't think they're going to be great. Maybe 10 wins, maybe. It is. It's a talented team. They were a top 10 recruiting class again, weren't they? Like, yeah, it's young talent, but it's talent, man. And I wouldn't put it past them. It's what's it, new coach, 2nd year or 3rd year? Brent Venables?
Second,
Is
right?
that his name?
Just second year. But are we sure?
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
that's a huge question mark for me. I don't know that guy's a head coach.
Yeah.
Well, and then look at their schedule. I just pulled up their schedule here. Arkansas State, SMU, Tulsa, Cincinnati, Iowa State, Texas, UCF, Kansas, Oklahoma State, West Virginia, BYU, and TCU. Texas will be a fun game. TCU is a questionable if they'll survive that one. Most of those in a typical Oklahoma season should be winnable games. I could see Iowa State sneaking one in on them, because that's what Iowa State does. Yeah, like it's a winnable season. It should be that's not a bad schedule for Oklahoma, really.
It's not a horrible schedule. No, it's just and again, if your quarterback plays good, you're going to win those, teeter-totter games. And you're right. You could be a 10-win team.
This is their swan song in the Big 12, and
true.
They could be leaving the Big 12 on a really sour note, because listen to that schedule. I could see 9-3 easy. I could also see 6-6 really, really easily.
God,
and if it's closer to 6-6, and they
I feel
go
so bad for my Sooner friends.
Oh man, leaving the Big 12 to the SEC, being 6-6, like what a awful way to come in and make your debut. But what you just said, Chicken, with the young talent, this could play in their favor. If they have a down year this year, join the SEC next year, and that's when that talent starts to pop, they could really make some serious noise next year in their debut. So definitely a team to watch. I mean, they're always fun to watch. When their defense clicks, it's one of the more fun teams to actually watch in the Big 12, because it actually plays some defense. It's Oklahoma, yeah, I always watch when it's on, because it's Oklahoma and the roots run deep around here. So yeah, I'm interested to see how this pans out. But if I had to guess right now, I'm guessing they won't be inside the top 25 at the end of the year. We'll see how they play against Texas, and that should tell us how the rest of their year is going to unfold. But coming in at 22, Tulane. Former SEC member way back when, Tulane. Man, this one was universal. They had so much love. There was only a couple of, maybe 3 lists that didn't have them ranked at all. And they had as high a ranking as 14th. Tulane coming in at number, yes. A lot of love for the Tulane Green Wave, baby. Oh, ride it. I'm excited to see a BCS buster, quote unquote, like Tulane jump in here. This is exciting because this is not a name you expect to see. This is not a team you expect to be like, oh, they could play spoiler. Like this is fun for me. I love these teams that kind of come up out of nowhere. But they had a really solid year last year. 12-2. 12-2 year. I know they play in a very down league, but they put up some numbers. They had some really good players. This is a team people expect to actually do some good things again.
Yeah, that's and it's another. That's one of these teams too. That again, this is the way the system works. If they can steal that one versus Ole Miss, that's going to put them in a great position.
Yeah.
The rest of their schedule, they can run it. They can literally run the rest of their schedule. This could be, your classic. Whether it was the Carolina, Coastal Carolina, whether it was Cincinnati, one of these teams that can benefit from their conference and having a good team at the same time and really upset. Will they let them in the, like we'll say magically if they go undefeated, will they let them in the playoffs? No. But
no.
Are they going to be, could they be top 20? Absolutely. If I remember correct, they won a big bowl game at the end of the year, right? I got the right team, don't I? My memory serves me.
I think it's hilarious. In week 2, one of the most exciting games is going to be Tulane versus Ole Miss.
And it's going to be that should be a really good game.
It will be. I worry about them. Their quarterback's coming back, but they lost their star running back. But I mean, they do have backup. They do have talent. We'll see. Who did they play? They were in the Cotton Bowl.
Yes. Were they in the Cotton Bowl? Wow.
Yeah,
they got some love.
Let's see. Yeah, they knocked out Kansas State and USC last year.
USC. That's I can't believe I couldn't remember that.
That's right.
And we all know how serious those teams take those. Like, take it for what you will, but it is a win's a win. Like,
that's a big deal.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a huge deal. Yeah, so I said they finished on a high note, and they got that schedule. Like,
that's a.
But we could say the same thing about UTSA.
That's almost as good as Georgia's schedule. We'll get to that.
Oh yeah.
We'll talk about them.
Yeah, spoiler alert: Georgia's going to be fun.
Yeah, they're going to be all right. Yeah, I'm so excited to watch Tulane be on TV this year. I love when there's a team like this getting some preseason love, getting some hype. I hope they can sustain it. I always like to see an underdog step up every year, and this could be another one for them. So excited to watch that. Oh, where's Justin Edit? I lost one. Where is it? There it is.
There it is.
Number 21. Just talked about them. Ole Miss. They're going to challenge right out of the gate early on, right? Well, 342 points total, highest rank of 16, lowest unranked. This is another one of those teams in the SEC West, well, the SEC in general, gets a lot of preseason love, wins in really good fashion early on, and somehow manages to really just piddle stuff away down the stretch. By the time midseason rolls around, they've got a nice ranking. Your Alabamas, your LSUs, play them, beat them, move up the rankings. That's the system. That's how it works. And that's kind of what I expect out of Ole Miss this year again. That said, though, I know they've got some good players. I don't know what their schedule looks like. Chicken, what's their schedule look like?
They got the 3 big boys.
Their schedule's bad.
They got the 3 big boys.
Yeah, their schedule's bad. So they open up against Mercer, then they got to get past Tulane, then they do Georgia Tech, and then here you go. Alabama, LSU, back-to-back. They do Arkansas, Auburn, Vandy, and then have to do Texas A&M and then Georgia back-to-back.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
It's
and
a
finish
tough,
with
that's
Mississippi
a tough
State. Yeah, they've got one of the tougher schedules in college football.
I'm going to say like 3-9 right now. Oh,
they got 3 top 5 teams they have to play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That beats you up. And Arkansas could be good.
Yes, I was just thinking that.
They're not walking through them.
Absolutely not. No, that's a team that knows that's a division foe. They're not going to hand anything over to Ole Miss.
Coming off of Alabama, LSU back to back.
Yeah. Oh.
Now they get a week off after Arkansas, but it is back to those are back to back weeks too. There's no bye weeks in there.
I feel bad for the Rebels this year. That's all I got to say.
There's no way.
Yep.
There's no way.
Strength of schedule. If they get past Alabama and lose to LS and then lose to LSU or vice versa, still be like if you can get past Tulane and beat Alabama or LSU, which I see they did, then going into Texas A&M and that Georgia game, those 2 weeks in November, nonetheless, if they stay healthy, they got a shot.
Even their bye week at the end of the year,
it's a long shot.
Before the Egg Bowls, UL Monroe, who was a program that is not a gimme anymore. I mean, they just got a thorough schedule, and if they take one upset along the way, even if they steal one from the Big Three, like they're still, we're talking. I mean, if they have an 8-win season, they're going to be a good team.
With that schedule, if they win 6 games, they'll be ranked like 23rd because they're in the SEC West.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, I don't expect this ranking to hold up. I kind of expect another team or 4 from their division to really slap them around. So we'll see if they can get past Tulane, then we'll talk about this ranking. Number 20, there's the correct order.
Okay.
Tar Heels and Mac Brown, North Carolina with 341 points, highest rank of 17, lowest rank of unranked. Not a big shocker here. This was, I think the big discrepancy here was early on, people kind of expected them to be good. And then as the polls kind of came out and then they all kind of got meshed together, people started dropping them back down. So I don't know what happened over spring ball or in fall practice, but not much love for him down the stretch heading into the season, but a lot of early love. So I guess I'm not sure why the early idea on him being good and now not sticking to it.
Can I interrupt you and tell you why? Drake fucking May. That's why.
Okay.
That dude, if he stays healthy and he does what he did last year, not only is this the Heisman, but he's also #1 draft pick.
Yeah.
The dude's amazing.
North Carolina.
He's probably the best quarterback in NCAA this season going in.
I'll be shocked. Like, I think this is as low as they could possibly be. Like, their schedule, they can win. I mean, they did lose some talent, but easy. May is so good, but their schedule's not bad. And they got big names on their schedule. Man, college football, big secret is have big names that aren't that good. And then when everybody looks at your resume, it just,
Miami,
at App State, even Minnesota, Miami, all those names. And then if you can, at the end of the year, North Carolina State, by the end of the year,
and then they get Clemson.
If they can, that's the big one. So they basically, it's one of those. Now, I don't think they're, they might be they got to be an ACC contender because of that conference. I think Clemson's clearly the leader in the clubhouse. But I mean, this is a team that I think should win 10 games. And 10 games in that, and if they take a couple of those, I mean, they're going to be. I think 20 is their floor to me.
Wow. Okay, I like that.
He's incredible.
I didn't get to see a lot of North Carolina last year, so I really had no idea what Mac Brown had going down there in Chapel Hill.
Just him.
Yeah. I didn't watch any of their games last year until like the end of the season. I was like, man, that kid's good. It's like, wow, like. They got him. Yeah, they snuck that kid in there. Wow, he's impressive.
It's like anybody else. If they can get some of that defensive talent to step up, they could be really good.
Yeah.
All right, North Carolina, look for quarterback play and wish for the best.
There you go.
Number 19. Somebody's gonna have to explain this one to me.
Okay, I can't.
What in the blue hell is going on here? Because
transfer.
I don't understand this. The highest rank for the Beavers, Oregon State, 336 points. This was fairly decisive, their placement. Highest rank is 16th, lowest rank unranked, as you would expect, but it was only a few lists out of 15 that did not have them ranked. Most of them had them pretty commonly 20th, 19th, but a few of them had them closer to the top 15. what in the hell? This is a team that is not going to be FBS level if things keep going the way things are going. And we're talking about them being top 20 right now. Someone explain this to me, please.
They got the starting quarterback from Clemson last year transferred there. That's what this is all about. Uiagalelei, and that's all this is banked on, is that they're thinking he's going to be as good as he was coming in, to Clemson, and it's going to give this team to win. And
do they have any defense at all?
I don't know. I'm surprised at the ranking.
Yeah,
that's the only. I'm just trying to think of a reason.
Do they?
Really? So I'm looking at their stats.
I have not
on
watched this
defense
team
from
since
last
Mike
year.
Riley was the coach.
So they got, let's see, Pac-12 linebacker, first team All-American Omar Speights returns. Let's see, secondary. They're losing some defensive backs, however. I'm trying to look through here of any big names. They got 2 all Pac-12 tackles in Joshua Gray and Fuaga. I don't know who either of those guys are. So they're the one article I pulled up, Athlon Sports. Athlon Sports is touting their defense, that they're going to have a good defense this year.
I just don't like they have Utah, UCLA, Washington, Oregon, Colorado all in their schedule. I mean,
that's a rough schedule.
And those are some, a lot of good quarterbacks in the conference, and that's, it's just it just seems like a lot to overcome.
Yeah, Pac-12, even though they're like Pac-12's falling apart, but man, they have some talented quarterbacks this year. Holy shit!
Oh yeah, they're actually loaded at talent this year, especially on the offensive side of the ball. And it's just a lot to overcome.
It's scary
to get it, because you're talking 19, like that's a pretty good ranking, And
this
the
is a
thing
team
is,
that hasn't made noise since.
And we're talking about a kid,
off USC on a Thursday night.
We're talking about DJ, who they pretty much across the board, people feel like he really, really, really underperformed at Clemson. So that's a lot of credit to give a kid who couldn't stay at Clemson because of quality of play. Now he's super talented, but that's the whole reason he's not there anymore. So that it's not a lock solid transfer like some of these other guys.
That's interesting that people are touting their defense, because I didn't realize they even had one. And that speaks volumes, because, like you said, there's a lot of talent at the quarterback position out in the West Coast. So if their defense is half as good as build, and they can win some of these really nasty games, because they've got a bad schedule, a rough one, maybe 19's not so far-fetched then. If they've got the quarterback and the defense and can knock off a couple of the big boys, I'd be all for it. I used to like watching the Beavers play spoiler, USC.
And who knows? Sometimes with these rankings too, this one doesn't really make any sense. A lot of times, they'll overrank these teams because they have a big game early in the year, so they want it to look better than it is. But they don't really have a game till Utah, which that's going to decide a lot. So it is peculiar, but they're up there. I'd like to say I'm with you. I saw some that had them up as high as 14. I'm like, what are we talking about here?
Wow. Oregon State. God, what year is it? I swear it's 2023. So keep your eye on the Beavers. They could be making some noise one way or the other. Number 18. Oh man. Probably the division favorite, Wisconsin Badgers, 324 points total, highest ranked 13th, lowest ranked, and only on a couple unranked. Now, this team has been a thorn in my ass since joining the Big Ten, and just getting a second win, because I think we've only really beaten them once that I can think of off the top of my head. God, that'd be great. And I don't think this is going to be the year, but this is going to be, it's a tough team to play every year, regardless of how good they are. Their record's usually not indicative of how just rough they play you, how much they beat you up. It's a consistent. This is like Barry Alvarez instilled the formula that worked at Nebraska a long time ago, and they've managed to hold on to that. It's physical, tough football by beating down your opponent. And this is another Wisconsin Badger team that's going to do exactly that. If I had to pick a team right now to win the division, I would easily pick Wisconsin. I just don't see Iowa being that team. I don't see Minnesota being able to maintain it down the stretch. And I think Wisconsin will win key games to cinch up the division. So I like I like their ranking here because they're going to lose some they shouldn't lose. They're going to lose a heartbreaker or two probably, but they're going to win games. They're probably going to win the division, and they're going to be a nasty football team to deal with.
Yeah, they're going to be really – if their quarterback just takes one more step forward, it's going to be great. You're very favorable schedule. They essentially have one game, Ohio State. Oh, yeah. Every other game, they should be favored. We'll see what happens when they get to Iowa, but I think we all agree that Iowa is probably not going to be they're not going to be an offensive juggernaut. By the time they get to Iowa, I would imagine they'll be favored. They're going to be favored in every game except one for the season. They avoid Michigan, they avoid Penn State. So this is the year, and Wisconsin typically in this year does really well and puts themselves into position for a playoff spot, and then typically it's Ohio State or somebody at the end of the year, and I'll just say it's always Ohio State, knocks them off, at the end of the year and stops them from going forward. They were undefeated one year and went into the Big Ten championship game. Ohio State beat them. I think they had one loss one year and had a shot. Ohio State beat them. So Wisconsin typically with this schedule is done very, very well. So I expect them to be really good this year based on all that. And I think they're going to be a good team also.
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything you said there. If anything, the one thing I would worry about is their defense. They picked up the defensive coordinator from Cincinnati, I believe. Cincinnati's put together some good defense.
They got Cincinnati's head coach is Wisconsin's head coach now. Luke Fickell is the head coach of Wisconsin now.
Well, didn't they pick up?
That's a great pickup for them.
I need to look that up. Yeah, they picked up Fickell and Mike Tressel.
They brought Tressel with them too. Okay, yeah. So hopefully they left Coombs there. I'm pretty sure they left Coombs in Cincinnati because you don't want that dude anywhere near your program. Speaking from experience,
this is going to be Wisconsin's going to be I don't think they're going to be a juggernaut this year, but man, they have all the makings to become the East or the West juggernaut.
They got a super talented quarterback who just hasn't performed, so he's kind of got forgot about. And if they can get him developed this summer, circle that Ohio State game, that's going to that's got upset wrote all over it. Former head coach, former player, it's just one of those trap games. So Wisconsin could have a really good year accidentally.
I like that. I like that.
They tend to do it.
Jeff, I'll ask you this because I'm curious. Luke Fickell coming in now at Wisconsin, taking this program, and I expect him to do very well.
Yeah, me too.
When Luke Fickell was tasked with taking over at Ohio State, and he really didn't get much of a chance. Do you think he got a fair deal? Or did he kind of get roughshotted out of that?
So he took one for the team, and he knew it. Everybody knew. So the writing was on the wall there. Urban Meyer had just left Florida, so they knew. And then when that happened with the horrible tattoo scandal that looks it looks like jaywalking now. So they, obviously they had to get Tressel out of there because they knew they had one chance to get, an Urban Meyer, that was still on the top of his game. So Fickell has to fall on the sword for Ohio State. He brings in his, a freshman quarterback in Braxton Miller, a true freshman who was not supposed to play. He's supposed to have Terrell Pryor that year. Fights through that season. The team was actually better than people realized looking at the record. They really were a good team that just couldn't get the offense going. But then Meyer was a juggernaut at that point. Came in. But Fickell stays, goes back to the defense, and does a great job, gets a national championship, turns that in, to a Cincinnati job. So I think he was on board with it. I don't think he ever thought that he was the future at Ohio State, and I don't think he believed he was ready for it. But as far as an assistant head coach for us and defensive coach, he was great and did everything you could ask of somebody. And I was sad to lose him, Fickell and Freeman. And now you got one at Wisconsin and one at Notre Dame, and they both have a chance to knock us off this year. But that's just how it goes in college football. I mean, good coaches get jobs.
Yeah, I think this is a great fit. It's still a great cultural fit for him. I think, I think he's going to be able to transition this team into what he wants it to be.
Yeah.
And own it pretty quickly. I don't think there's going to be a lot of growing pains here. So I do.
I think this is a perfect spot for him. And again, that's another reason I think they're going to be really good.
This will be a fun team to watch no matter what. except for one specific week where I'll probably cry a lot. Number 17, we have got, where's my cursor? There it is. The purple kitties of the Big 12. Yes, I did find the absolute worst logo for them.
I love it. I love the pettiness. I admire it.
It's not petty. No, this is just their normal logo, I swear. Number 17, K-State Wildcats, the Big 12, 303 points. Highest rank of 14, lowest rank unranked. This is one that a lot of people want to see just firepower coming out, and they're probably going to suck ass on the defense. I'm guessing this is going to be a defensive shit show, and their offense is going to be really, really hit and miss. So this is going to be a team, in my opinion, that's going to win a couple games they shouldn't, and probably lose 3 games that they shouldn't. But that's kind of what they had, this knack of finding stupid ways to lose last year, if I remember right. It was just infuriating because I've got a few.
Well, they had Adrian Martinez, so.
Well, but once he went down with injury, I mean, who could have foreseen that coming? Oh my God, who could have known that Martinez would get hurt? Holy shit! Stop me if you've seen this before.
I don't know. He was actually one of my favorite quarterbacks in Nebraska.
He was.
I actually,
when he was good.
I supported him while everybody else, shit on him the whole time.
Oh no, I just mean as a High State fan, I thought it was awesome. I supported him.
Yeah, I bet you did. No,
I think he had a good season last year. Good for him.
Tony, I think you're right. K-State's going to be K-State this year. I think they'll have an okay secondary, but it looks like from what I saw on who they lost, we might have some harsh times on the defense. Their QB filled in for Adrian last year, did a great job, won 4 in a row. I think their offense is going to be lightning in a bottle. Like it's just going to be ready to strike. But it's going to be, can their defense, it's going to be shootouts in most of their schedule. And you look at their schedule, it's not like a super tough schedule, but it's like, man, you got Southeast Missouri, Troy should be fine. But then, Missouri's always a tough game for them. UCF you never know how that one's going to go. I think their talent matches up pretty well. Oklahoma State, you never know how that goes. Texas Tech, you never know how that goes. TCU will probably roll over them. I don't know anything about Houston, just like Jeff does. Texas should kick their ass, but you know how that game goes every now and then. It's a coin flip every week for me when I look at this and be like, do I trust Kansas State to win or lose? It's almost all those games are a coin flip, with the exception, I think TCU will destroy them. I don't think Texas will. I think that'll be the game that Texas screws up this year, because that's what Texas does.
Yeah, I defer to you guys most. I mean, I watched a lot of them last year, but I wouldn't pretend to know what they have coming back. But I know, again, it's just to touch on it, gritty. They always will hang with a team they shouldn't and be exciting and steal one, but they also will give up one. Kind of feels like, I think 17, to me, I can't imagine being any higher than that. But I say that, and I just sat and watched them, beat TCU at the end of last season. Who knows? But it feels like 17 as a good ceiling, kind of an 8-4 team to me. It'd be another good season for Kansas State, get a decent bowl game if you care about that, get a nice prize package and rinse, repeat.
Yeah, no, I can't disagree with any of that. This is, they're going to be amazing when they're on, and they're just going to look absolutely lost when they're off. That's what I expect. Number 16, TCU, right next to them, 291 points total, under 300. We're getting down there, folks. Number 10 was the highest ranking, and unranked was their lowest ranking. So another one that's all over the board. But I think those unranked lists are having a really, really, really tough time forgetting the way the Horned Frogs ended the year last year. Obviously, we all remember the absolute massacre of the championship game and the way that they finished Big 12 play. So this is still a really good team. I think they return a lot of talent, if I'm not mistaken, but I just don't see them being able to repeat the same success that they had last year.
Yeah, and they lost their three best offensive players. I mean, just all this. It's hard to replace a quarterback. It just feels like everything's stacked against them. But they're a good program. They
Except for
won
their schedule.
They won,
Their schedule's favorable.
and that's again college football. That's really all it's about. It's about that loss column. If you told me they were going to end up 16, I think I would agree. If you tell me I don't think they have any shot at the playoffs again this year to go back. I think they're gonna get, like you said, Kansas State's going to catch them, or Baylor or Oklahoma. A team that they could probably beat is going to get them, and then maybe Texas or one of the better teams is going to get them. So there's 2 or 3 losses there right there. So then
I expect this Texas Tech, TCU Texas Tech to be like a crazy good game that gets like a primetime spot, and the winner of that can kind of take that spot of who's going to be the up and comer, the dark horse to win this league.
Yeah, and there was a couple of those TCU games it's hard for me to wipe out of my head last year that they probably I never like to say you should have lost because they didn't, but man, they were right there. So they weren't. They weren't.
What was it, 4 or 5 like 3-point games they won?
Yeah. So if those go and you take that that returning quarterback out of it, Max out of it, and now you're starting over, like those games you may not win. So now all of a sudden you've lost 3 or 4 games. So it's a
my hope for my hope for the Horned Frogs this year is they put Colorado up on the 2nd of September. So we could see TCU just completely crush Colorado right away in week 1. I'm super excited to watch that game.
I like talking about these teams out here because these are teams that I'm not emotionally connected to, so I can just watch the game and enjoy it. You know what I mean? Some I'm not like that with all these teams, but like you get out here and you get out here in this conference, I just enjoy watching it. Whatever. No stake.
Yeah, this is a team that I always wanted to see in the Big 12, and they showed up after we left. I was always glad to see them finally get in there. And now that conference is just so completely different. It's just next year, I think, if they can sustain the success and keep putting together teams, this could be their league if they could maintain it. I just don't know that they can. So we'll see what the Horned Frogs do this year. But coming up at 15, the Utes, Utah, 212 points, highest rank of 10, lowest rank of 16. That's pretty clear cut. I think this is a team that everybody expects to be very solid, top to bottom, win a good chunk of their games, be right in the thick of it in the Pac-12 in what could very well be its final season. It's kind of hard to pick against this team because when they get on a roll, even against the heavies of the league, man, do they look so good doing it. They make big teams look inferior when they are on a roll. And I love watching the Utes play. I love their stadium. I got to tell you, whenever they're on TV in their house, man, does that just the visual of the mountains and their student section, the vibe out of that stadium is just awesome. I love watching the Utes, but I do expect them to be a force. Couldn't they win their division? Could they win the Pac-12? I don't know what their schedule looks like, so I'm eager to hear. Is it bad?
Yeah, they get most of the big boys. But what I like about this Utah team, and that's the team that I really, really wanted. I wish the expanded playoffs for a team like this last year, because after how they played against USC, they're tough. They beat you up like you played them when the game's over. They don't give in. They were really impressive, and that's a team at the end of the year because they lost a couple bummers early, and like they were a really good team at the end of last year. And if they can carry most of that over, they got Rising coming back. A tough kid, experienced kid at quarterback. Like this is easily a team that could jump up there and make a run at USC again for that Pac-12 title and a shot at the playoffs.
Yeah, they got some tough ones this year.
Yeah.
They open against Florida, which I honestly haven't paid much attention to. Florida's even halfway good this year.
Should win.
But they got they play Baylor, Weber State should be an easy win. Then they got UCLA, Oregon State, they play Cal, they play USC, they play Oregon, Arizona State, Washington, Arizona, Colorado. Like that's not an easy
solid schedule. That's a solid schedule.
The back half is nasty.
UCLA is a better team. Like I'm shocked that most people have them unranked. Like they're a good team.
Yeah, they are.
And Florida's going to be Florida's going to have physical guys. They're going to be athletic. They're going to they're going to fight you. Like I don't care if Florida's not ranked or not. I don't want to play them week 1.
Is that in Utah or is that in the swamp?
That is
that will be in the swamp.
That's Utah.
No, that's in Utah. It's in Utah.
Oh, okay.
That's a big game. Woo.
That's going to be a good win for them.
So that's 8:31. So that sounds like that must be on a weekday, right? Am I being crazy here? Is that Thursday?
8:30.
Friday?
Yeah, that's a Thursday.
Thursday. Oh boy.
No, that'd be a Friday.
Is that
wait,
the Friday?
Yeah,
minute.
that's a Thursday game.
Oh boy, pencil me
Thursday
in for,
because Friday's the first. That's
pencil
right.
me in for the
we got
couch Thursday night.
I think
for that.
Notre Dame
Ooh.
kicks off the season this Saturday on the 26th, and then there's a couple games on Sunday, and then I think that's the next one. Is that Thursday?
Perfect.
I'm in for that.
That's going to be a great game to watch. All right, I'm looking forward to everything Utah does. Whenever it's again visually, they're just so much fun to watch because they play hard. Stadium's great. The fans are always on fire when they're doing good, and yeah, I love watching their physical football. So excited to see what they can do. I'm pulling for them. Number 14, the Ducks, 210 points, highest rank of 11, lowest rank of 18. This is one of those teams that has just never gotten physical football consistent. When they're
I was high
flying
on the
around.
Ducks last year. I thought the Ducks
like
were going
watching
to
the Ducks.
Usually make fun of Ducks, and I don't want to be a Ducks fan. And last year I was like, I think Oregon's going to be great this year. Bo Nix, man, like this is going to be great. It just wasn't there last year.
They were for a while. I mean, he was a Heisman contender.
Yeah. I don't know. They just disappointed me last year. I don't know if I can get on the Duck train this year.
They kind of feel like TCU in some regard, like where they let you down when they shouldn't have. But I feel like Oregon has a chance to. Because I think their schedule's somewhat favorable.
I'm reading all these articles that go through like why they didn't do great last year, and they're like, there's these huge Athlene's got like this almost full page cutout of like all the excuses the Ducks have for sucking last year at the end of the season. Like, this is like everybody's like, we rank them 11, but here's why it's different this year. Like, oh come on.
I assume they get some of the bad games at home, and that's kind of why they're where they're at. So I don't know that I pick them right now to win the division, make the championship, but it's a team I'm always going to check out when I see them on.
They're at Washington and they're at Utah over a 3-week span. So it's like if it looks like if they can take one of them, then they'll keep themselves alive. And they got USC late, and then they got Oregon State at home, for the Civil War to finish it up. So but in between, there's some relief.
Not easy.
But it's not an easy schedule, but it's not the worst I've seen. So they could make some noise if Nix can. I don't know. I honestly, I think it's his 6th season. I'm pretty sure, but if he can, drum it up, and
they should start off.
They could make some waves.
Or 5.
They're going to. They're
start off 5-0 heading into Washington game. Yeah,
it's going to be a big game. Yep.
That should be solid. Yeah, that'll be great to see.
Yeah, they're going to be in great shape. They'll probably, by the time things shake out, they'll probably be right around top 10 heading into that Washington game.
Well, spoiler alert, we'll be talking about them very quickly here. But first up, at 13, we've got the Vols.
Oh, boy.
Tennessee, 178 points, highest rank of 7, lowest rank of 19. So, man, this is one of those teams that just when you think they're coming back, they find a way to tailspin right back down to the bottom. So is this finally going to be it where Tennessee puts it together and really makes a stake for winning the East Division? Like we know Georgia's not exactly going to be conditioned to beat elite talent. When do they get the dogs? Because that's really going to determine how
they don't get the dogs till the end of November, 11-18. Yep. The only challenges that they have up until that point, Texas A&M in October 14th, and then Bama the week after that.
Yep. They got 3 games on their schedule.
This could be a top 5 matchup against Georgia if all the cards fall right. we could be looking at like a top one.
It could be a
versus-
top 5 against them and Bama.
Yeah. Yeah, it could. So Tennessee
It
has a
should
chance.
be. But
Tennessee
I would
has a
not
chance
want to.
make serious noise.
Yeah, I would not want to be Tennessee going down into Alabama after last year. Like Saban doesn't tend to take that stuff well. But
Yeah.
they've got it in front of them. They've got a good schedule.
They'll be they should be 5-0 before the Texas A&M game, which they get at home. If they have the momentum of being 6-0, beating Texas A&M, which I can't remember what their beginning of the season schedule looked like, if they're still going to be ranked at that point or not. If this could be a number 4 Alabama versus a number 5 or number 6 Tennessee team at that time.
And even with
that
the
could
loss
be a
there,
huge game.
even with the loss there, that Georgia game should mean something. Should mean something for the division. So Tennessee's they're in a good position. They're ranked.
Yeah, they can lose to Bama and
games.
still play against Georgia and
absolutely
be in the conversation.
And to finish with Vanderbilt, you're going to win that game.
Oh,
so
yeah.
You got Missouri before Georgia, so you got a little. That's how college football works. Like you have to overlook these teams and take 2 weeks and prep for the big games. That's just how it is. And they've got relief. They've got UConn late. They've got relief late in the schedule.
The SEC is so good at padding.
They
that
sure
back end
are.
schedule.
That Kentucky game could be an upset, though.
They're so good. They give you a breather at the end before the big rivalry week. They find a way to give you a good record headed into the meat of it, into the middle. But that back end, they give you the SEC is so good at scheduling. And it's not like the SEC East.
I got a scenario for you. You're gonna hate this. They're gonna go 6-0, head into Bama. It'll be like number 6 Tennessee versus number 3 or 4 Alabama. They beat Alabama, and everybody's like, "Oh my God, Tennessee's back!" And then the next week they go to Kentucky and they lose.
I could see that 1,000%. I could see it.
It's all in the arm of Joe Milton. If he's grown into the player that people thought he was 4 years ago, it's another one of these guys. Like he's been around, he's uber talented quarterback. And does he finally figure it out? Does he? If he plays in the system and becomes accurate like Hooker did last year, Tennessee's going to be fantastic. Like absolutely.
That's right.
Fantastic.
They lost Hooker. Yeah,
Hooker's gone, but Milton. Milton's actually a more physical quarterback, better arm, better everything. If he can just play within the offense like Hooker learned to do, and I always give a guy a chance. Like I'll assume he can. If he reaches potential, like Tennessee's going to be fantastic.
This is it. The SEC East isn't exactly a juggernaut division, but like Kentucky, South Carolina, they're good. Florida, they're still big names, and it's going to get plenty of attention and love. So winning those games will speak volumes. And if they win them convincingly, it'll justify their ranking. So I'm really excited to see if Tennessee can finally put it together. And with a schedule like that, a couple of big marquee games, if they could do it, man, what a story that would be if they could win the division, win the conference. Like you'd almost have to say they'd be the number 1 team, undefeated. But I just can't consciously put my chips on that.
The one I'm looking at, South Carolina. That's just a weird game that feels like
that's a trap game. 100%.
They could come out of that before the Texas A&M game and be like, "Oh, what could have been?" That's the one that jumps out as far as overlooking somebody.
I would agree with that 100%. Number 12, the Huskies, 175 points, highest rank of 7, lowest rank of 21. Washington, I think I like them better than the Ducks. I do, and it's not just because of the ranking. I just feel like I think they're a more complete team, and I think they're a little bit more physical, and I think they'll probably win the head-to-head for sure. If I had to bet now, I would bet on the Huskies. So I'm excited to see what they can do. I know they got a good chunk of talent coming back, if I'm not mistaken, but the schedule, I didn't get a good chance to look at it. So I think they get Oregon at home, Am I right about that?
Yes.
Because that would be a big one.
Oregon at home, not a ton before that. They got a Michigan State game in there. That'll be a good win over a name, which people love that. But then they have a run of USC, Utah, Oregon State 3 weeks in a row. That's just a tough. That is so hard to do. But of course, if they do that, they're obviously they're in. But that's a lot to ask.
That's one away, one at home, and then one away. So at USC, at home against Utah, and then at Oregon State.
And no time off, no letdown game. So that is coming off Utah and then going right into another defense that we're assuming is going to be good for Oregon State. That's a lot to ask.
Yeah, you kind of have to assume right now that they'd be looking at, if you can go 1-on-1 against Utah, USC, just the way that schedule lines up, they'd probably be sitting pretty good. Come out of those not unscathed, but not beat down.
Yeah. And they'll put themselves in position for the Pac-12 game, and that's all you got to do. And they're going to have a shot. I think they're going to be there all year. I think Penix is awesome.
That's his name, Penix. Like he's probably the second best quarterback in the NCAA this year. Like, he's in my opinion, that kid is so good.
And he's he's proven that
4,500 plus yards last year.
Yeah. Jesus. And can make just incredible throws and keep a team in it. Had really stepped up last year after getting hurt in Indiana and transferring.
Did he have 2,000 or 3,000 yard receivers last year? I know he had at least 2.
I'm not sure. He just lit it up. He's amazing. I'm shocked he didn't go pro. So those
are video game stats.
Yeah, he's a video game player. He's just a video game player.
That's awesome. So yeah, this is again, you don't expect them with a tough slate in the thick of it to go unscathed. But in the Pac-12, you don't have to be perfect. You just got to win when you need to and not look ugly in defeat.
That's why I like the Huskies. They actually have a good defense to get along with that. With that fiery offense they have. Like I think they can clinch it.
I like this ranking. I expect them to fall a little lower than this. We'll see where they're actually ranked when the season kicks off, but I expect them to fall, but I do see them being able to climb back up pretty easy. So I like the ranking, and I think there's room for improvement here. So
I think the only teams they'll drop behind if they flip anybody before the season starts is that, I've got them at 10, basically over here, 10 or 11. Maybe Tennessee, they put Tennessee above them to start, but like you said, it weed itself out. It's really irrelevant. As long as you start in like the top 15, you don't have to worry about anything. Just win.
Yep. Win when you can.
Yeah, just win.
And do it a lot. Number 11, the Irish, Notre Dame, 174 points. Yeah, not a lot of breathing room between them and the Huskies at 175 and 174 for the Irish. Highest rank of 9, lowest rank of 17. This is one of those teams that they're going to get love no matter what, whether it's earned or not. Even on the years where people aren't like crowing about them, they still get some attention. Is this one justified? They're coming in 11 here. I know that they've got the ACC teams, so that's going to play in their favor.
Mm-hmm.
What's their hardest challenge? I think this is all schedule, isn't it?
They got Ohio State and USC this year.
Oh, they've got both of them. Oh,
yep,
and Clemson
this year, and Clemson, Ohio State,
no!
USC, Clemson. Yeah.
Oh, they drew Clemson on top of Ohio State and USC. Oh,
yeah,
wow.
That's part of that ACC deal. And then they went and got one of the best, quarterbacks in college football kid out of Wake Forest, Sam. Let's say his name right. Hartman. Yeah. I almost called him Hartwell. So, and they finished the year. They were a team. I said last year as a Ohio State fan, I'm glad we got them early and didn't have to play them late in the year because they got tougher under Marcus Freeman, beat you up. We're physical. We're starting to figure it out. And what they were missing was that quarterback, and they got that quarterback. So I have every reason to believe this is a legit ranking, but they do have their schedule's not super tough, but they have 3 giant games.
It's a Big Ten, a Pac-12, and an ACC juggernaut in the wake. Like I thought maybe this ranking was just based off of an easier schedule. But yeah, they drew a pretty nasty one because they're going to have some tough tests they usually do.
Yeah, they got Navy to open up Saturday, week 0.
Not a pushover.
So Navy at home, Tennessee State at home. Then they go to NC State, and then Central Michigan home, and then Ohio State at home. So in week 4 it'd be their 5th game, but it's week 4 against Ohio State. So that could be a
yeah, that's huge.
really
But then,
cool game to
they,
watch.
they come back Duke, Louisville, get a little rest. USC at home, enormous. Then Pitt, that Pitt game's at home.
Oh, Pitt'll be nasty.
Pitt'll beat you up and be ready. And then Clemson at Clemson. So they got about a 5-week run there to where that's their whole season. But then they finish with Wake Forest and Stanford. So like all they got to do, just like we talked about with Washington a minute ago, they got to knock off Ohio State or USC, and they're going to be right in it. If they knock off both, I mean, they're set.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Irish could make a run of it.
Which makes me sick to my stomach. I just want to be that even.
Totally fair. Totally fair. All right. Number 10. This one makes me sick to my stomach. Texas, 157 points, highest rank of 5, lowest rank of 12. You hate to see it. The Longhorns back in the top 10. And man, there is just a general consensus that this team is on fire. They're going to light up everybody. They're going to beat Alabama. They're going to win the Big 12. They're going to make the college football playoff. This team's going to be unstoppable because Texas is back. Right?
Again.
Again.
2 losses. They'll have 2 losses this year easy.
I see 2 on the schedule. Yeah.
Bingo.
Good schedule though.
10-2 is my exact.
It's a favorable schedule.
It's a good schedule.
I'm going to say they could lose like a Texas Tech or a TCU. They'll beat Oklahoma. That's just
Kansas State.
Guarantee it.
Alabama will beat them, and Kansas State will knock them off.
I don't know if I'm sold on
Iowa State. Iowa State might like sneak one in right at the end of the season because that's
the thing about out there in the Big 12. One of those teams you guys have talked about all night is going to be really good. And we don't know which one out of that pack, whether it's Iowa State, Kansas State, whoever.
Or it's just Iowa State finds your worst day. Iowa State's really good at finding you at your worst day and exploiting the shit out of it. Like they're amazing at it.
It's amazing because they've done it for so freaking long. Every year they manage to find one team on their schedule and just be like,
ranked team.
We have no business being on the field with you, but yeah, we're just going to go ahead and beat you. It's nuts. And Texas has fallen victim to that.
Like,
embarrassingly.
Texas has got a bit of a mess at quarterback. It's not. We're not sure that yours is going to start. People talk about a lot of the Manning, like that stuff does take away. Like that is a distraction, from, moving forward. We'll see how they handle that, see how Sark handles that. And yours, I think last year, most people agree they should have beat Alabama. Like they had them right where they wanted them. Obviously the injury, the call in the end zone, whatever, but they were right there. So we know that their talent level is pretty good.
That call as a Husker fan, we all had a little warm feeling in our hearts after a Big 12 championship game. Like
totally fine with that. Oh boy, that was rough.
Yeah, we were like, you know what, Texas, how's that feel?
My goodness,
how's that feel?
That was rough. I know you didn't even have to. I know exactly what you're talking about. Man,
2009.
I'm surprised. Yeah. That was Sue's
I still
team,
go back and watch highlights of that game, and Ndamukong Suh just beating the shit.
Yeah, that's what I was just getting ready to say. I'm surprised Sue just didn't snap and just eat somebody. Literally eat somebody.
Did everything but that.
Man.
That's the last fun memory I have of watching a Texas game until, 1 second. But yeah, Texas, number 10.
All right, I brought up that bad memory there.
Don't worry. I got all kinds of them. We just ain't got to them yet.
Number 9, Clemson. Kind of a low ranking for what has been pretty consistent. Top 5 team. Highest rank of 2, lowest rank of 14, coming in with 155 points. I still think that regardless of ranking, Clemson has done enough over the years to cement itself as the team to beat in the league. Schedule aside, this is a team you can't ever take lightly. You've got to circle it on your calendar. This has got to get your best effort every time. I know they've they're not nearly as stacked as they're kind of used to being, but what they've got surrounding the rest of the team is going to be good.
They're in good shape.
Yeah, they're in good shape. Here's the deal, though. Like this is the juggernaut of the ACC, who's won 10 games or more for 12 seasons straight, but they didn't make the playoffs back-to-back years because of their strength of schedule and they'll never put you in the playoffs if you lose more than one game. No matter if you're the ACC champ or whatever like weird crowning they do in the ACC these days. I am worried about Clemson long term. Like let's see what happens with the ACC in the next year or two. I worry about Clemson's future. Like they are a powerhouse, and man, if somebody doesn't snag these guys up, which we'll talk about that eventually, but
yeah,
I am so worried about Clemson's future. And like they're all upset right now. They're all upset. We won 10 games or more in 12 years straight, and they're all like butthurt that they haven't gone to the college football playoffs. And I'm like, guys, like it's a 10-win season for over a decade. Good job.
I tell you, out here in Nebraska, it could get so much worse.
Two national championships, but and they have the perfect recipe for a schedule. It's not hard.
Oh yeah, the schedule's great.
They've got an overranked Florida State. They've got a Notre Dame, and they've got a ranked North Carolina. But, Notre Dame's going to be good. Florida State's going to be good. But, I mean, you're going to have to play good teams. But everybody else they should walk through. So they got 10 wins wrote down. They just have to win a couple more. I won't give anything away, but they're in great shape, in my opinion. Quarterback looks like they've got their quarterback. The defense, is going to be stout. They're going to have athletes everywhere. They're going to be well coached. And it's the ACC.
They can lose one game this year and make it in. Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah, Dabo Swinney started in 2008, and right at the same time Bo Pelini started here at Nebraska. They drew each other in the Gator Bowl that year. Nebraska won kind of barely, and it's amazing to look how both programs have gone since then. Like Dabo has turned Clemson into just an absolute juggernaut out there in the Atlantic, and man, I can't ever root against this team. They're fun to watch. They're always strong. When they have a great quarterback, it's a truly great quarterback. I mean, it's just one of those teams, even if they're ranked at 9, which is, again, I'm saying a low ranking for them realistically now, I expect them to kind of surpass. At some point, they're going to be ranked way higher than 9.
Yeah.
So I don't see this sticking, and I see that in a positive way. So
yeah, if they get through Florida State, they'll jump. They'll be up. Yes. By the time they get to Notre Dame, they'll be way up there.
Yeah, Notre Dame and Clemson. Oh man, that's going to be that's going to be beautiful. Can't wait. Cannot wait. Oh, we're so close.
Hopefully they both lose.
Oh, getting goosebumps, baby. Number 8. You just said it. The Noles with 116 points, highest rank of 3, lowest rank of 14.
Somebody had him at 3?
Yes, believe it or not, the Noles highest rank was 3.
People are on the Noles.
My dad's a big Seminole fan, and whenever they lose, it's fun for me. But I
am excited. I'm excited for the first time to watch a Florida State game because they're going up against LSU in week 1. Let's go.
Amazing.
Oh boy.
Let's fucking go.
It was last year. What a great game last year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Outside of that, like they got Clemson and then everybody else they should beat.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's nothing in between. It's just that's why they're ranked as high as they are.
It's another one of those guys. ACC, I mean, it's
a great.
It could be 11-1. 11-1. They could drop one of those hard games and be 11-1. That's why this ranking is as high as it is. And as far as I know,
that's why it's going to come to them and Clemson. Really, it's like who wins that game.
Now, here's the thing: does anybody know who's in the Atlantic, who's in the Coastal Division? Because I don't, because those division names are trash. Still worse than.
Are they even doing divisions anymore? Like I thought they were doing away with divisions this year.
Yeah, I don't think they have divisions. I think it's just top 2.
Really?
Yeah, I thought they got rid of divisions this year.
God.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I didn't realize that. Man, so much have been paying attention to the ACC other than, hey,
well,
Clemson and FSU leaving.
Yeah, they kind of get lost in the shuffle, especially if Clemson loses one early. Then everybody's like,
yeah, exactly.
Call us at the end of the year.
But Florida State is
We
one
got
of
to
those
change the
teams
rules to
where
make sure they have somebody good.
when they're good, they are actually good. I just don't know that they're this fucking good. I don't see it. I think they're overrated.
We'll find out week 1.
I expect to see them lose. Yeah, I don't think they're going to beat a LSU, but we will see. We'll see.
A lot of this is based on talent level. They have, high rated talent across the board. And I just think people are assuming that it's going to show up. They got a returning quarterback who's pretty good, and I'm guessing. And then with the schedule, everything combined, and then obviously this is what we talked about earlier. I alluded to it. When you have the opening game against LSU, your ranking's going to be higher. Like we see it, like LSU and Florida State were going to be ranked top 10 if they had, if they moved their punter to quarterback, they still would have put these two top 10. So then, and it's on ABC, so we know how ESPN loves to, it's going to be a top 10 matchup, blah 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 blah. So a lot of that boils down to, we see it every year.
Yeah.
It's nothing new.
And what was it last year? They beat, I'm trying to remember who they beat last year. Oh, Oklahoma. Oh, you beat Oklahoma in the worst year they've had in how many decades?
Yep.
Like that was their big crowning victory. They won 10 games on an easy schedule last year, and they were like, yeah, and we beat Oklahoma. I'm like, yeah, that doesn't make you like elite.
So like 5 other schools, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's how it goes, man. Those names count, so
name's still a name. That's unfortunately what Nebraska rode for a while until the name vanished. Anyway, more depressing news. Number 7, Penn State, 112 points, highest rank of 5, lowest rank of 10. Nittany Lions getting a lot of love. Holy crap. What a division this is going to be over the Big Ten.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Holy shit. Murderers Row. Penn State stacked. I mean, they're going to be fantastic. I expect, honestly, even if their ceiling is 10 wins, you could almost make the argument that their basement is 9 wins.
Yeah.
That's how I feel about this team. This team is going to just be physical every week. I don't think they're ever going to take a week off. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting from this team.
If their quarterback's pretty good, they're in great shape. Franklin's a great coach. I've said that since he's there, and I mean that. Like, it drives me insane, but he's done a great job. We've been able to hold him off, for the last few years, even though as they keep getting better and better. But they're going to be good. If their quarterback's decent or pretty good, if he's pretty good, they're going to be awesome. All they have to do is knock off either Ohio State or Michigan at the minimum, and they've got a shot at the playoffs. So they put themselves in really good shape. They're gonna have a lot of big name wins, on their resume. So if they can pull off that division, obviously whoever comes out of this division is going to be right there to win the Big Ten championship and go to the playoffs. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. So we know they've got Michigan State, Michigan, Ohio State, but who do they draw from the West? Do they have a big out-of-conference market game?
Iowa.
Iowa's the big one out of the West, and Maryland, Rutgers.
Oh wow!
That's why I said they've got the select. They're kind of like Tennessee. Like they got 3 huge games, and then they're in good shape. So if they can just, like I say, if they can knock off one of the Ohio State or Michigan,
it's really two huge games.
It's 2. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
but they're
it's
huge.
Ohio State and Michigan, but those are huge. But like here's the fun part. And like we'll get to Michigan and Ohio State pretty quick. I like, as much as I love chaos, I want to see like Ohio State beat Penn State, but Penn State beat Michigan.
2009 Big
beat
12
Ohio
South.
State.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's exactly what I was just thinking. The Big 12
I want to see it.
2009, the top 3 teams all beat each other, all had 1 loss. You're like, oh my God, I don't know. And
what's
that's exactly
the tiebreaker?
We're at top. We're at the number 7 spot, and Penn State's there. We still have the other 2 to go. That's how good this division is, and that's how much I like. Yes, they could all have 1 loss. It could be absolute chaos. It's going to make for amazing games. That's
how good the Big Ten East is. Yes.
Well,
East.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
very top heavy.
I'll be glad
East
to.
heavy.
Yeah, I'll be glad to see that go next year because it's a bit annoying.
Well,
Hey, we can't even win the easy games. What are you talking?
That's fair.
yeah, I was going to say, like, we had the two
nobody's
easiest years. We had the 2 easiest years as Huskers on the West without having to deal with any of the juggernauts, and our coach couldn't win by. We were really good at winning or losing by 1 point. Yeah,
Well, I'm well aware that
that
nobody,
year, last year,
nobody-
he would have lost 11 games.
yeah, nobody's gonna feel sorry for a Buckeye fan. I totally understand that. Nobody is, and they shouldn't. But
I mean, yeah, you had one bad year in 2011. Jeez.
yeah,
was that the year we beat them
Yep.
once?
That's all you need to know.
yep.
There you go.
Oh yeah. I don't even talk about that game. We were.
We'll get
if-
there.
That was
remember-
the comeback, 24
That was
point
the-
comeback. Yeah,
I don't even. I tell you, that one still sits. In
I
my
was so
craw.
drunk during that game.
I-
I couldn't believe we
I
won.
literally left I walked out of my own house and sat on a cooler outside for the last 10 minutes of the game because if I went inside, they fucked up. I had to sit outside and listen to everybody react inside my own house because the football voodoo magic forced me to sit outside on a cooler. I couldn't open the cooler. I had to sit on the cooler. It was just, that's how it happened.
Yep.
It's awful. Absolutely awful. So yeah, Penn State's going to be really good.
Yes,
Number
I will
6.
agree with that. As much as I hate it.
Number 6, USC, the Trojans, 91 points. We're under 100. Penn State at 112. Trojans have 91. Highest rank of 3, lowest rank of 10. Average
let me
6.
Let me run through this because this to me might be like we talk about hard schedules, tough schedules. So they open the season pretty soft. It's not too bad. But then they get into Arizona can be tough sometimes, but then it's Notre Dame, Utah. Their game against Cal's pretty good most years. Then Washington, then Oregon, then UCLA. No break.
What a
no
gauntlet.
breaks.
Man.
Yeah, that last 6 games of the year, this might be the toughest schedule. That's why I don't think the Trojans, I don't think they're maybe 9 wins this year. Like, that's tough. Can you stay healthy heading into Notre Dame? And then if you can you stay healthy through those last 6? Like, wow,
Man,
that's rough.
That's rough.
Yes.
I didn't realize it was that bad.
It's terrible.
Their schedule's that rough, and they're still rated number 6.
Well, they
That
open up
says
San Jose State this Saturday. They open, then they got Nevada at home, San Jose State at home, Nevada at home, Stanford at home, Arizona State at home, Colorado at home. So 5 home games. Or wait, no, Arizona State at Colorado and at Arizona State, but those are winnable.
Yeah.
So they should be 5 or 6-0 heading into Notre Dame, and then it's just. Yeah, it's shift a gear, guys, because it's a gauntlet. Those
Notre
last 6
Dame,
games.
Utah back to back's rough.
That's really rough. Washington, Oregon back to back. That's
That's
and
rough,
UCLA and UCLA right after that. Like, ugh. And I don't think Cal's a break for him. Cal's not a break for them. That could be a tough game still.
This is ugly. And they're still ranked 6. So, yeah, I'm excited to see if they can sustain any kind of this momentum. That's pretty generous ranking with a schedule like that. I don't know. I like Lincoln Riley. I think he can do well. Man, that's rough, though. Holy crap. All right. You guys think this will stick?
No, I don't.
I did before we started talking about it.
Fair. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah. It'll be fun to watch. All right. A lot of good games. Number 5, the Tigers of LSU. 88 points, highest rank of 4, lowest rank of 9. Very consistent. The Tigers are going to be really, really good.
Yes.
Or are they?
They're going to be really, really good and might have a few losses. Tough schedule.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Like, I liked the predictions where they just
It's
come up
tough,
short
but
against
doable.
Alabama, go 11-1, and
Agreed.
could somehow still magically wind up in the playoff. Like that's how good they could be, and how rough their schedule is.
Yeah, it's a doable schedule. It's tough. Like you open with Florida State, you get 2 weeks of some easy ones, and then you get Arkansas at home. Then you go to Ole Miss. That could be a tough game. But hopefully you head into that game 4-0, and then you go to Missouri. You get Auburn and Army at home, and then you
That's
have
a
to go to
good point.
Bama.
It's really, I mean, it's not miserable. It's not miserable. It's just tough.
Up until that Alabama game, it's manageable. It's doable. And then that's your test. That's your big test. And then don't slip up against Florida or Texas A&M at the end of the year. It's all about that Alabama game.
Oh,
even if you lose to Ole Miss or Florida State, you got to beat Bama. Like that's their focus on the season is beat Bama.
Yeah, if they don't beat Bama, it does none of it. It's all irrelevant. You're right.
Exactly. I think they will beat Alabama this year. I just
they're going to be
I have
good.
a feeling.
Daniels is back, in full swing. I think Kelly's a really good football coach, like even an in-game coach. His teams always seem to be prepared, even when he was at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Like they were almost always prepared and ready to play and played well. And now with slightly better talent. I think this is going to be a really good team. I really do.
I do.
If I had to call it now, I'd say LSU beats Alabama, but Alabama does beat Tennessee. So, well, yeah, could be interesting if it shakes out kind of like that, because the East gets a little different. I don't know that the West is going to be, if it's LSU Georgia or if it's Georgia Alabama, I don't think that it makes a difference, and we'll get to that. Number 4. All right.
Oh, no.
I'm not even going to say a word other than 59 points. What a drop in total. 88 points for LSU. 59 points for Ohio State. Highest rank of 1, lowest rank of 6 for number 4 spot.
Who would have him at 1?
I'll have to look back. Chicken, I don't know. Do you still have the screen grabs of what I sent you? Because I can't remember.
I can find out. Yeah. Give me a sec. I'll find it.
It was one ranking, and I can't remember who it was off the top of my head.
Was it just some dude that lives?
I tried to find almost reputable. I tried to take all the reputable ones and then a few obscure ones. It wasn't some dude in his basement, I swear. I think it could be.
Oh, Tony,
but that was like the only one.
Oh, wait. Sports Illustrated had Ohio State as number 1.
That had to be like super early, though.
Yeah, everybody else has Georgia as number 1.
Yeah, I don't know how you.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, I don't know how you couldn't. Here's a question: Ohio State, it's quarterbacks. We don't know who the starting quarterback is yet, but we don't necessarily have to. In theory,
that
until
Sports
Notre Dame.
Illustrated list. I'm so sorry. That Sports Illustrated list. I'm gonna have to share this. It is bad.
Yeah, they tried.
Yeah, now you're right. Now that you're saying that, I remember one.
Yeah, then Texas at 5.
Clickbait.
That's who had him at 5. Okay.
Clickbait. Yes. All right. Go ahead. Sorry, Jeff.
But it's just like every other team. Like Ohio State's got a tough schedule, but a schedule that puts you in the playoffs if you perform well. Me personally, I don't know why I'm supposed to think that their defense is just going to all of a sudden be good. Just because they keep saying they're going to be good. Like we haven't seen that in 3 years. I've got serious doubts that they're all of a sudden just going to, become, the 85 Bears. So they got 4 really tough games on the schedule. I cannot see them going 4-0 in those games. I think I wouldn't even say take a step back. I just think it kind of catches up with them this year. I don't think they come out of the East, a spoiler alert, but they're going to be a good team, but they're just until I see that defense show up, there's no reason for me to believe that they're going to be able to stop anybody from scoring.
Yeah, I kind of told you what my dream this year is. Penn State has 1 loss, Michigan has 1 loss, Ohio State has 1 loss. I want to see the chaos.
I anticipate it.
Now, I don't care if you guys beat Penn State or Michigan. Either one I'm fine with. or both, and then lose to Wisconsin, which would be kind of embarrassing. But
Don't do that.
or lose to Notre Dame. That's not as embarrassing if Notre Dame does well. But yeah,
it's not conference.
Yeah, no.
I just, this is that team that it doesn't matter. Every time they take the field, this is a team that's going to be absolutely terrifying when you see that
the Big Ten to win
up against your team. And I don't care who you are, especially if you're Michigan or you're Penn State. I don't care how good their ranking is. When they see that they're playing Ohio State, like, they know that they're going to get scored on at one point. And when they do, it's probably going to be in the most embarrassing fashion, because Ohio State has done something better than most teams. And that's find a way to score points and make you look completely and utterly inept when they do it. And that's probably the biggest quality I've always thought about Ohio State. When they score, it is just, it's perfection when they find the end zone. Again, this division is so staunch. It's so tough. They've got to beat at least one to have a crack at it.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Have to. And if it is a scenario like 09 Big 12 South, where the top three heavies all have a loss, it's going to come down to the rest of that schedule. That Notre Dame game.
Yeah.
Whew, holy shit, do the ramifications major now. Major. So they've got a chance to absolutely secure this number 4 ranking, I feel like. And maybe the defense quite isn't there, but it's still Ohio State. And I got to laugh because, Jeff, this is the most negative I've heard you all night talking about teams. And I love it. I absolutely.
Because I watch them day in and day out. And it's just like, until
I feel it.
Until I see them tackle somebody, I don't know what to say. Like,
yeah. No,
and if I knew who my quarterback was going to be, it'd be nice to know who, that would
yeah,
help.
That's terrifying.
I think I would feel better if I knew who the quarterback. And I know we got
terrifying.
And like, again, nobody's feeling sorry for like all these 5 stars and 4 stars and all that. Like, I'm not worried about the team being talented. I'm not worried about the team being good, but good does not cut it. Like, I can't tell you enough from being in the heart of Buckeye country how anything other than a great season, beating Michigan, going to the playoffs, and probably playing for a national championship, anything less than that is an absolute failure this year, and they'll run day out on the rails. Like, that's where we're at. Like, nobody is like cool with what's going on at Iowa State, even though they just went to the playoffs last year and came within, inches of probably winning a national championship, let's be honest. So it's kind of a weird spot to be in.
Man, I miss high standards. I really do.
And I'm happy to have them. I want to be totally clear. I am happy to be a spoiled fan. I do not want to.
I wish I could play that meme, the lowered expectations of the couple walking down the beach.
Yeah.
That's
every any or every loss this year it'll feel like a bomb going off. It's going to be bad.
If I had to call it now, I feel like it's Penn State's due one against Ohio State, right? If we're going to get that triple loss situation, Penn State will catch Ohio State. Ohio State will beat Michigan. Michigan will beat Penn State. If it's going to shake out like that, that's kind of the scenario I would anticipate. But
that probably feels more accurate. Yeah.
I don't know why. That's what I've envisioned. Because, I was thinking it before he even said it. Like, 2009 Big 12 South.
But the other side, to be positive, if High State's defense is just fine, all they have to be is fine, and the quarterback that they're telling us they're both playing good, if one of the quarterbacks just plays good, then they're going to be a great team. Like, they could be, if their defense, takes an extra 7 points off the board, from the last couple of years, they're fine. But I just need to see it. You know what I mean? I need to stop hearing it. I need to see it.
Oh, God. Just the passion. Oh, I feel it. I miss it. All right. Ohio State, they're right in the thick of it. We're going to find out real soon. But number 3, another team that is not thrilled with the way things are going down there in Tuscaloosa, Alabama Crimson Tide. 56 points. Number 2, their highest ranking. Only number 6, their lowest. Pretty consistent that this is pretty much a top 5 team. And Crimson Tide fans could not be more unhappy with the way Nick Saban is. Like, they're ready to just ride him out of town if this doesn't result in a national championship. Holy shit.
See 2 losses this year. Two
if they
losses.
lose another 2-loss season, like it's going to be a
Saban
big
could
deal.
be done with 2 losses. That's the crazy.
This is one of the toughest schedules they've had in a decade.
I think I said that. I'm glad. I agree with you. I said that I think this is the toughest schedule I've seen in this playoff run of theirs.
All the years of Nick Saban getting the cushy schedules, it's coming back to haunt him. He's got number 11 Texas, and then Ole Miss, and then he has to go to Texas A&M. He's got Arkansas at home. He's got Tennessee at home. He's got LSU at home. He has to go to Kentucky, which, like, honestly, that could be you never know.
That could be a trap.
I don't think Auburn. Now we said this well.
Oh, the Iron Bowl's going to suck this year, guaranteed.
I know, but we thought that 5 years ago, and Auburn pulled it off, or was it 6 years? I can't remember.
Yeah.
It was another year Auburn wasn't supposed to be anything, and they beat them.
I don't see it. I don't see it.
But I don't see them. I don't see them knocking like that. 10-2. Like, I don't know if they can survive all that.
But 10-2, and they get a shot at Georgia in the championship game's all they need. That's all they need.
Yeah,
just give them a shot.
And if they play a
2-loss team,
even
shit. Here's a good conversation. Does a 2-loss Alabama be the first 2-loss team to make it into the playoffs?
It depends on the losses.
Schedule, maybe.
Because honestly, they really should have made it last year. Like, those 2 losses, they never had the lead with time, or never were down in a game with time on the clock and lost 2 games. Like
what we know now about TCU and the way
right,
Alabama should have been there.
Yeah. So
last season and then this season's really given the story to have a bigger playoff. Tony, you love the 12-team playoff.
No, I wanted a 4-team playoff. I wanted an 8-team playoff. Yeah. I'm not thrilled with the 12-team. I think they jumped the gun a little bit. I think
we could do a 2-hour show on a 12-team playoff. Tony,
I've done it. I've actually done that. Yeah, several times.
It's just, to me, it made so much, because the way when we expanded to 4, the way the
8 or 16. What's this 12 shit?
Well,
that's how we got the home games.
When we expanded to 4, I'm like, it makes perfect sense. You have to utilize the conference champions. They make it in. That's an automatic. That should be a given. You've still got 3 other spots. You take your at-larges or your highest rank, didn't win their conference championship or didn't win their division or whatever, Notre Dame. That still leaves 3 spots, or an at-large for
That's a good way to describe Notre Dame.
Whatever, Notre Dame.
But you take your Power 5 champions, you put them in the playoff, and that leaves 3 spots for a fuck you Notre Dame or a at-large Power 5 or Group of 5 or runner-ups. This 12 team, Alabama is going to thrive in the era of the 12 team playoff.
I think Ohio State will too.
Yeah, because teams, when they're even on a down year, but because of based off of their great legacy, they're still going to make it in. And Alabama with a bad schedule will still make it into a 12-team playoff almost all the time. If they don't, holy shit, what a bad year. So this is not going to be their year. I don't see them making the playoff. But man, 2 losses, that's probably fair. I think they're good enough to escape with 2 losses. That's where I'm at. So, number 2. Michigan. 41 points. Highest ranked number 2. Lowest ranked number 7. Oh, man. When Jim Harbaugh, when it started getting rumored that he was going to leave and come back to college, I'm like, this is probably going to work out. I didn't know it was going to take as long as it did, but he's finally kind of found the rhythm and he's gotten the team. They're consistent. I don't know that visually they still scare me more than an Ohio State if I'm being completely honest, but this team does just play sound football. And I think that they're going to do that every week. I don't know that I expect to see a down week. So, like, even when they're playing a Penn State or an Ohio State, I do expect those to be really, really close, tight-knit games. I don't think they're going to play a bad week of football. I think it's going to be a very disciplined team that's not going to make a lot of errors. So I don't know if they're 2, but damn, they might be.
And great schedule for them. I mean,
Yeah,
it's all. Last year was a little better because but great schedule. Like, they have 2 games. That's it. They have 2 games, and just like you said, they consistent. Think about Michigan. I'll feel free to point it out because I hate them with every ounce of my being. They don't win postseason games. They've literally they don't show up after that, but they've done their work against the Buckeyes.
Alamo Bowl.
Yeah, they've done their work against the Buckeyes. They figured that out. Like you said, the biggest thing is they're consistent every week. You know what you're getting. They're going to run through you and over you. McCarthy is a legit quarterback. That was always the worry of Michigan. He ever got a quarterback that could play with the big boys, and he has that now. So I think they've earned the number 2 ranking. I do not think they're the second best team in college football, but we all know that doesn't matter in college football if you are the second best team. I clearly think that the games in Ann Arbor again this year, especially if the weather is anything like it was a couple years ago, I think Ohio State's in trouble again. We'll see how it pans out. A lot of injuries and stuff happen between now and then. But as of right now, they've earned the number 2 ranking, and we'll have to see how it goes, and we'll see if they. I mean, I'm just being honest. We'll see if they finally show up for a postseason game.
Yeah, Jeff, I think you kind of nailed it on the head there of who's the healthiest team going into Ann Arbor with Ohio State. Like, now, weather pending, all that other stuff, like, you can't plan for that, but it's like, who's healthy?
Yeah.
And how banged up are these teams?
Yeah.
I have a feeling that Michigan's probably going to be in better shape because their schedule, like, they can rest. Like, they can take, like, if you get a little bruised up, not banged up, just a little bruised up, be like, you know what, take a rest this week.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think we're going to see people padding stats in Michigan. If Harbaugh's smart, he's going to protect especially his big players, especially because most of the teams that he's up against are not a big threat. However, guys, like today, the breaking news: Harbaugh's taking a 3-game suspension. I don't know if the Wolverines. Yeah. He's doing a self-imposed 3-game suspension at the beginning of the season. So, my God, East Carolina, UNLV, and Bowling Green.
Oh my God.
Oh, what's gonna happen?
Oh my God. Say that again. Bowling Green. No way.
UNLV and East Carolina.
The Rebels? Oh my God. East Carolina, the Pirates? No.
Yeah.
Oh, this.
Well, the good news.
Disastrous.
I just want to be on record. This is the longest I've talked about this freaking team in my entire life. It is upsetting.
Yeah, no, I'm not impressed with the Wolverines this year. I think you're right, though. They earned it. We'll see if they hold on to it. And if they play it smart, they should be a shoe-in to be in the playoffs.
Yeah, but they don't have
even if Ohio State beats them, they should be in the playoffs with their schedule.
They don't have a game till Penn State, and I'm just being honest. Like, it's their schedule.
Yeah,
it's not
they don't
telling any secrets.
It's one of the easiest schedules in college football this year.
Yep.
It's an Alabama style schedule.
One of the easiest schedules, but maybe not the easiest.
Oh, yes.
No, yeah, that's right.
Michigan is only number 2, and they have a 41-point total. But coming in, most predictable number 1 of all time, number 1, Georgia, with a consensus 17 points. Again, that's holy shit, because one. Now, this isn't their fault. Out of 15 had them at 3. Otherwise, this would have been a perfect score of 15.
The Bulldog schedule,
3, or highest rank of 1, lowest rank of 3.
The Bulldog schedule, I'll stick up for them because they were supposed to play Oklahoma, but since the conference changes and everything, like,
still,
but like, that's not their fault. They had Oklahoma on there to make it a little bit tougher. That would have helped, not make them look so bad.
Yeah, sure.
But like you look at their schedule, you look what they've done. They're back-to-back champions. In Sports Illustrated, like Joel Klatt said this, he goes, if you don't have Georgia listed in your preseason number 1, then you're just not good at this. Sports Illustrated, you're not good at this.
No.
Yeah, Sports Illustrated is not good at this. What an embarrassing list. It was a wonky list. I almost wish I didn't include it, but it's not like it would have changed the number.
Yeah, but you got to put that in there. We're talking Sports Illustrated. Yeah, you did.
I thought they'd be more legitimate than creepy guy in his basement. But apparently, even he.
But not only is this team loaded with NFL talent across the board, 5 stars and blah blah blah, they also have an easy schedule. That combination, like they're going to run rough. They're going to have some stats that are just going to be unbelievable this year. Even if the quarterback's
what's their biggest challenge? Tennessee.
Okay,
Tennessee.
I don't see anything till Tennessee.
And I think I don't think that the SEC championship will be as tooth and nail as the game against Tennessee. Now, again, even if Tennessee manages to beat Georgia, I do feel like Alabama's going to knock off Tennessee. So that could ultimately hurt them more, depending on how
Tennessee
this shakes
might
out.
be banged up by then, though.
That's what I'm thinking. So honestly, I don't know that Georgia's a shoe-in, but they're about as close as you can get.
But I will say
they have to beat Tennessee.
The one thing that can backfire is an upset can screw you if you don't have a tough schedule, because there's nothing to look back on to give you any credit. Like we see, like we talked about with Michigan last year, if they'd have lost the Ohio State game, they were out because they just didn't have anything to back. They didn't. And St. George's in the same situation where, they got a super easy schedule, but they also can't lose. Like they don't have any.
They have Ole Miss the week before that, but I don't think Ole Miss will be ranked that high by that time, because
I can't see these teams.
They play Bama, LSU, Tulane. Like Ole Miss isn't going to be that high ranked
outside of injury. I just don't see it.
Yeah,
like nobody's got super depth at quarterback. Like maybe Ohio State, probably Alabama.
They're all
Georgia,
in the Pac-12.
Yeah, no doubt. But if Georgia stays healthy, they're going to the playoffs.
Yeah, that's the thing about the schedule for the Dogs, though. Like, we talk about so many teams tonight that if they had them on the schedule, Oklahoma not included, like your Washingtons, your Clemsons, your Utahs, just teams that would be superiorly problematic for even a team like this being a back-to-back. They would be very, very problematic. But once Georgia gets to the playoff, they will play their best football of the year.
Oh,
it's a guarantee.
Yeah.
We've seen
no reason to think they won't show up.
Yeah, they will show up 10.
They've played good. Even the playoff games they've lost over the years, they played good. Like this team has been on a run for actually like 6 years.
Yeah, very true. So I have no doubt that if they beat Tennessee, this team is going to be probably undefeated in the playoff again. And it's not like they don't deserve it.
Yep.
And they'll probably be number 1. But man, could we be looking at a three-peat from the Dogs?
Where can folks find you? What's the name of your podcasts, or all the ones that you're on? All 12 of them, since you're a part-timer now.
Yeah. I'm down to 4 this week. You can follow me at jhunt6 on X, formerly known as Twitter. Check out the Off the Ball Network. Work with a lot of my guys over there at the network. I try to post my stuff and repost my stuff. I'm being serious. It's almost too hard to tell you where all the shows are, but I try to retweet. I'm out there and about. Maybe my podcast will get going soon. It's called Jeff Needs Sports. If you ever want to go check out any of the old stuff, get to know me, you can go do that. Most of it's irrelevant now because it's sports. We know how it goes, but there's some movie stuff on there and some different things. But other than that, it was a pleasure to be here. I can't thank you guys enough. I love talking college football. I'm ready for the season. I can't wait to see how right and wrong we were about everything. But I feel good about it overall.
I am 100% right until I'm not. So, yeah, that's how I look at every season. So no, appreciate you jumping on, man. This was really fun. Tony, what you got for the folks? You want to sign us off, and we'll wrap this bad boy up and get out of here.
Yeah, my AirPods died, so I'm muting my mic if anybody was wondering. But yes, No, this was a blast, Jeff. I thank you so much for joining us. I knew every time I listened to you on Brendan's show, I'm like, oh, we got to get him on Talk College.
I appreciate that.
He can, like, yeah, he's enjoying like an enjoyable run of college football right now. We're just down here in the depths, just stewing in it. So this will be a fun.
If only I was enjoying it.
Well, you're enjoying it as much as a fickle fan can, who's enjoying a good run of football. I get it. I get it. I'm envious of it too at the same time.
Yeah, we're over here pouting all the time. I'm like, dude, we can beat Northwestern. Damn it.
Yeah, the Huskers.
Northwestern hasn't even won a fucking college football game in America since 2021.
Put it that way.
They're irrelevant. Doesn't matter. Anyway, this was so much fun, Jeff. Loved having you. We'll have to do some recaps during some points of the season because, I can't wait to see all of our predictions fall completely flat on their face. That'll be so much fun. I'm so looking forward. We've got games coming up in just a few days. I can't believe it. We're almost there. College football's almost back, baby. So glad everybody joined us. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. This was a lot of fun. Can't wait to see it. You can find me, Linktree/BigBuckin. Find me Thursdays, The Dog and Chicken Show. Hazard Analysis, Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, all the like, Linktree/BigBuckin, folks. And we will catch you very, very soon for another update for college football, for podcasts, for wrestling, for all the fun stuff that we do here at the Big Buckin Empire. Thanks for joining us, and we will see you next time.
As always, appreciate you. Love you. Bye.
And there we go, folks. That was Tony and Chicken and a very special guest. I believe his name is Jeff for their college football analysis, folks. Yes. But now that you're still here, folks, you actually are going to be exclusive to something that I've been wondering how I'm going to do, but I'm just going to do it now. A very exclusive review of, folks, you have now indeed arrived here at the KOE Nation, which you can, of course, find on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and X as well. And I'm here to review the most important knife in my collection. This was a knife that was given to me by my daughter when she was 5 years old. As you can see here on the belt clip, it says, "I love you, Daddy." On the blade, it says, "Love," oh, there we go. "Love always," and her name. I'll just block that for her benefit. But yes, "Love always," and her name. And this is one of my most cherished possessions, if I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, this is one of the most cherished possessions. Because it immediately takes me back to a different time. Because, my little girl, she's growing so fast now. And this just reminds me when she was just my little girl and I was just her dad. Different times. I used to carry this knife with me everywhere for, I want to say 3 or 4 months. And then there was a day where I almost lost it. And I now keep it in a drawer. And I rarely pull it out. I don't use it as a tool, really, in any regard. I mean, it's got a nice serrated edge, as you can see. And the blade is in good condition, but that's not what this knife is about. Like, if I were to go to a desert island and I could only take one knife, it might be this one, and I might not use it as a tool all that often. I'd probably just find a way to sharpen a rock fairly quickly, because I don't like using the word treasure a lot, because it's kind of an overused word, but this is something that I do treasure. Okay. Like, don't know how to explain it. And it's something that I always tell to people, especially the children of young parents. The things that you don't even know you're taking for granted now, and especially the things that annoy you now, will be the things you miss more than anything down the road. And it's, yes, more than anything, those will be what you miss down the road. I can't emphasize that enough. Like, I mean, yeah, used to have a little 5-year-old kiddo that would get up all the time and keep me up all night. Now I'd give almost anything for that again. And so that's my advice to anybody who has new children or young children that are under the age of like 7. Enjoy every moment because it doesn't last. They grow quick. I feel like I blinked a few times and she's already growing into a beautiful young woman. And that is something. So this knife, I cannot rate because it defies rating. But this is my review of the most important knife in my collection. God bless every last one of you. Travel well. I think that was appropriate, folks. I loved every bit of that. That is the review for this particular blade. Okay. Yeah, I always remember when she gave me this one. And yeah, I carried it with me every day until I almost lost it one day. And now I carry just regular knives that I beat up. But that one, if the house is burning down, might be the one thing I try to pull out of here. So that's says I love you, Daddy. I love you too, kiddo. So we have that review. Now there's one more, at least one more I want to get to tonight. We'll see. And then we're going to address something else that's happened in the world that's worth addressing. And it's like, well, folks, you have indeed arrived here at the KOE Nation for my review of the ultimate grandma EDC knife. What do I mean by that? That, like, what? Why would anyone even say such a thing? I'm going to tell you why. This is the ultimate EDC for any grandma out there. If you're a grandma, this is an EDC blade for you. Why? Because this is by a company called True Knife. And there's a blade on this where you can open one hand. There's a Tonto blade. Sure. But that's not the main thing. Because if your grandmas were anything like my grandma, both grandmas actually, they never left the house without a pair of scissors. Yeah. Scissors. Folding scissors that have a pocket clip. Yeah. Yeah, I remember my grandma never left the house without those orange handled, junk drawer scissors. And there's times she had them in her purse. Okay. Like that. So this would just be like she could probably construct an entire shelter with just this. So yeah, this is what I mean when I say the ultimate EDC carry for yours and everybody else's grandma. Because sure, it's got a knife on it. That's nice. But it's also got belt clippable or pocket clippable scissors. Yes. So folks, True Knife, I'm sure there's also like folks who are like EMTs and such who would like that, but that was my first thought is like, wow, like everybody's grandma would have an EDC here of just the scissors. They don't even care about the knife. They might even have their son like take the blade off or something. But the everyday carry scissors, that is next level. So now we get to the grading. We grade every blade on a couple of 5-star scales and then a couple of yes or no questions. The 5-star scales, we're going to grade this as a knife and as a tool. And the yes and no questions are, should you add this knife to your collection? And would I replace this knife if I were to lose it? As a knife, you can't, like, that one required a little bit of flicking and momentum. It's Tanto blade, 2.5 inch, nothing wrong with that. With your right hand, you can use a thumb to flick it open one-handed. So, I mean, as a knife, as a self-defense implement, and as a tool. I forgot that. As a self-defense implement, 2 stars. This isn't really what it was designed for on a 5-star scale. Yes, and of course, for those who don't know, we grade everything on a 5-star scale. 5 meaning you have to have it before you shuffle off this mortal coil. 0 meaning pass it on by. The KOE Nation will advise you well. And of course, just to reiterate, we grade as a tool, as a knife, as a self-defense implement. I forgot one there, but we got it now. So, as a tool, as a knife, as a self-defense implement. Let's start off with self-defense. Yeah, I got to stick with 2 stars. Got to stick with 2 stars on this. I mean, it's not what it's designed for, but again, it's better than harsh words and stern looks, but there's really not much to prevent your hand from because of that, I'm going to go 175 because this is purely tool usage. As a tool, if you're needing scissors, 4 stars. Like, if in its narrow need, 4 stars. As a tool, 4 stars. As a knife, again, 2 stars. 2 stars as a knife. I mean, it's purely tool usage, which as a tool, it shines. But in self-defense or in any other regard, it's not really, I don't think that's what they were really going for with this. But yeah, this, it's even spring. There's even a spring on there, so it'll pop back out. I mean, this is marvelous, marvelous scissors. So yeah. Bandit. But yes, this is an excellent, like, I can't sing the praises enough in those regards. In terms of would I replace this knife if I lost it, I don't know if I would run out and do so immediately. This cost me $29 USD. I got a feeling like this is a knife I would loan to somebody without like a heavy expectation of getting it back. Just because, like, you never know. If they find this to be super handy, it's like, all right, yeah, buddy, just hang on to that one. That's fine. So I don't know if I would seek out another one, and I don't know if I would, like, in terms of should you add this to your collection? Really just depends on if you need folding scissors with a pocket clip. Like, I'm sorry, I can't emphasize that enough. Like, there are some people that this is, like, this right here is a revelation. Okay, like, this is going to change a few people's lives, but unless you need that, like EMTs, I could see like any kind of rescue, first responders could definitely, you got to cut out a seatbelt or cut, like, I'm just trying to think of uses. But like I said, it's not going to be for everybody, but for the folks it is for, this little true knife, knife scissor combo, this might very well be for you. But folks, all that being said, that was this review of the true knife scissor combo. God bless. Travel well. All right. I just, the first time I saw that, I was like, that's a grandma knife. Like, I don't know how else to put it. Now, I think it would, I'm not going to tell True how to do their business here, but man, if they were to put some pliers, oh, like, yeah, I would probably have one of these in one of my pocket every day if that was a folding set of pliers. Like, that would just, what can I say? But anywho, that was that, folks. Let's see. Bandit says, next time we do a post show, I can do a review of the Gerber Quadrant because it has its pros, but I found it's fucking sweet. Fucking sweet. I mean, hell, Bandit, if you're all ready to roll and everything, just give me a thumbs up or thumbs down. I totally get it. If you like you're in your underwear and you got your feet up and you're enjoying your favorite drink, but if you're all like ready to go, I'll fucking send you the StreamYard link and you come in right now, man. But I totally get it. We can do that on post show too. I totally I'm not like, don't think I'm putting you on the spot or anything. If you're fucking in the middle of some shit and just having it, oh wow. Big thunderstorm rolling overhead. Thank you, Lord. We need the rain, but please only bring rain. That's all I ask. That's all I ask. But you know what? In the spirit of that, I got another one that I'm going to get into, folks. You have indeed arrived here at the KOE Nation for this review of the Kershaw 1987. Yes, folks, this is a very inexpensive knife that I picked up literally for $13 at Tractor Supply. They were having a sale, and I figured at that price I can't really pass that up. That's pretty cheap. I know people who spend more on drive-through cheeseburgers now, which that's unfortunately where we are now. Bandit goes, not mine to wear, but not totally square, man. But yeah, so this knife, it's pure black, but it's a finger flipper, which it's basically, I'm imagining the super budget version of the Leek. But what I really like about this, I'm going to see if, okay, yeah, you do catch it. You can actually decide if you want to carry it blade up or blade down. And you can also, you can't do it on both sides, but you can change which pocket you carry it in, but you can only choose blade up or blade down on the right pocket, not the left pocket, well, depending on how you carry it. But yeah, a very nice finger flipper, the Kershaw 1987. And I also got this knife, and I'm doing this review to troll Tony because he hates the Smashing Pumpkins. So Shake Down 1987. Like, yep. I will spend $13 to troll my buddy. Yes, this is true. But yeah, just a good, inexpensive knife. And at that price, it is undoubtedly made in. Yeah, we all know. But I just thought of something. But despite all that, a good, inexpensive knife that I think we will have to get into a bit of an examination here. And I'm also going to give this knife to Tony G so he can give you his review of it as well. But I'm going to be honest, I just get a feeling like this is the cheapest possible way that they could get something like a Leek out to market. Don't get me wrong, I'm liking it. And I'm liking all the options for $13. Like, not bad. Now, I'm not sure if that's going to be, your mileage may vary on its price, but now it is time to get into the grading of this particular blade. As you know, we grade every blade on a couple of 5-star scales and 2 yes or no questions. We grade it as a tool, as a self-defense implement, as a knife overall. Would I replace this knife if I lost it? And should you add this knife to your collection? So, woo, boy, it's thundering heavy. In terms of a self-defense implement, it's got a one-handed open. It's got a couple of finger grooves to really let your fingers fall right into. There is implements to prevent your hand from slipping up the blade. You got yourself a pretty short blade here. I think this is 2.5 inches. Let's see. We'll put it up here, see if I'm right or wrong. Excellent little blade here. In terms of self-defense implement, I'm going to give it 2.5 stars. because it's a one-handed finger flip open, liner locked blade that comes from a reputable manufacturer. So are there better blades out there if you should ever, which God, I hope you never are called upon to defend your life? Of course. But this is better than harsh words and stern looks, as I always say. So 2.5 stars there. In terms of a tool, I'm gonna give it 2.25. It gives you a lot of options here. Like obviously a little bit bigger blade or a serration would make this particular model a bit better tool, but nah, like it's very, very light. So yeah, 2.25. In terms of an overall knife, I'm gonna stick to 2.5. Don't worry, I'm gonna like when you work with a lot of knives, that happens sometimes. That's also why I'm doing it over granite. But in terms of an overall knife, I'm gonna give it 2.5. Yeah, 2.5 stars. It's just a good middle of the road knife, nothing to really write home about, but its price really makes it an excellent, excellent value. I am gonna say for the yes and no questions, this is gonna be an interesting part. Would I replace this knife if I were to lose it? No, I wouldn't, because this is like an immediate, like if a buddy of mine just needs a knife to get through a day or two and we're at the farm and it's like, here you go. Just get it back to me in a few days. Should you add this to your collection? If you need a one-handed finger flipper and this hits the legal metrics of your particular municipality or principality or wherever you happen to be, yes, because it's such a value. Because the Leek is a great knife. I almost said great gun. Wow. It's a great knife, but like this is a tremendous value. So kind of a mixed bag in this one, but for its price, that's kind of to be expected because everything's a compromise. Like there's no grooves here to choke up on the knife here, so it's pretty bare bones here. But this is a patented by R.J. Martin design, Kershaw, 1987. God bless every last one of you people. I hope all of you make it back here to the KOE Nation. Happy, healthy, much the wiser. God bless. Find me at YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and X as well. And folks, Shakedown, 1987. God bless. Travel well. All right, got that review in the books. And you know what? Fuck it, because I'm feeling ducky. I'm going to get me a drinky poo here first. Wow. It's a thundering. The Lord's hammer's coming down. Doing one more review here because it's just kind of an oddball here. Folks, you have indeed arrived at the KOE Nation, and we're going all Hollywood because today we are reviewing Karambit knives. Yes, the Karambit knife. It's the one that you see in all the movies nowadays. They've got the ring up here, the handle, and they're all doing the underhanded, exclusively slash attacks, you will notice, because, well, this doesn't lend itself to stabbing too easily, which is kind of the easy thing that you do with the knife. Is like, this is sort of like the most natural motion, if you will. And the reason I am reviewing this, which is a GW Goodworks, Goodworks Your Life, Your Knife Karambit knife for martial arts, new. It is manufactured in, it's made in China. GrandWayKnives.com, and that's all the box tells you. Now I can make some room. Throw that away. The reason that I'm reviewing a Karambit tonight, and a fairly inexpensive one, this one cost me $12, is Hang on, I gotta stop everything here. Shaquille Oatmeal, look at you, King. Glad to see you're still putting out content. You can still rail my what? Thank you, Shaquille. Thank you, Shaquille. God bless. God bless. These are the sacrifices I make, and I'll be by any time. It's the Velociraptor of knives. Yes. But yeah, I got this one for $12 on Amazon. Very cheap. And it's actually put together pretty well, to be frank. And it's to demonstrate something. What a lot of people don't know is the karambit isn't meant to hold like this and do all of this nonsense. Nope, that's not what it was intended to do. As a farmer, I can tell you. See, okay, watch what pinky goes in there. You hold it like this. You go about your farm task, let it drop, do binding, like especially for like hay or what have you, or wheats, like you do binding, let it fall, swing it back, keep going. This is to allow you to do tasks and then free up your hand at the same time. Literally, like, because you got to remember, and pretty much all over the world until 50 years ago around here, young children participated in agriculture the entire world over. You take a knife like this and just chip the tip off or just grind it down a bit. You could, in the old times, send a small child out to the field to do work because literally you just let it hang, do your task, flip it back up, let it hang, do a task, flip it back up, let it hang. Like this is how a karambit was supposed to be used as an agricultural implement, okay? Because it can't do this. So it's immediately not going to make the guards in your area all that trepidatious when you're carrying a karambit around. Now, I've seen a lot of martial artists who have all these like systems around like, and then you get under the arm and then you slash here and then you do that. Like, okay, like that's trying to get the most out of this, but like a karambit is not ideal for any kind of self-defense situation. It's not the first thing I would recommend to anybody. They look cool and you feel like you can do, but really, I mean, this ring kind of makes up for the fact that this isn't where a lot of the strength in your hand is. You got to do a lot of extra training to make underhanded grip work, especially with kind of a forward thrust, because I'm going to use this soon to be reviewed at a later time, this Emerson Kershaw knife here to demonstrate. Like this is how you should grip most blades when it's overhand. Your underhand grip should be the exact same grip. Okay? Your underhand grip and your overhand grip are the same grip. Like you can't really pull that off with a karambit here. And that's the one thing that I always try to keep in mind with folks is that the karambit, while nice and it's kind of a pretty knife and it looks great and it's kind of cool for the movies and you feel like okay, I'm equipped with the Velociraptor. Like honestly, like you'd be much better served with just a standard bladed knife. Now, I have nothing wrong with the ring here. I know some people who carry standard bladed knives with a karambit ring. That's great because that's extra retention. But again, it's also on their pinkies. Like they hook it on their pinky and they use it as a standard blade. So keep in mind, folks, the karambit is a farm implement. It's a farm tool. That's first and foremost. And the second I saw, like, yeah, this is how you would make it work. And yeah, I kind of wish I had one of these when I was a kid. I'd have fucked up roguing, man. I would have like, the tasseling, like this would have been great. Like, it doesn't even poke. Like, I'm sorry, but yeah, this is, during harvest, this, well, not harvest, really, a little bit. Like, this would help in some regard, but definitely the tasseling and roguing season. Like just then keep doing your task. Like, oh man, this would be just A+ as a farming implement, but always keep that in mind. So, folks, we're going to get into excuse me. Excuse me. Before we'll get into the grading here in a second, but Bandit, it's 2 steps away from making Mom's Demand action cringe. Oh wow, kind of, yeah. Bandit, in my opinion, the underhanded grip would work better with the knife reversed pull cut versus. Okay, yeah, if you were like coming back like this, I could understand. But even then, it's the same thing could work with a standard blade. So, folks, we are going to grade this knife on a few 5-star scales. 5 meaning you have to have it before you shuffle off this mortal coil. 0 meaning pass it on by. The KOE Nation has advised you well. So we're going to grade this as a tool, as a self-defense implement, as a knife overall. Would I replace this blade if I lost it? And should you add this one to your collection? Excuse me. After that little coughing attack. Don't worry, I'll edit this all out. I might even put in a standing ovation. Like just tens of thousands of people all going, Phil, Phil, Phil. Yeah, it'll be awesome. It'll be totally awesome. Osiris. Hey, Osiris, how we fucking doing, man? Just in the middle of a little bit of a review here, sir. But yeah, here's the thing. Everybody thinks karambits are the ultimate self-defense implement. I don't agree. I really don't. So as a self-defense implement, I'm going to give this 2.5. It's just right in the middle. It's a fixed blade, nice knife. It can definitely make, like, to me, most fixed blades should get at least 2.5 stars as a self-defense implement, and this one gets exactly 2.5 stars. And not really much more. In terms of a tool, like I said, as a farm implement, it's excellent. You can go about your task all day, and it's very, very efficient versus resheathing your knife every time you need to do some task that requires fingers. So as a tool, I give this 3 stars because that's what this is. And that's what this always was. It's just Hollywood turned it into a weapon because it looks cool for the cameras. Like even on this camera right here, contrasting with my dark jacket, it just looks like whoa. Like, yeah, it looks threatening. Just so Hollywood really, and also actors love being able to do stuff like that. They love it. They can't get enough of it. So yeah, as a tool, 3 stars. As a knife overall, I'm going to stick with 2.5. Okay. Because it's a good, acceptable knife. It's 440C steel, which is kind of cheap steel, but hey, I got it for $12 and it's to demonstrate something. Would I replace this knife if I were to lose it? I probably would, because I don't know how many examples of a karambit I'm going to keep around. It's just a knife style that I don't really subscribe to. I think it's very overrated. And I think if you were carrying something like this particular Kershaw or my personal favorite, one of my EDCs, the Cold Steel Spartan, fully serrated blade, I think you'd be far better served with something like that. So I think I would replace this because I don't anticipate keeping a lot of karambits, and I need one as just sort of a proof of type. And should you? Strangely enough, yes, because I think if you've got the bug of getting a karambit, probably don't spend a lot of money. Either get something like this, or Smith & Wesson makes some really good budget folding karambits. And those would probably serve you very well. So don't spend a lot of money on a karambit because your dollars are probably better served elsewhere. So get a budget version like this. So folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining me for this very special review of The Karambit by Good Works Knives, and the Karambit as a concept. God bless every last one of you folks. Travel well. All right. Let's see. Osiris looks like a velociraptor tail. That's kind of the whole point. It's just it's a good movie knife, like, which is why people love them, and they're very popular now. Like the second I saw them, I was like, yeah, that's a farm implement. That's what that's for. Because if you hold it like this, you can cut hay, you can cut whatever, and then let it hang, tie it into a bundle, and then go back to work. like I saw it as a time-saving device. That's all this is. There's a reason why militaries don't issue karambits, and it's because its uses are too slim. Too few things that you can do with it. Osiris, yeah, I think it's overrated because we didn't find out about it until Iraq, Afghanistan, and it's a fixed blade. Osiris, the degree of the curve throws me off, but maybe, I don't know. Well, the thing is, you can't do that. And this is the most common natural motion of the human arm. With this, yeah, like, yeah, I don't even need to explain. Like, it's pretty easy to, like, words don't even, like, yeah, we're all just like, yeah. Bandit, I'm not a fan of fully serrated unless its quality can hold its edge because it's a bitch to sharpen. Very true. But, let's see. Yeah, ship me that second knife. Well, the reason you got to keep in mind a fully serrated blade can go like through leather. It can cut through leather. It can cut through denim. It can cut through a seatbelt if you need to free somebody. Like the harder materials that are hard to get through, this will go through like a hot knife through butter. Like denim, especially. Like, because a standard, like just a regular blade, this is a very sharp blade, but it would have a hell of a time getting through denim jeans. Not a fully serrated one. Bandit goes, and you're canceled. Oh, yes, of course. But no, like trying to like cut somebody out of a seatbelt, or it goes like leather jackets or what have you. That's kind of like even Lynn Thompson, the guy who designed the knife, said that's why he likes making fully serrated blades, because they like, because yeah, like this I don't think is going to cut through a seatbelt very well. There it is. This is the best rope cutter I've ever had, because you just start the cut, like you bring the knife to the rope, you start here, and then you pull, and just more blade goes through the rope. And so, yeah, this, like, I know it sounds kind of strange, but yeah, having a big knife like that could just knocks right through rope. And I've had over the years, apparently, some of my employees have either been sailors or fucking Boy Scouts, because there's parts of my mill where there's just knots everywhere. So yeah, that's just kind of how I look at that. Osiris, I know you're on a knife thing, but thoughts on the rep debate? Or actually, I watched that with Tom. Like, no, actually, that is a good like jumping off point, because like that was actually the last knife I wanted to get reviewed tonight, and I got it. So no, let's jump right in. I'm actually going to resheath this blade here. Good Works, they're made in China. You'll love it. Like in these reviews in post edit, I got a different video of me going China, 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 and whenever a knife is made in China, that gets cut in. So that's pretty funny. But in terms of the debates, Ron's done. Just knock it off. Just stop it. Quit. Vivek made himself he's a good potential VP candidate. That one guy from North Dakota was present. Yes, he was. He was indeed on the stage. I want to bet. Me and Tony are thinking about making a bet for $20. I had something stuck in my eye. We were thinking about making a bet for $20 whether he makes it to the next debate or not. Bandit, I'm not saying it's shit, just that you don't buy that style from Harbor Freight. Okay. But gonna be honest with you, Osiris, and this is something you don't like. You're not gonna like hearing this, but I said this months ago, and I'm even more sure of it. The Republican primaries are over, and its winner is Donald J. Trump. It's already done. It's already over. Trump already won. There's no point in even having debates. There's no point in, like, he's going to win the primary. And you know why? And like when I was on with Destiny, I said this about a month or two ago. And they all like, oh, jeez, really? And now it's not so silly. When I said this 3 years ago, everybody said, oh, no way. Like literally a few days after Biden took office, I said, Trump's going to be the most, like, unless health issues, he's going to be the nominee. Doesn't matter what they do to him. And thus far, I've been proven correct. And sparing some health issues, or they just straight up take the guy out in one way or another. Yeah, oh God, Lord be with him. Please protect him. Yeah, it's looking like that's going to be the case. And here's the big kicker. And you all here tonight are going to get the exclusive. Why is Trump still having this appeal despite all the things that are happening to him? Because it actually keeps building and snowballing the narrative. And Osiris, you're going to hate this, but you're going to know it's correct. You're going to know it's true. A vote for Donald J. Trump is a vote of no confidence in the United States government. Let me say that again. A vote for Donald J. Trump is a vote of no confidence in the United States government. That's going to be irresistible for some folks. Like that ballot is going to be almost impossible not to cast. Okay? I already know lots of people that are like very enthused about the idea of voting for Trump again. Now, granted, I live in the district that actually voted for Donald Trump more than anywhere else in the United States. So, like, there's chances are I'm going to know somebody like that. Not all that far off. And I think DeSantis can get some more mileage, but he's got to go full Donald Trump, which he can't. Bandit, in the end, DeSantis is out just that he can extend his range by actually taking the gloves off. Nah. Bandit, LOL, don't tell me to appeal to consensus of it being right. We both know I don't fly that kite, and I know you don't either. What do you, don't tell me an appeal to consensus. I'm curious, what do you mean by that? Which appeal to consensus? I'm guessing it was like, there was just so much brilliance in there. Maybe I forgot something in there, but what I'm saying though is it's not a consensus thing. It's a vote of no confidence, which is an opposite of consensus. It's a lack of consensus. It's I don't have faith in any of you. And that's going to be a hard, because like Michael Moore said about Trump in 2016, and even more so, like triply so, quadruple, like octuply so in 2024, it's a giant middle finger to the entire political establishment of this country. And there's some people that just can't resist the idea of making it happen. And I had a thought that I'm going to share with you here. The fact that Trump being nominated, being GOP, is him being right, or maybe I misunderstood. Oh, okay. Like the rights, what is right? Like, again, I think you're going to agree with this analysis here. Because unfortunately, America is on an unavoidable collision course now. Because the voters want Trump. They just do. The Democrats are probably going to put up Biden again. Biden has to stay in. People wondering why Biden hasn't gone, because this is where we're at now, where no matter who wins, the loser's going to prison. The Democrats have opened this Pandora's box of weaponizing law enforcement now, where whoever loses this election, be it Trump or Biden, the loser goes to prison. Yeah. So now you've got people that are literally fighting for their lives. And it's going to get nasty, because what we have here is, it's like if you ever seen The Killing Joke with Batman and Joker, where Batman, he's trying one last time to plead with the Joker, and he goes, if we don't succeed tonight, we're on a suicide pact. Until one of us finally gets the other one. And what's really fucked up right now is that both sides see themselves as Batman and the other side as the Joker. Okay? They see the other side as the psycho that's willing to destroy this country at all costs. And they see their own side as the begrudging hero that has to maybe bend the rules just a little bit here and there. Like the Democrats maybe bent the rules just a little bit here and there because they saw Trump as such an existential threat. And so that's where we're at now. Where regardless, there's probably going to be civil unrest regardless of who wins. Because if they try and like incarcerate or like do something to Trump now, it's a bit late for that. He's the guy now. And that's going to motivate folks. And Biden, if he loses and ends up going to prison, dude, you saw the fucking photo. You saw the mugshot. Did that look like a motherfucker that was intimidated or was about to forgive and forget? No, that's a motherfucker that's he's coming back on all the motherfuckers. Let's see what happens. Osiris, by the way, I think Trump did many wrongs before president and after. I also believe the presidency should be debated and decided by the people. Let Trump run and we'll see. The process already failed, so let it ride. Oh, man. Don't know how right you are there, sir. Bandit, it's not about money. It's about sending a message. Yeah, it's like the joke. It's not about the money. It's about, and like, unfortunately, it was a meme that I saw the other day, but it's true. Like the left is like, we'll do anything to stop you and steal power from you. And we will burn, like the left will literally burn this country down before they give power back to anybody now. So like, even if they lose, like I said earlier tonight, the left is the one political movement that has no sense of self-awareness at all. Like if they lose, they might actually do their own leftist version of fucking January 6th somewhere. I don't want them to, and I pray it doesn't, but I could see them having that much lack of self-awareness and just like that much of a fucking meltdown. Because whoo, boy, like Trump is going to be like a bull in a china shop in all of DC if he gets back in there, and there's going to be too many people that can't resist hitting that button just to see what happens. You know I'm right. Osiris, and it failed because the Congress are spineless curse words. You can curse in my chat, don't worry. Bandit, what was that written by Osiris or Chicken? Oh, damn. Yeah, you gotta forgive us, Osiris, because our buddy Chicken, God love him, he's gone on a bit of a character arc where he's swallowed the black pill of cynicism pretty heavy, and it's kind of sad to watch because he's good shit. But Chicken Osiris, lol. But yeah, like I get it, like, but no, I keep telling everybody, especially the folks on the right, puke up your black pills, okay? They're not going to do you any good. We can win this fucking thing. Take your black pills, puke them up. We don't need your fucking cynicism. It's going to be that winning this thing is a lot more in our grasp than any of us want to admit, or anybody on the left certainly wants to admit. I know it's well within grasp, and it's going to be a nail biter. It's going to be a nail biter. But keep in mind just a couple of things. Trump lost by 44,000 votes in 3 states, Arizona, Georgia, and Wisconsin. He's got Kellyanne Conway back on his team. And here's the I'm trying to think here. Like there's another big kicker to all of this is, oh yeah, I remember. Osiris, you know, I have a bet with a certain Voldemort that shall not be named, but Biden can't crack 80 million votes again. He's not going to be able to. The mail-in voting system has been changed enough to the point where they're not going to be able to game it to the same way to make up for the enthusiasm gap like they did in 2020. So this is going to be fascinating. And the Republicans are going to be watching the fucking polling stations. And if they try to they try to cover up the windows again, holy fucking shit. It's going to be like, remember the Rage Against the Machine album, The Battle of Los Angeles? It's going to be like the Battle of Atlanta, the Battle of Madison, the Battle of, like, it's going to be fucking nuts. I hope it's not, but I hope this is just a silly prediction that doesn't come true. But thus far, a lot of my predictions have come true, kind of like Berlin Wall 2.0. It's basically looking like the way this war ends up ending is Russia just keeps it in a stalemate of a border dispute. And that's pretty much Berlin Wall 2.0. So ultimately, in the end, I'm going to be right about how this particular conflict ended. And I suspect I'm going to be right about quite a few things, that Biden's not cracking 80 million and Trump's going to be the nominee, spare some health issue. So we'll see. But I'm pretty confident in that. And like Osiris, I'm curious, like as an outsider who's like, you're not really part of the political structure of either party. To me, you seem a little more left. Like I always just assume you're a Democrat because you seem to agree with the lefties on a lot of things. But you know, like I also got to concede I'm a little far to the right, if you will. So I'm just curious, what's your thoughts on the Republicans really rallying around Trump as an outsider looking in? Like, I mean, these charges not backing down a fucking inch. Like, what's your thoughts on that? Let's see. Osiris, center left is fair, but some right on occasion. Okay, I can see that. It's like there's times I notice that you have some leftist sympathies and some right-wing sensibilities. Like that's the like if I were to try to sum it up in as few words as possible, that's how I would probably pitch it. But yeah, I'm just curious how you would like how does this all look to you? Like it's kind of like the Colonel Kurtz from Apocalypse Now. How's it smell to you, soldier? Yeah, by the way, when I was 17, I shaved my head thinking I was going to look like Marlon Brando in Apocalypse Now. Instead, I ended up looking like Uncle Fester from the Addams Family. It was not, didn't quite go the way I was hoping. It's like, shit, this is not the look I was wanting. Damn it. Okay. So, yeah, like, there's a good one in there. Oh, Lordy, thank you, Jesus. That was marvelous. Osiris, the change are legit, in my opinion, as we have been for 40 years, but the presidency is squarely in the realm of the people. If the people want Trump, then let it be. Man, okay. Dude, this is going to be lit. Like, Osiris, you know this is going to be fucking awesome. Like, love him or hate him, Trump getting back in office is going to be the funniest fucking 4 years any of us have ever lived. Change is not change. The changes are legit, in my opinion. I think I read that correct. Charges. Oh, charge it. Oh, okay. Hang on. I needed to do this. Okay. Like the glasses of extreme are coming on. The charges are legit as they have been for 40 years. Okay. Like, and see, that's the problem, Osiris, is this stance here is also why the right really doesn't take any of these charges seriously. Because like I said earlier, and like you even kind of had to begrudgingly agree on a previous panel, is that, well, no, to you, Donald Trump is already guilty. You need only see the charge. And that's not a good perspective to have anybody in your mind. It's like, even a fucking werewolf is innocent on one day or another during the week. So to me, like Donald Trump's real crime, what he's really being charged for, and the reason they're coming after him so hard is because it was supposed to be her turn. His real crime was winning the 2016 election. His real crime was firing James Comey and McCabe or McNabb or whatever the fuck his name is. That's why he's actually being charged with anything. And we all kind of know that. So the idea, like, will the charges, like even Tiberius, or, oh shit, I accidentally mentioned Voldemort's name. I'm sorry. He even said on the show, like, do you think Trump has any chance of a fair trial here? And he said, no. And that was when he was being honest. He tried to give qualifiers later, but like, no, it's like, we know what that means. Like, this isn't about a fair trial. This isn't about justice. This is the left wanting revenge. And let's see. Nope, that's not my stance. My stance has been guilty of different things, 100%, and escape because he's good at it. Before any president thing happened. That, like, yeah, like I said, like you need only see the charge on it. And so we now find ourselves in an unfortunate reality where we're using lawfare. And that Pandora's box has been opened. And I just want you to remember, it was not the Republicans who opened it. Okay? And what's really fascinating is when you bring that up, the left will bring like this giant cope of like, well, what about but what about this time they chanted? They had a chant. Like, which is just like, I'm sorry, chanting lock her up versus actually indicting somebody over bullshit, which is what it is. This is all like, and again, keep it in mind, Osiris, don't ever make the mistake of thinking that any of these charges have anything to do with the law or the facts. This is purely election interference. That's all it is. And when you keep that in mind, like now why Donald Trump is as popular as he is amongst the right really kind of makes sense. Girl Farmer, more mugshot. I know. Oh, sorry. I don't need to see any charge. I think that the law works as the law works. He, like any American, has a shot at trial. Osiris, come on, man. Like, we all know what a malicious prosecution is. And this motherfucker is getting the most malicious prosecution possible. This is weaponized law enforcement. This is weaponized political lawfare, man. Like, this is a dangerous fucking place we're going, where the court now decides what ballots should have. Like, this, like, basically, I know, like, and I say this with no hyperbole. I say this sadly, completely seriously. The first week in February of 2025, we're going to know if we still have a country or not. Yeah, like, we will know if we still actually have a united country or not. Osiris, weaponized like they did drugs in inner city communities. Yeah, like kind of almost exactly like they did for a bunch of people that they fucking railroaded for fucking decades, man. And so, yeah, like anybody who's seen anybody get railroaded like that, why would you want that inflicted on anybody else? Because the idea of like, well, fuck them. They should get it because these people got it too. That's immorality. That's when you've allowed immorality to actually sneak into your heart. once we identify a bad behavior, you eliminate the bad behavior. You don't inflict that same behavior on other people because you think that like is revenge. Grow the farm up. Unfortunately, turnabout is now fair play. Lawyer up if you want to president after 2022. Very true. Very true. Then we agree. Yeah. Like this is bullshit, and the law shouldn't be allowed to railroad anybody like this. And the fact that, and no, we all know some folks who've been fucking railroaded and they had to cop to some lesser shit because they basically waved decades in these poor fucks' face. Okay. Like we all know that. And yeah, they're wanting to put Trump away for hundreds of years. Like, I mean, dude, I'm sorry. Doesn't matter who you are. Like, if you think Trump deserves hundreds of years, if you think he even deserves one, then whoever you are out there, your brain is so infected with TDS. Like, you are so desperate for revenge. And this is something I wanted to touch on a little earlier. I've noticed that the people who are like ravenously want Trump to do like 900 years in prison are also almost to 1-for-1 the people who ravenously are pro-Ukrainian war. And I've talked to enough folks that are pro-Ukraine war and anti-Trump that I get this kind of weird idea, and I'm curious what your thoughts are, Cyrus, that there's this string that kind of connects all these thoughts, that like they support the war in Ukraine so much because they view this as getting revenge on Vladimir Putin, because they think Putin helped, because in their mind, they truly think that Putin helped Trump win the 2016 election. And so in their mind, I truly do get the idea that there's some sort of string that connects these all in the general leftist psyche. And I don't think I'm off on this. I don't think any of them will ever admit it publicly. I think it would be, like they understand that would be poor rhetorically to admit publicly that they support this war in Ukraine as a form of like revenge. Let's see. Osiris, I'm not pro any war, but I'm anti taking over countries because you feel like it. No, I totally get that. But you know what I mean. It's one thing to support a conflict. This response is a little different. I got to keep my singing voice in the bench. Grow the farm up with a comment. Political and many criminal real prosecutions have way too much Political and many criminal real prosecutors have way too much discretion. They are bringing charges before they have the evidence. That's not how judicial branch is meant to function. Yeah, that like we are getting to a point where some shape, form, or figure of reform is eventually going to be needed, and prosecutorial, there we go, that's the right word. Prosecutorial reform needs to be first and foremost, because like Grow the Farm Up said, prosecutors basically have like almost as much power as a judge, and you basically just got to wait till you're in front of like, Your Honor, this guy or gal, this prosecutor's fucking me over hard, and I've got like hard evidence of it. 15 ways to Sunday. I even got the prosecutor's own mama to sign off on. They're giving me a hard time, and then maybe the judge will give you a fucking break. Oh, sorry. Agree with Grow the Farm Up. Happens in municipal courts too often. Yeah, very, very true. So yeah, prosecutory, like, and here's the thing. It's one of the few things that you could get bipartisan support on, because there's not going to be nobody in the country like, oh yeah, we gotta extend our sympathies to the poor beleaguered prosecutors of this country. Because yeah, like, even if you're just the most fucking hardcore Republican, everybody's at least got a fuck up cousin or nephew or kid where they're like, yeah, that prosecutor sure giving that kid a hard time. So yeah, nobody, like, you could actually get consensus on this one. So prosecutorial reform. See, that's what we do here at the KW Nation. We come together. But yeah, and I don't know. Like, now the problem is the people that are going to pass these laws are all a bunch of fucking lawyers. So, let's see. Oh, sorry. Can we decriminalize drug use on the right side? Gosh. Like, here's the funny thing: is Trump even said he was open to the idea of decriminalizing marijuana in his second term. But then Biden got in. I told folks, you're never going to see it now. Biden's too fucking old school, old timer. He's also not going to spend any political capital on it. You've seen pretty much what you're going to get out of Biden in terms of marijuana reform, which is almost nothing. Let's see. And lock up the sellers. Well, I guess if we decriminalize drugs, then who are we locking up? And why? Real question. Who are we locking up and why? Osiris, I hate to see people on their last leg punished because they're effed up on drugs. Yeah, that is very true, and it's unfortunate. That's the thing. Like, when it comes to a judge, you want somebody that is going to apply mercy when it's applicable, but there's also in some instances where you need the judge to go, well, if you're not going to conform, I'm just going to make you conform. Crack. And so it just kind of depends. And that's why, folks, you kind of need to vote. Let's see. Decriminalize drug use. That is a thing. Yeah. Oh, I know. I'm very well aware of the movement to decriminalize drugs. I think it's got some potential in this country, but I don't think you're going to decriminalize all drugs. I think for now, settle for decriminalizing marijuana, and then, let the Randy from South Park do the got to legalize it, let them do all that shit. One moment, actually. I'm going to read this here in a moment, but I'm going to grab something. Yep, I'm actually sitting down for a change. Yep, can you believe it, folks? The King of Extreme actually sitting, because I've been standing for 4 hours and 45 minutes now. So, all right. Osiris, by the way, I don't mean across the board. I mean in some good sense. We can hammer out the details, of course. Grow the farm up. At Osiris, we already did. The individual freedom party, center right, is the reason we decriminalize. It's human rights issue, but also monetary issue. Wasted resources on dime bag petty BS costs. Osiris, you gonna be here a while, or you rep? I can be here. You want to hop on and chat, man? I'll send you a fucking link. Not a problem. And do you have a knife that you can review? You got any like knives or weird tools or like that sword or anything you want to review? Fuck yeah. But all right, sweet. I'm getting the StreamYard link copied. Yes, bring the sword. We're doing all of this. Let's see. Opening up the Discord. There's Osiris. Sending a little linky poo, and there we go, sir. Sent you the StreamYard. Look forward to seeing you here soon. So the sitting King of Extreme at this moment. Can you even believe it? Yes, I do, in fact, own a chair in this house, and I can indeed even set upon it. But I, figured it's Saturday night. Nice. Osiris is on his way. Folks, we have, yes, bro, I have a sword and a machete. You better bring all that shit for fucking reviewing. Like, oh my God. Just sitting down, enjoying a Knob Creek 12 year. I have not, I must be getting lightweight or something, because I have not drank in a long time, and that one just burns for 100 proof. You know what I mean? So I just have not been getting into demon liquor as of late, but yeah, it's Friday night. It was a lot fuller when the show started, but that was 4 hours ago, folks. So yeah. Osiris is like grabbing all of his stuff, and he's coming with all of it. Like, and this is a guitar pick that I really like, and this is a Leatherman multi-tool that my great uncle gave me. Like, I can tell he's just bringing the thunder. It's gonna be fucking awesome. Which I do need to get into Leathermans and Swiss Army knives, because I actually had a thought. There's a guy who he actually basically used fabric bolts to basically fix a knife sheath to the outside of his boot rather than the inside. And that is the thought. That's brilliant. But everybody says that knives, especially boot knives, aren't very tactical. So I thought about doing something similar with like a very small Leatherman or a Swiss Army knife to just affix it to the side of my boot. And then you got a good multi-tool everywhere you go. But folks, we are here for an exclusive, a first-time exclusive here on the KOE Nation. And that is Phil KOE and Osiris both sitting down at the same time, folks. And I am joined this evening by the indomitable Osiris. How are we doing, sir?
Hey, I'm doing fantastic. Great to see you again. And, Grow the Farm Up and all the guys in chat.
Yeah. Fucking A-right. Well, it's great to see you, sir. It's great to see you. So, the Republicans, they're a bit of a thing. We'll get into that for a minute or two, and then we will get into some of the fine little toys you brought for us. Okay.
Well, I can't get the machete and all that stuff. It's in the backyard. So I'll tell you a quick story about the machete. So the machete was something my mother-in-law owned. She's Mexican. And, Hispanics are. If you've ever been to a Latin country, machetes are huge because you cut pineapples, you cut down the bushes, all that stuff with that. And she left it when she died. And my brother-in-law was like, "Hey, you keep the machete. Just don't ever get rid of it." And it's old and it's rusty and it really doesn't do much to be a machete. So I don't know. I just keep it around. And
I was about to say, you have to do a review of that.
I should probably clean it up, get the rust off, and see if I can. I don't know. I guess restore it, but I don't know. I've never tried to restore a knife thing before, so I have no idea. Is
the handle made out of wood or what's it?
Yeah, it's a wood one.
Okay.
You could probably put a new one on there.
I was about to say, depending on its condition, you'd either need to put new wood or just some fresh varnish. It just kind of depends. But yeah, I actually on our farm, there's only a handful of them left, but we have we used to have a shit ton, like literally entire crates full of machetes from World War II, from the Pacific Theater. Right. They were just like basically pieces of steel that were sharpened on one end with a very rudimentary wood handle. And it's what the Army would issue people when they were needing to clear out brush. And when they came back, my great grandpa was like, "Well, they're selling the whole crate for like $1. Let's go." And so we got a shit ton of them. Now it's only a handful, so I'll need to get me one of them too. But yeah, machetes are actually the most common like weapon implement of any kind in the entire world. Like more people die worldwide from machetes, I believe, than anything else actually, other than like
I don't know about the rest of the world, but I know if you just look up videos or go to any Central Southern American country, Caribbean country, dudes are walking around with machetes like it's just pants.
Yeah. It's like, me having a pocket knife. It's just,
right.
You got to have a machete to just make it through your day. Grow the Farm Up. There is a uniparty run by donors in Washington, D.C. Then there's the 99.7% of citizens of the rest of us that really don't agree with much going on in D.C. Yes or no, hosts?
I would say that is true, but I would also say that the electorate, the people, the citizens, don't engage well enough. They just don't. They'll show up for presidential elections, maybe. They definitely don't show up for city elections. They don't show up for county elections. They don't show up for state elections. They don't show up for city school board meetings or school board elections. They don't make their voices known. One of the biggest things that you can do, especially if you live in something other than some like super metro area, is just to show up. If you just show up, you've already won 99% of that battle. And that's something that we don't teach our kids, and that they're not even aware of. Civics is something that we're very undereducated on as a people, and we need to bring that back.
That applies to a lot of different areas in life. There's a guy I'm watching on YouTube who he's complaining that like mainline churches are becoming too progressive and woke, and it's because the progressives are willing to just stay there and not leave, and the conservatives all leave and start their own denomination somewhere else rather than sticking into it. And so I kind of understand what you're saying there. But in terms, I totally agree with this statement here that there's a uniparty in DC that don't give a fuck about either of us. Any one of the three of us, Osiris, they give a fuck what we do, how like they're not there to serve our interests at all. And it's kind of like, well, I mean, you ignore us, and it's like, no, trust me, they don't think about us. They couldn't give a fuck about it. They're doing their own shit for their own fucking.
Well, they're self-interested, but every voting citizen should be self-interested. I'm
talking about the people in charge. They don't give a fuck about you and me.
No, they don't. But they're self-interested, right? And this is why we should use political power to make sure that those self-interests align with us, realign with our self-interest. And as far as the people who vote for their own thing, or like say, for example, the churches. I mean, we could extend that out to any other thing where colleges or whatever you think is becoming too quote unquote woke. But I think I wouldn't say it's because of woke people, because I don't think there is no real coalition of woke people that are doing a thing. But I think it's big business, and the idea of woke sells really good. So for example, for colleges, right? Like people say colleges are way too expensive and colleges are becoming too woke. They're way too expensive because colleges are now literally micro cities inside your city. They're way too big. They're way too much. They're doing too much. You have a fucking college with 3 restaurants that are owned by the college, plus the other restaurants that were privatized that came into it, like Pizza Hut is on the campus. It's an entire whole fucking city. Does college need to be that? It didn't need to be that. They were doing that initially to start to attract people to say my college is better than yours, but it has gotten out of hand. I would more attribute wokeness being pushed at a real level by big business than I would by the quote unquote woke people. So I don't think the woke people really have that much power. That's my opinion, though.
In terms of power, that's questionable, but there's quite a few people that define themselves as woke, however you want to look at that, because like you said, it's a popular brand these days. Like, have you ever seen the show The Boys on Amazon?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think I've heard of it, though.
It's basically where this pharmaceutical company makes this chemical that can make superheroes. Okay. And they're like, they got the main leader of this group, and it's like, what do you think about including this person, a blind member of the Seven, this superhero group? And they're like, inclusion is really in with kids right now. It polls so well with 18 to 12-year-olds, right?
Yeah, that sounds like the world we live in. Yes.
yeah. And so like, but in terms of this quote, before we get to a couple other things, this is something I tweeted the other day. I do not stand with Russia. I do not stand with Ukraine. I do not stand with NATO. I do not stand with the UN. I stand with the people in each country who are held hostage by governments that start wars, destroy economies, and subjugate our lives. That's who I stand with. The people in each of those nations who are subjugated. Grow the Farm Up. What do you think about the New Republic Party? Just because the Republicans suck almost as bad as Democrats doesn't mean we have to change our names. We are a representative republic. Grow the Farm Up, trying a new third party. Now, we'll see. Maybe, your King of Extreme is getting overtures from a lot of different political parties for my run for president. Because as you know, Cyrus, I am running for president. It's now
Amen.
I'm sure you've seen my my first political ad, correct?
No, I don't think I have.
Oh, goodness, sir. You're about to. It's really something. It's a treat. Let's see. Let's get to videos. Because, well, I figured, the people need to know. And what's the best way to do so other than a political ad? And so when I was with Tony and Chicken in Sodak, we recorded one. And you are going, oh, guys, I'm actually jealous for Osiris. He gets to see this for the first time, folks. Grow the Farm. It won't be a third party. It'll be the actual real second party. America needs new. Oh, okay. All right. Well, all right. Osiris.
All right, let's see it.
I envy you, sir. America, God bless this glorious land. And because this land is so glorious, it needs a new president to match that glory. And that person is Phil K-O-E. Yes, Phil K-O-E in 2024. A man who truly loves America. A man who loves this nation and the people in it. Phil K-O-E, the true alternative in 2024. The man you all need. A man of the nation. A man of the country. A man of the people.
Who's hiding behind you?
A man of nature. A man who is going to point us to a brighter tomorrow. Yes, Phil K-O-E. He is a man of decisive action. Phil K-O-E.
Wait, who's this person hiding? What is happening?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's for America. I'm going to do that for you in Washington, D.C. Whatever that is, you're going to get a lot of that.
Yes, folks, Phil K-O-E, a man who will make sure to dot the I's and cross the T's of American government. Phil K-O-E, he will make sure to preserve your freedoms to work on go-karts on the weekend or whatever you call fun in this glorious nation. That's why you need to consider Phil K-O-E.
And that, folks, is why I am asking for your vote.
Hey there, Aftershock.
2024, folks, because I, your King of Extreme, Phil K-O-E, have officially announced my candidacy for the presidency of the United States of America. Beautiful, beautiful flag. Old Glory is coming with me, folks, and we're going all the way to Washington, D.C. If you're tired of business as usual in D.C., do the right thing. In 2024, vote extreme. Phil K-O-E, the choice for you, the choice for me, the choice for everyone within all sundry. Folks, God bless every last one of you, and we're taking this all the way to Washington, D.C. in 2024. Vote Phil K-O-E to fix D.C. Yes, folks, it's going to happen. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be glorious. You're going to join me, the Cabinet of Extreme. Our inauguration party is going to make the Jackson inauguration party look like a debutante ball, folks. It's going to be amazing. Old Glory's coming with me. What else do we need? God bless all of you beautiful people. Travel well, and in 2024, vote Phil K-O-E.
What the I can't.
I'm looking at
that brought a tear to my eye. That brought a tear to my eye. That was great.
That was truly beautiful. I know. I mean, like the choice already pretty much made, America. Aftershock. Hey there, man. God bless. Welcome. Who's that rhino? Clearly he's talking about you, Cyrus.
Yeah.
Couldn't be me. Bandit. Hola, Isabel. Oh, Isabella, your ship's coming round. Grow the farm up. Well, it's better than the Tiger King's campaign video. True. So, Osiris, if you're not satisfied with any of the candidates in 2024, count on your vote, sir.
You know what? Unironically, I'd probably vote for you. Look, first of all, I am ageist. I don't like old people. I think old people, I love old people. That's why they should sit the fuck down and not stand up all the time so they can fall down, including Trump. They're all too old. I think they're fucking old as fuck. I think at some point you lose connection with the citizenship that you're trying to represent because your ideas are way too fucking old. That's one. Two, the irony is that everybody complained about the establishment, Republicans and Democrats running for president all the time. And I feel like now we're the establishment Republican and the establishment Democrat running for president, which is the same old. I don't want that either. You know what? I'll roll my dice with a president, Phil KOE. I'll do that.
Marvelous. Yes, and Osiris, I'll probably give you a pretty big cabinet position just because I'm going to make this the online cabinet. So you'll probably be like the head, like, because you're so good with like communication tech. Now you're the head of the FEC. Like, wait, what the fuck? The Fed.
I get to ban all the people. I can't wait.
Yeah.
Let's just make it really fair. We're banning everybody to start with, and they have to earn their rights back. Earn them back. CNN, you're gone. Fox, you're gone. You're all gone because you're violating. Everybody's violating.
Right in the wrong one. I accidentally make you the head of the SEC. It's like, wait a minute, why am I the head of the Security and Exchange Commission? What the fuck? Like, oh shit. Whoops. Well,
wait,
bro. We can.
Did you say FEC or FCC? Maybe I missed
the FCC is what I meant to say, but then I write in the wrong one. I put you in the SC, the Security and Exchange Commission. Like, dude, I'm doing financial shit. Like,
oh hell no, okay. I quit.
Whoops, sorry, man. Grow the farm up. Amen, Osiris. When I get much older, I don't want to be responsible for anyone, including myself. What the fuck up with all these guys trying to work till 90? Actually, grow the farm up. No, I think you two are actually the exact same age. I could be wrong.
44. It's sad that I had to think about it too.
Okay, you might be a year or two older than grow the farm up. I don't know. Like, now you gotta remember, to me, it's like, like he's just stayed one age for like 5 years in my mind, like, because it's just how everybody is. It's like my buddy Tony had to be like, I was like, wow, my daughter's got to be the same age as your sister by now, right? And he's like, no, Phil. Turns out she also kept aging as well.
Right?
Shit.
It was kind of crazy because my daughter just graduated with her bachelor's. Now she's going for a master's. And me and my wife were like, neither one of us know how old she is. And turns out she's pretty fucking old. She's like 27.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
And I'm like, damn. If she's 27, god damn. Where'd the time go?
Let's see. Grow the farm up. The New Republic Party supports the whiteboard political theory, erase and start over on like 70% of domestic constitutional issues. Okay, well, grow the farm up. Now you got to remember, Osiris, grow the farm up here. He's going to have kind of a dual purpose. He's going to be the head of the Department of Agriculture, but also the head of the Department of Defense, the DOD. So
that's
he's going to have a lot of hats. Now, the confirmation process is going to be pretty funny. It's like, well, wait, you're already the head of the DOD. Yeah, but I also need to be head of the agriculture. Why? Just trust me on this.
Are we like defending the farms, or like what's happening there?
Well, I mean, like, to be frank, our government's been using food as a weapon anyways for decades now. So it's time to have somebody do so strategically and humanely, somebody that actually seems to give a fuck about whether people's outcomes are good on the other end, to kind of administer that whole thing. That, and let's be frank, food security is national security. Because
I agree. I think we use way too much sugars and way too many foods. I also think that we use way too. Hey, look, here's the leftist in me. The left side. Well, I'm not gonna say leftist because people take that wrong. The left side of the fence with me. I think we use way too much plastic and disposable goods too. I think I've noticed this when I do my shopping. So if I want to be lazy, I buy a lot of microwave foods and all that shit, and my trash can doubles. My outdoor trash can literally doubles or triples sometimes. But if I cook, it cuts by like a half or a third. So yeah, disposable goods is a bad thing. Plastics are a bad thing. Us fucking up our oceans and lakes, bad things. Absolutely bad things. The fact that almost every living animal on Earth has plastic in their body when they're born that's a crazy thing. That's wild.
I've kind of made the joke before that lead versus microplastics is the real generational divide.
True.
Like, were lead paint chips your problem, or just varying microplastics from all of the food stuffs?
Actually,
storage.
See, it's always been my theory. I don't think there is a real right and left divide. I think it's all been manufactured by media, by politicians, and by people online who want to profit their being divide. I think us as Americans mostly would agree on a lot of things. We may not disagree agree on details, which is been true of all American history. to varying degrees. But I think we mostly agree. Nobody wants fucking plastic children. Nobody wants lead embedded children. Nobody wants us wasting our time and money in foreign interactions.
I was about to say, some of these folks in Hollywood, I think, do actually want plastic children that are just accessories to them. Like it's like, sorry, like you're like, this is my kid. It goes with my shoes. Like I've kind of noticed that's how some of them are.
That's Hollywood, but Hollywood is not 98% America. All right, that's their own thing. LA is in and of itself is its own weird thing. And New York City.
I'm gonna put because here's the thing: what goes on in the big cities eventually emanates out to the rest of the country, which is why, unfortunately, over the last 10 years, conservatives have been on the back foot on the culture war on quite a few things. Because Osiris, can you name me a Republican city with a population greater than 3 million?
I would think about it different. What I would say is, for example, nobody cared about the South 20, 30 years ago, right? The South are a bunch of hicks and hillbillies. They don't know shit. They don't have no real, I almost spoke Southern. They ain't got no real voting power. And nothing of that matters. They have no culture, none of that. They're stupid, low IQ people. Now, the Southern cities are thriving. They're growing. They're prospering. Most of the pop culture is coming out of the South. At least rap and hip hop wise, country was also country, and it's just not true. We have these preconceptions and these ideas. I'm not saying this is one for a Republican thing, but I'm just saying that the things that happen in the country become part of the big cities that then expand out. I think there's a process that happens, right?
I get what you're saying. Like, let me get a couple of comments here, and then I'll kind of get a little deeper into what I'm thinking there. Andrew, and I'm not even going to try and pronounce that last name. I'm sorry, sir. There's nothing special about being American. Joe Biden, Harvard University, 2014. That makes sense. And to what you're talking about here, grow the farm up, boycott plastic, use corn. It's moldable into anything and is much healthier. Like, yeah, actually, you can use quite a bit. Like, you can even use the cob for making moldable materials. Like, as a farmer, I know these things. So, hey,
cool.
Don't use plastic, use corn. And one last thing here. This is the big one. Grow the farm up. Food is a weapon. Ask 300,000 starved kids in Iraq, Southeast Asia, etc. And I can make us a carbon negative emission country in 12 months with incentives for regenerative farming practices, which is true. Like, it would require, like, if we wanted to make our country actually carbon negative in terms of its emissions, we would have to put at least 40% of American agriculture into a cover crop scheme, because thing is, like, carbon actually gets out of the soil when there's nothing on it. Like, if you till soil, there's actually carbon coming out. Like, you can actually have a hard time. Like, you'll get a little lightheaded if you're standing on a field that's just been tilled. Okay. And so it's
called a carbon cycle. Yeah.
If you put a carbon breather there, if you put some sort of cover crop there, you'll actually not only prevent that, but you'll actually cause actual oxygen exchange. And there's, again, he's got way better charts on all this. I'll ask, Grow the Farm Up, send me a link to a YouTube video, your favorite YouTube video about carbon sequestration, if you will. And I'll get into that here in a minute. We got another Andrew on November 9th, 2022, Joe said he was ensuring Trump constitutionally couldn't win 2024. Did he mention it at all? How? Ooh. Because, like, I don't know if you know this, but Biden instructed Garland to go after Trump.
Well, he would have to.
The New York Times already. And so I always say this, and everybody pushes back against it, but they don't have any logical defense against it. Joe Biden has become the president that the left warned us Trump would be. a guy that's prosecuting his political opposition, a guy that's driving us headlong into World War III with nepotism, keeping his family from getting prosecuted on anything and showing themselves to be above the law and like all the things that the left accused us that Trump was going to do. Joe Biden has strangely, like almost like a prophecy, ended up doing almost every one of them to a T, colluding with foreign nations and like.
I agree with the details. I just disagree with the conclusion. For me, this has always been happening. The only thing that's different in this variable, the only variable difference here is Trump. The reason that he's the variable difference is because usually when somebody got caught doing something they didn't was a little bit uncouth, a little bit, off the rails, they'll just like, all right, they'll build a case against them, they'll bring it to them, and he'll say, okay, I bow out. And they'll let him go on his merry way as if nothing happened. That's usually what happens. So I think that's the only variable difference here. I think all of this is just business as usual, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you're right in that regard that Trump is the difference because he represents an existential threat. And so to their entire way of life in Washington, D.C., he's going to break all the toys, and it's not going to be business as usual for any of them. And that's why they're coming so hard on Trump, because they know, if he gets back in, like, dude, I'm sorry, the day Trump gets back in, like, that's gonna, like, I'm going to be live streaming from the moment he puts his hand on the Bible for the rest of the day. Because that's going to be like, dude, well, oh shit, he just dropped another executive order.
Let me ask you a question.
Biden's being arrested. He's not even left.
Do you think that Trump's main priority, 100%, without a doubt, is the citizens of the United States of America, and that he cares about the Constitution and America itself?
Do I think he cares about the Constitution? I think deeply. I wouldn't support him if I thought otherwise.
This is why we disagree. 100%. Okay. We agree on, like, I don't think I think the political system has failed. I think they shouldn't be going after him legally when it's clearly, in my opinion, clearly a political issue. You should let the people decide this. The presidency is squarely in the realm of the people to decide, in my opinion. And there's a lot of things that we probably agree on, but I don't agree that Trump is a good person. I knew Trump wasn't a good person in 2015. I knew it back in 2000. I knew it back in 1997. I knew it back in 1990. He's just not a good person, and that's just, you're not going to move me off that stuff. That's the issue.
And that's, to me, this is the fascinating thing, and I pointed it out to Voldemort as well. And it's like, the things that you're talking about and the things that you're saying that you don't like, these are all, to be frank, kind of like, it's all personality shit. Like, there's like, whenever you have people talking about the things they don't like, well, like, you're saying, I think he's a corrupt person. I think he's no good. I think,
yeah, but it's not.
Like, it always boils down to what you think about him as a person. Like,
I can name things he's done that are legally shiesty as fuck and morally shiesty as fuck. 100%.
What do you mean by that?
So his whole deal with the casino thing. The issues that he had with his buildings in New York City and not paying his workers. The issue that he had with hold on, I had some lined up and now they're just flooding. So there was the Las Vegas thing. There was the New York City building thing. There was the I'm not trying to get into the part where he started running, but the whole fact that he just literally said out loud, or even the fact that he's like said, grab him by the pussy and this is uncouth shit. This is, I mean, like, if you're just a normal Joe and you're just doing normal Joe shit, and I'm like, hey, look at that weirdo. He said some weirdo shit. Yeah, fine. But I wouldn't want the principal of my school saying that, right? Like my elementary school. And I definitely don't want the president of the United States saying that, right? So there are things, you're right, that are personal things that line has been crossed, and there are also just legitimate legal things that he has crossed. The Central Park 7, like there's a whole bunch of shit. He has a trail of civil and criminal things that lawsuits that he has had to fight over the years, and he gets out of them. That doesn't make him right because he got out of it.
Joy
That makes
Reid
him-
was bringing that up today, and then I didn't know anything about this. Now a bunch of boomer right wingers from the past are all kind of coming back to now let me tell you something about the Central Park Six or what, and they all got and you could some folks are oh, we're rehashing old fucking wounds on this one, because I don't.
No,
really
I'm
know
just
much
saying that
about
as a character description. My personal opinion of his character description. I've said this. I said this back in 2016. This is why I don't like this man, because of the long list of things he's done, and I firmly believe he's in bed with the New York Mafia. There's no way he's that rich with that many buildings in New York City and not in bed with the New York Mafia. Bullshit. Get the fuck out of here.
Actually, I was listening to an interview with a mobster who's in New York, and he said the reason we never fucked with Trump is he always had so much security we could never get close to him.
I don't believe that. I
And
100%
so,
believe that. I do not.
Now, here's the thing:
they got close to everybody.
Do you think it's probably not a coincidence that you're predisposed to thinking that he's criminal and debauch, though? I mean, because the TV has pretty much conditioned everybody who isn't predisposed to liking Trump to think that. The television.
No. Wait, I wasn't. You could say I got that information. From
do you think OJ did it or not?
He 100% did it.
Okay.
1000%. I'm a fair person. I see shit and I call it shit. That's it.
But that's one of those that we weren't really on the jury. We didn't see, but everybody's
that
don't get me wrong.
did it.
When I saw the interview that he did with the LAPD that his lawyers got suppressed, I was like, oh yeah, the juice did that shit. Holy
he
fuck.
wrote a book. If I did it, this is how I would do it.
Winky.
Wink. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, real quick. The Bandit says, and I think Biden is better. No, I think I just said it's par for the course. Politicians are corrupt. The whole Nicaragua shit, the war on drugs, the Iran deal, that entire thing that led to the absolutely demise of inner cities since the late 70s. It corrupt as fuck. Now, I can't blame any one person there. Is it a conspiracy? Yes, a conspiracy, but not a conspiracy at the scale most people want to pin it on. But there's multiple conspiracies working there. I think, yeah, the government needs to be checked multiple at multiple levels. But at the final level, it's us, the people. And if we're going to morally bend on people, I think that's just as bad as anything else.
Agree with Bandit here. He sought the office of the president of the United States. It wasn't like he joined a convent and 90s religious right called they want their issues with Trump back. It's kind of I get but whenever people I just don't think he has the moral turpitude, or the office shouldn't have somebody that says grab him by the pussy. To me, that's all personality stuff. And to me,
no, that was my issue. Just to be clear, just for sake of argument, that was not my main issue. I named a whole bunch of things that happened before he even ran.
What would you call your number one issue? What's the main issue that makes it impossible for you to get past?
His absolute business corruption ever before he was on TV. Yes.
Now, let me ask you something. This is a man who I think it's fair to say has been the most investigated human being of the 21st century.
I don't know that to be true, but sure, let's go with it.
Who comes to even to mind as to who would be more investigated?
Bill Gates has been just as investigated, trust me.
In the 21st century, maybe in the 20th.
Okay,
not in the
21st.
Right,
okay. When you say centuries, okay, maybe I mix those up. Okay, maybe that's true. I don't know. Yeah. Let's go.
Because that's what I'm getting. And all that time, they only started getting him for shit after he was out of office for political bullshit.
I don't agree, and I've already said I don't agree with that. I don't care.
No, but what I'm saying is it also points to the fact that the idea that he was some debauched criminal beforehand might not really suss out. It's one of those.
No, he definitely was. He definitely was. There's no way you can make unless you show me evidence.
Until proven guilty, No,
he is, and I agree with that. This is why I said in the comments section that he has his right to a fair trial. I think he should have a fair trial.
Ooh, Bandit has name anyone that passes your test
in recent modern presidential history
of anybody that's on the field right now.
Or are we talking about who's running right now?
Yeah, anybody that's on the field or could potentially be on the field.
I don't know who's. I can't. I don't know the
Like-
history of everybody who's running right now. But
Well,
if you ask me,
but Biden, you got Trump, you got maybe Chris Christie, you got maybe Mike Pence,
Chris
you got
Christie's
maybe
corrupt.
Gavin Newsom.
they've all been. It baffles my mind because we as normal people don't go through the shit that they go through, right? Why are you getting just because you have an office job in public office does not mean that you necessarily have to be caught in some corrupt matter. This is not true. These things are not exclusive to each other. That's bullshit. And I think we've normalized this for so fucking long that everybody just accepts that. Our politicians.
It might be because you really can't get to any high level of power
No, I
without
don't
either
believe
having
that. I don't
blackmail
believe
or blackmailing somebody.
I don't believe that at all.
I do, because I know plenty of people that tried to get into politics here in Nebraska, and shockingly, some blackmail from their past came up about every single one of them to the fucking one. The manila envelope got fucking delivered.
And I'll draw this back to this. We, the people, have the most power. You have to exercise it, and we do not exercise it. Chappelle would hey, fuck, hey,
damn.
I got nothing against Chappelle.
I'm not even posting that last one. Bandit, yet they're going after him for shit he's supposed to have done in the last.
I'm not going.
Years.
Hey, look, I'm not speaking on anything he did since he was president. That's not. I'm not debating none of that. All I'm saying is I knew this in 2015. That I don't like the guy. I knew it in 2020. 2000, and I knew it in the 1990s. The guy's a shiesty individual. He's in New York. He's like one of them New York. Hey, he's one of those guys.
Yes.
And I'm and it's fine. It's fine. And if that's what the American people want for president, I'm fine with that. I'm saying I don't like him. And if you ask me who passes my moral test, who have been president in the last 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, none, zero, none of them have. But I don't believe that's because it can't be because you can't be morally good and do the thing. I think that's bullshit. I think it's because we, the people, cede our power over to the more powerful. I can't. My vote doesn't. Like, how many times do we hear my vote doesn't count? I can't do anything. I can't show up to school council meetings. I can't go to the city thing. I can't do fucking nothing. Well, my line for my voting thing was it was an hour wait, so I can't go there. I can't take a day off of work. Hey, look, now fuck all that shit. Fuck all that. If you really cared, you would do something. Not only would you do something, you would entice, encourage, help the dude on one knee up and fucking go do something together. We should all be doing shit. This is how democratic republic systems work, is if we work together. But we ceded all our power to Congress, who's a piece of shit, who don't do shit. All they do is act like they're doing shit and say that we're going to do this, and then they go to the office and they actually do absolutely nothing or do the opposite of what you said. This is all bullshit. The whole entire system is bullshit. And the biggest problem is we, the people, don't accept no responsibility for the bullshit. We are also part of that bullshit. That's what I'm saying. I think it's all nonsense. All of it.
From top to bottom.
Including the bottom. That's the big problem. We don't accept no responsibility for our problems, too. That's my problem.
Bandit, I get that. I'm just saying, to give you credit, if they wanted him, there's probably shit they could actually get him from the 80s, 90s, but they're making up bullshit to take him down. Interesting take there. No,
they couldn't get him from the 80s and 90s. I think he's that smart. I think he's that good. I think he's well connected. I think he's a smart guy. He's not a retard. Like, I know the left wants to make him out to be some like slow read, like he's got some like issues going on. No, the guy's a smart guy. Like, then you could say he got a nice, cool fucking $1 billion or whatever the fuck from his dad. But if he not only grew that and lost it and grew it again, then lost it again and grew it again, most of us would never have had that and lost it and got it again.
I would hate to play poker with him. He would fucking butter his bread off of almost everybody you know. Okay, like that motherfucker.
He's a good one.
Gotta give him that. Like, Andrew, can't wait to see how good Biden does tomorrow night hosting SNL.
Oh, that's sad.
Is that
He
real?
should not do. Yeah, he should not do that. If
I
I'm his advisor, I'm telling him not to do that. Okay.
Oh no, he's gonna be on live. Oh fuck me. Like, no, he's gonna be on. Hey everyone, it's Saturday Live, and then that's gonna be the last you fucking see. They're gonna put like a fucking silly hat on him for one sketch, and then that's it. That's all you're gonna. And he's gonna be on so much fucking Adderall. Like, oh my god, like he's gonna be on enough Adderall that like like fucking what they would prescribe an entire fucking middle school.
Wait, hold on.
worth of
Andrew
Adderall.
says Chicago sings Obama's praises every day. Chicago is the most corrupt city in the nation. I don't care what the fuck Chicago says. I have no cares. Look, I'm a military kid. I grew up, I was born in Japan. I lived in Europe. I lived all over the United States. I have no ties and no connections to any part of the regional part of America. My brother was born in Las Vegas. I lived in San Francisco. I live in Texas now. I've been in New Jersey, Maryland, Ohio, Jersey, and all over the fucking place. I don't care about any part of the United States. I think all parts of the United States are similarly tribal and corrupted. They all have the corrupted parts, and they're similarly tribal. Which is in some ways it's cool and kind of funny, right? Like I like to go to the Midwest and listen to their nice Midwest Canadian accents in some places like Milwaukee. It's funny to me. We go to Jersey and listen to their fucking Italian accents and have some good Italian food and Irish food and shit and all that shit. And then I like to go to this. I've done all that. It's great. I love America. I absolutely love both my parents, 20+ year vets, uncles, aunts, all vets. I went into the military. I was physically inadequate. Let's just put it that way. I got a lot of issues. But at the end of the day, look, I love America and I want America to do better. I just don't think. But what I did learn from growing up with military people is that you got to put in the work. I don't think we put in the work. We don't do it. We just complain. I'm not saying anybody here is complaining and not putting in work. You guys are all pretty hardworking individuals, pay your taxes and vote. Do your thing.
He's not going on this week because that would be a bit tone deaf. The week that Trump gets fucking charged. Hey, I'm going on Saturday Night Live, everybody. Oh God.
Yeah, that would be a horror show. They would know, but there's no way his handlers let him go on SNL. There's not happening.
Now, this is Girl of Fire. Like, luckily, he just sent me a couple of shorts to show you rather than like a 40-minute. Like, this is just a little bit of what he's talking about with carbon sequestration.
So, I wanted to come check on this and check this out, folks. This is behind the shredder. Predictably, it's recovering and coming back. Not all of it, but thinned out. And look at all of this organic matter. Taking that CO2 from up there and putting it down here. I know some people look at this and say, that's not a seed bed. You call that a seed bed? And I look at it and go, oh, that is the best seed bed. We have one more application to do on this. Got a little sugar and humates. Also, I wanted to come check on this.
Okay, so that's
and check this.
That's a real quick one. And what was the other one he wanted me to show off? Okay, regenerative farming in the real world. Let's see where did he put that? Because yeah, the idea is there we go.
Look at the weed control, the soil armor, the organic matter. Put on a lot of humates and sugar with the application. Come in and broadcast a little bit of commercial nitrogen behind this. So we're getting most of our nitrates and nitrogen naturally from our cover systems and our regenerative farming program. Like a sea of grass, like it used to be. The Great Prairie Grassland.
All right.
The weed control.
So yeah, that was just a little like rather than like because my brother also does like long form content that's like 20 minutes long where he explains the science pretty deep. Grow the Farm Up and like because there's actually charts that are coming out that are showing carbon being emitted through the entire planet, and like literally over the United States, just a cloud over us. When if we had cover crops during basically early spring and late fall, we could actually do something about that. So that's something that I hope we get to someday, and that's one of the reasons why the Grow the Farm Up would be my secretary. But now let's see. Bill, Hillary, Sharp, and Trump hosted SNL, but nobody is wondering why not Joe.
Because he's 144,000 years old. Who cares? Like, you know, he's not funny. He's old. It's not funny to be that old.
Honest question. Do you think he's actually in charge?
That's the same thing they asked about Reagan, ironically. And I I was young when Reagan was president, very young, not old enough to understand what was going on then. But in this point, I would have to say he has some semblance of in charge, but he probably lets the machine run as it runs. You know what I mean?
Okay, because like when he says like, "Oh, I'm gonna get in trouble if I say that," or they cut off his mic mid-sentence, I'm like, who has the authority to cut off the president's fucking mic?
Probably
Who's
a lot of
that
people.
guy?
Probably a lot of people. The way I see it for people that they deem not capable is that, you know, they probably let the well-oiled machine run as it does. You know, the DOD does its thing, all the departments do their thing, and you know, he still gets his daily briefings, his top secret briefings, and all that shit. And he's supposed to make decisions, informed decisions on that. He probably doesn't make a ton of informed decisions based on that, unless it's pertinent and important. But for the most part, it just runs. And that's a testament to how good this country is, right? Like, I think the country could just run without a president for at least a couple terms, to be honest with you.
I don't agree, because at the end of the day, when there's important decisions, especially in matters of national security, you have to have one voice. There needs to be one person in charge, and there has to be the man in charge at the end of the day.
You're right, but those number of times that happens are probably few and far between. And I think that the president mostly, and a lot of times, is just a figurehead. And then,
I get the feeling like if Bill Clinton was in the room, he would like almost like slap you or something, or like even like George Bush Jr. Like, do you have any idea how many fucking times I saved the world and you never fucking heard about it?
Because those two guys inserted themselves. But also, you have people who probably are much more lackadaisical, passive, like Bill, I'm
talking about like, no, Mr. President, the gateway to another dimension's about to open up, and the Snorlax need to know if they have the treaty or not. Like, it's crazy shit like that. You know, it's fucking like maybe not quite that bad, but I'm betting each president's gonna be like,
no, I bet it is hard. It's the worst job in the world. I think it is. But it also depends on how seriously you want to take it. I need you to read that last comment, because I want you to pronounce that word for me.
Okay. Osiris knows what turns him into the pressure means. When Biden had his like, it's a turn to pressure. CCP is under. Oh, wow. This guy's claiming the Chinese have honey trap videos of Joe and Hunter. And well, the thing is, he is touching on something that is true, is that Joe and Hunter have a joint checking account. Hunter even.
I did see that. Yes, I did.
Yep. So fuck. That's how they've been moving the movie.
No, it gets deeper than that.
Money.
They not only did they have a joint checking account, but it has been said through some evidence, I don't remember exactly what evidence, that Joe was completely aware of what his son was doing, Hunter was doing, and with for his foreign escapades, because they were making money off that. Not only that, a lot of Democrats, and this comes from Democratic people, by the way, who are saying this, and then a lot of Democrats are also saying that Joe's a little bit weird because of the fact that, speaking of his morals and his personality, he's not claiming his own grandson. Bro, what the fuck is going on?
Apparently, he just started not too long ago, but like he's claiming it before his son is, which is fuck, man. Like now. Again, like,
and I don't know those family dynamics, so I'm kind of staying out of that one until I see more, like, better understanding.
Now, here's the thing with every family. Let's be frank, though. With every family, you got to give one mulligan. Hunter is their mulligan. Like, let's be frank. Osiris.
Yeah.
If you're we're both thinking to our own families and our friends' families.
Right.
We're thinking, yeah, there's a Hunter in each one of them.
Yeah,
they just don't have the money.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I'll be honest with you. In some ways, I feel bad for Joe, like having to deal with this shit, because he had a pretty impeccable reputation for a long time for his family values. Most people would say that.
I wouldn't go that far, but I understand what you're trying to say there.
Yeah,
but like, yeah, on the Republican side, we're like, no, Joe's been dirty as the day is long, and but.
The left would also say that, to be honest with you. The left.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, dude, I'm sorry, but like, He wrote the fucking crime bill that put tens of millions of people.
No, wait.
prison for
I'll defend
crack.
him on that one. A little bit. So,
And his son's doing.
everybody
crack and he's
agreed with
letting them
it.
off scot-free.
Everybody agreed with the crime bill at the time, including the black people that it was supposed to help protect, and the inner city people, the
Winky
Hispanics.
face. Yeah, and everybody learned you always need to be
even the
worried when they
citizens-
say I'm from the government and I'm here. to
even
help."
right. That was the mistake. So even the citizens agreed with it. Nobody. I don't think any of the citizens understood at the time. The entire war on drug thing was a fallacy. It was bullshit. It was nonsense. It made no sense. We can't fucking have a war on fucking drugs because it doesn't work. Right? Like the stop and frisk doesn't work. We know this. We know this now.
Well, it's sort of like, and the argument applies to drugs too. But I've always made this argument about weapons in particular, is that we're currently unable to keep weapons and drugs out of prisons, which means even if we turn all of society into a prison, we will not be able to stop the flow of weapons and drugs.
Yeah,
like
people
they will
do what
still
people
happen.
do. Yeah.
And but Andrew actually makes a good point here. America has no effing clue how Chinese business works. It's normal to provide business folks with hookers, including underage ones, because then you got the Epstein trap, which is what Epstein basically made his fucking living on, was getting people trapped, and then they were now assets for whatever intelligence agency he was working for.
And who knows how many people are in the house right now who have dossiers or whatever on them, evidence, we'll call it, of what the shit they've done. Any government is going to be corrupt. The only thing that we have to decide is how corrupt do we want it to be. Every government's corrupt. Every single one.
Oh, wow. Osiris should say how his buddy Joe defines America in a single word. Arthur mentioned like, wow. Like, just hitting the greatest hits tonight.
Hey, he likes ice cream now. Come
your good buddy, Joe Biden. He's your best friend, isn't he?
First of all,
actually, what's funny is I used to do presidential birthday toast. I haven't really done it in a while, but what's funny is I recorded this like 2 days before, where it's kind of funny how poignant this was and how prophetic this was. Joe Biden, okay, it looks like Congress is going to certify Joe Biden. So I record this video where I make a cocktail called Punch Romaine. It's like, all right, this is for you, Joe. And what Punch Romaine was the last drink served on the Titanic right before it sank. Like it was, and that's a lovely drink. It's like champagne, white rum, pineapple juice, white wine, and an egg white. It's all shaken together, and then you top it off with champagne. Very good.
Very interesting.
Egg
white?
Yeah, egg white. You
Wow.
wouldn't think, but it like you shake it all together and it gives the drink almost like kind of like a baked goods property. I don't know how else to put it. And it's very, very sugary, but you want it to be foamy. So I make the video like, and well, Joe, for those who know, this is Punch Romaine to your administration. And then I upload it to drop it like, 4 p.m. on the 6th of January. And I decided I'm going to push the video off a day because the thing was,
what's the 6th of January? Oh, fuck me. Never mind. Okay, never mind. All right.
No, you're used to hearing it the other way around because the CIA found a way to brand it, and the CIA is very good at branding. The media is awful at it, but like you always know, whenever a day or an event has good branding, you always know intelligence agencies are involved because the media is awful at branding shit. But the intelligence agencies, they're fucking on it. But yeah, so on the 6th of January, it's going to be like, hey, Congress certifies Joe Biden. Here's a drink to the sinking of the Titanic, basically. And that's the day January 6th goes. I have to push the video back because he wasn't certified on January 6th. He was certified on January 7th. And so that's why I say, like it or not, I mean, it's one of the most successful, probably the most successful protest of the 21st century in that they didn't want a certification that day, and that day no certification was had. Like I'm not saying I endorse it, but I am saying it's probably thus far I can't think of a more successful one.
Yeah. I mean, that that goes back to my point. If the American people want something done, they should be more. We shouldn't let the most extreme portions of our ideology take charge of that. Like if they wanted Trump to be president, and it was a close race, and I think Biden won. Was there some funny business? Maybe not to the point that I think it would swing the election. I think it was very close, but not to that point. It's been investigated multiple times by outside industry.
I was about to say, if it's that close, then even a little bit of chicanery one way or the other pretty much puts somebody over the top.
And sometimes these things are not.
And to be frank, we know what happened. They gamed the mail-in voting system to make up for the enthusiasm gap. That's what the Democrats did in 2000.
Yeah,
They're not going to get away with
that's
it
not illegal. That is not illegal, though.
We won't get into it tonight, but yeah, there was some definite laws broken. Hell, in Missouri, there was one election that a judge had to throw out because 74% of all mail-in ballots were found to be fraudulent. So like that, you'd have to look it up into Missouri. It was a small county, so it's not like it was thousands of votes, but this was a legitimate thing.
Let's say it was. Okay, yeah, let's not get into that. Let's move on. That's a whole different argument. That's a whole different argument.
Before another thing I was wondering, Osiris.
Yeah.
This sword that you have.
Yeah.
Would you be interested? First, I'm hearing some background noise on a TV. Is there any way I can talk to you? Turning that off?
Yeah. Hold on. Give me 1 second here.
Oh, yes. Perfect. Because I really want to see Osiris's review of this sword. Oh, wow. You too. I'm going to turn this car right around unless you start getting along. Hey there, Mr. Bill. Could not allow someone's laptop to hit the news be considered an election interference? Oh, yeah. Oh, totally. I've actually said that the intelligence agencies not allowing that to go on is actually our intelligence agencies interfering in our elections by preventing the Hunter Biden laptop story being disseminated. I'm going to look up I'm looking up a definition here. Let's see. Rig, crime, definition.
All right, we're good.
All right, I'm just looking up a definition here. Let's see. Rig, not rigid. Oh, let's see. Because this is all showing me rigid, but like basically rigged, the definition of rigged, if I could find it.
I can find it.
Oxford English Dictionary criminal definition.
Prearranged and fixed so that the winner is decided before the competition. That's a pretty decent.
That's not the one I'm looking for.
Oxford? Oh, you want Oxford?
Hang on. There we go. Rig, Oxford Language Dictionary. Because I'm so sorry, folks, but I finally found it. Because only Mr. Bill could not allowing someone's laptop to hit the news be considered election interference. Well, when those 51 former winky face, there's no such thing as former intelligence officers signed that letter saying that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian misinformation, what they did, this is the Oxford English Dictionary for rig, crime, manage or conduct something fraudulently so as to produce a result or situation that is advantageous to a particular person. Now, that is almost exactly what the intelligence agencies did for Joe Biden, saying that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian misinformation. They were managing or conducting something fraudulently so as to produce a result or situation that is
hold
on.
Person. I don't know that it's fraudulently. You'd have to give me that evidence because at the time.
No, we know now they had no evidence. At the time, they just said, "Oh, this is," but we now know. Actually, thanks to the Durham report, they had no evidence.
Hold on, but that was the issue because they had no evidence. They're saying like nobody knew what was going on. So they were telling them that you shouldn't do that thing. I don't believe that they should have told them that at all. But also, could you have said that
they had no evidence to support what they were saying?
Could you also say Comey rigged the election against Hillary Clinton?
What's that?
Could you also have said Comey rigged the election against Hillary Clinton?
No, because he was investigating both people.
So if you believe that Donald Trump should also be given the right to have the people decide their own thing, shouldn't the American people have just had the right to decide their own thing? Because this is typically what happens.
No, this is no. This is our intelligence agencies clandestinely interfering in our elections and putting their loyalty to their politics above their loyalty to this nation. Because they swore on oath to the Constitution, yet they still tried to undermine the duly elected president.
They literally did the same thing to Hillary Clinton. I'm sitting on the middle. I'm sitting on the middle of the fence on this one because I don't really care about Trump nor Hillary. I think they're both corrupt as fuck. But what I'm saying in very different ways, to be clear. But what I'm saying is like there was no reason for Comey to come out and say bring a non-charge against Hillary in the waning moments of an election cycle. There was just no reason for it. There's a whole reason why the intelligence agencies have a policy of not doing that, and he did it anyways. He threw, and many people.
Yeah,
I'm not going to go away. I'm not going to go.
This appears to be Russia stuff. Which
I'm not going to go one way or the other.
Yeah, Chicken. We were banned on Facebook for a month on Big Buck and Empire because Chicken tried to share the Hunter Biden story, and so that's not only our
I don't agree with that
intelligence agencies, but also big tech on the instruction of their intelligence agencies. Basically deciding what viewpoints are valid or not.
The Twitter files, if anything, proved that big tech, at least Twitter, is not in the pocket of the government because they pushed back hard as fuck on a lot of. They just did not do what the government said on many occasions. They
didn't do it on every occasion, but there were private citizens that were suppressed on Twitter at the behest of our government. And I'm sorry, dude, that's fascism. In the purest sense, that is fascism. That is the merger of state and corporate power, as Benito Mussolini himself defined it.
Because
he ran an openly fascist government. He'd probably know better than either of us.
So that's because the Twitter people agreed with that particular situation. But there was many situations
they agreed with that particular bit of fascism.
But there's many occasions where they did not agree.
They had to wait to find their principles.
No, they waited. No, they're a business, and they had to wait. They had to wait to decide what was better for their business. Wait, do you agree that the business should operate in their own interest?
Normally they should, but that doesn't mean that you give in to every single thing that a government.
That's not what they're doing. I just literally described that's what they're doing. They're not doing that.
Dude, like, look at how many that they're turning down versus how many they actually do. They are getting
they turn down way more than they actually
No. I'm sorry. No, they're not going to get to play the game for long if they don't, because there's the thing that a lot of people don't realize is that all these websites run on ungodly amounts of taxpayer subsidized bandwidth. So they all have to fucking march to the government's tune. Otherwise, they find their bandwidth getting fucking tuned.
No, nuance matters.
The bandwidth isn't taxpayer subsidy.
No, the nuance matters here. So Twitter itself is an individual private company. The bandwidth situation is an agreement, a deal with the ISPs. The ISPs have the agreement or the subsidized money that comes from the government. Now, I know that all sounds like the same thing, but none of that is the exact same thing because these guys are dealing individually. It's the same thing that is the problem with Nicaragua, the Iran deal, and the drug war on drugs. 3 different things that are conspiracy that are not all tied together specifically. Oh, sorry, I got a phone call.
Yeah, no problem. I'll get to these for a moment. When he gets back, folks, sword review. Businesses should not be taking orders from Adam Schiff. True. Very fucking true, sir. Very true. Only Mr. Bill. Andrew, ask Osiris men can get oh wow. Nah, I don't think that's how he looks at things. Wow. Folks are brutal tonight, but I love it.
All right.
And actually, I'm just gonna do something real quick here, folks. Dropping it right there. That is the link to my YouTube page. Give a subscribe, folks. Give a subscribe.
Subscribe to this man. He's doing
now,
great.
Osiris.
Yes, sir.
I'm curious. I'm about to give you the full screen here.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on. I just read this comment. Ask Osiris if I think man can get pregnant. Phil, he definitely doesn't know me, does he?
I said, I don't think that's Osiris's take on that.
That's retarded.
I think you might have misjudged that one.
Yeah, get the fuck out.
Folks, check me out at KOE Nation on YouTube. Give me a subscribe. It's definitely. But Osiris,
yes, sir.
I'm about to give you a full screen here.
Okay.
For a review of your sword. Now, I want to know the ins and outs, the ups and downs, where you like, but so once you give a little bit of the lore, then you're going to hear me come in like an ethereal voice, like you're hearing a voice in the back of your head or something, or like it's Old Testament or something, and you will know my name. And I'm going to ask you a couple of grading questions, just a few ways to grade this.
Yeah, because I don't know how to actually review a sword. So you can ask me all the questions you want.
All right, well, let's.
I'll grab it for you.
Yeah, sweet. This is gonna be fucking awesome.
Do you want me to actually get the family plaque for it too? I can get the family plaque.
Yes.
Yeah, we
got
that. My son got this when he joined the Marines.
Oh, not yet. All right. Yeah,
Here, let me get it for you.
Yeah, that's fucking sweet. Let's see. Oh, does Osiris have a channel? He is one of the only ones besides Lethe that has some decent takes. I believe he does actually. I'm gonna look that up right now. There we are. Cut. And there we are. I'm gonna paste that. That is Osiris's YouTube channel as well, folks. Give him a subscribe if you aren't already. Be sure to give me a subscribe too. I mean, come on, folks. You know it's the and you get to have all this beautiful content. I'll wait till Osiris gets his ears back on. I also plugged your YouTube channel as well, sir. I'm
not active, but I appreciate it.
Hey, I try. Let's see. Marines now have as part of their K rations KY jelly. Wow.
Probably true.
All righty, I'm giving you. Oh, look at that! It's beautiful. All right, folks. Actually, we'll do this for just a second. Folks, you truly have arrived here at the KOE Nation, and we're getting into a very special sword review with our good friend Osiris. So, Osiris, I'm giving you the big screen. Tell us a little bit about this, sir.
So, you can buy swords and family crests, etc. My son went in the Marines against my wishes, of course. I told him to join some easy shit like the Air Force. He's like, fuck that, I'm doing YOLO shit. And then he sent me this. And it was it came with a family pack. My family, my wife's maiden name is DeLeo. All right. So they're Hispanic. And we get this whole thing, and it says a bunch of shit that I don't care about. That is all. It's got a little family thing, and then you get the family crest on the sword. It's
nice.
It's really nicely detailed, right? I would assume this is some type of bronze or combination. I don't know. I have no idea because I don't know a lot about weapon making, but it is a solid thing. The only thing they do is because it's a display item, so the edges are not sharp. Okay. The point is sharp, of course, but it is a real sword. It is heavy. And if you look at the detail, I don't know if I can show these details. So if you look at underneath, you got a bunch of insignias and signatures that are happening.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really nicely done. I don't know this, but it feels like a sword somebody would actually carry back in whatever age that this thing would be made.
Okay, so it's just a question of it's full tang or not. If the blade attaches all the way to the bottom of the handle there,
it looks like it. So if I can get it, so if you can see, there's an opening here.
Yep.
And it feels like I can't tell you for sure, but it feels like it goes probably about yay deep. Almost about this deep.
Okay.
So this part is not part of the handle. It's probably something that's added on.
3/4 tang, which that's plenty for if you need to use it. Like I wouldn't recommend. Well, okay. Actually, I'm going to ask you, sir. Now, first of all, how many years have you had this sword? It sounds like it's something you've had.
20 years maybe.
Okay, 20 years. Now I see the way you're like just gripping the blade and such.
Yeah, it's not sharp at all.
Yeah.
This part of Pro Q, but it's not sharp. Nah.
Okay. Well, now for those who don't know, we here at the KOE Nation, we grade everything on a 5-star scale. 5 meaning you have to have it before you shuffle off this mortal coil. 0 meaning pass it on by. The KOE Nation has advised you well. So, sir, we're going to have you grade this on a few 5-star scales as a sword, as a family heirloom, and would you replace, and this is a yes or no question, would you replace it if you were to lose it, sir? So, first of all, as a sword on a 5-star scale, how would you rate this particular item, sir?
Well, it's a display item. It's something meant to put in your family room or wherever, or your game room, or wherever you put nice things. And so as a sword, it probably doesn't do much as a sword, but it looks really cool. So let's give it a 3 for coolness and take off 2 because it doesn't do shit, right?
Okay.
You're not gonna kill. You're probably not gonna kill too many people with this sword.
So as an actual sword, like maybe 1 or 2 stars, but as a family heirloom, like 3 stars.
Yeah.
And I suppose like because it has such personal value to you, like if you were to lose it, I mean, I imagine you'd probably try to seek out that sword again rather than try to replace it with another one.
Yeah, I'm actually really proud. I'm really proud of it because again, I grew up in the military. I told my oldest kids, at least, there's a lot of value being in the military. They are the knights of the new republic. That's what they are. And my oldest son took that to heart and I told him, hey, join the Air Force, join the Navy, do some easy shit, do your 4, 8, 10 years or whatever. And do your best. He was like, no, fuck that. I can't swim. I can't do shit, but I'm gonna join the Marines. I was like, all right, bro. And this is a momentum to that. My oldest son is a anomaly to the statistic, as they would say. My wife's family is they grew up poor. I grew up middle class, but they grew up poor, and now I've raised half of my kids so far to middle class spectrum. So I think that is an official win for America.
Nice. So that represents for you a different kind of heritage that not everybody shares. It's something that's between you and your son. That's beautiful. Hold that up for the camera one last time, sir. I'm going to get a beautiful thumbnail out of this.
Let's see.
There we go. Yep. Get that beautiful mug in there. Oh yeah, that works. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now, thank you for sharing that, sir. Bam. And we're back. Yeah. And like, who knows what it would actually go for, but like, it's kind of like I was sharing earlier and I reviewed it earlier, this knife that my daughter gave to me when she was 5. And that says that on the clip right there. I love you, Daddy. And then on the blade, I'm going to cover it because it has your name on it. On the blade, it says, love always. And it's one of those things that, like, when I pull it out, like, because, yeah, she's growing into a young woman now. And I just think back when she was just that little girl. And, like, so it's strange, the things that bring back memories. Like,
yeah, that's what it is, really. It's not really the sword that really matters. Like, I can't use it for it. I'm not gonna stop an intruder with the sword. I'm gonna get the gun, right? Like, I don't care about the sword. To answer this person in chat, Mr. Bill, did he get it from a part of some battalion? No, this was ordered online from a company that makes what do you call it? Family crest items, right? Like I said, you get the entire like package. You get this picture, like you can see how old it is. Like the paper is browning and olding on the back. This is pretty. I mean, it's not that old. It's 20-something years old, but you get the family crest, you get the family sword, you get the whole thing. None of this was part of the military. He bought this online and handpicked out what he wanted. Just so you guys know.
Okay. Let's see. Only Mr. Bill. Does anybody remember the classic 1980s Marine commercial with the sword? Yep. Oh yeah.
I do. And that's why I told my son, like, don't join the Marines. They're crazy. Don't do that. And he did it anyways. By the way, he couldn't swim when he joined the Marines, which is
I've wanted to for a couple of years. I don't think he's watching anymore. But like it's always because it's just a little too much scratch. Me and my parents might all go in and like throw in a third on it this year. But I've always wanted to get my brother a specific sword made by my favorite knife company, Cold Steel. And it's the Calicha Madre. And what it is it's the same sword George Washington carried in battle. And like I'm just gonna use I need a different knife than that one to demonstrate. What the fuck? I'll just use this one. Basically, actually, no, that doesn't work. Here we go. Found it. The Calicha Madre was basically a mixture of a broadsword and a rapier. Here towards the handle, there was a very thick blade, but towards the tip, it just became like a very thin rapier blade. So you could deflect blows from a large sword or a large implement on the battlefield, but you still had the speed of a rapier blade. And so I just always thought that'd be something kind of cool to get for my brother for Christmas some year, but it's just a little like it's a couple $100, which that's a less scratch, you know what I mean? But it's always something I've always thought about. So but yeah, like so swords, knives, weapons, like what guy isn't fascinated by it? Like, by the way, do you carry a pocket knife on you every day?
I used to, especially when I was working. And then I think there was some point where like it just became problematic, for lack of a better word. Like I just didn't want to get stopped. People get a little unhinged depending on where you're at. If you have because when I grew up, everybody had like a little knife on their belt buckle or in their car. Like nobody cares. And for the most part, because I live in Texas, most people don't care. But it seems a little bit odd nowadays, and maybe this is just my bad reading of it. But I just don't do it anymore.
Fascinating, because like me, I like if you ain't got a blade on you to at least do some box opening and some basic work. To me, I can't go a day on the farm without drawing my knife.
I would in that case, but I don't work on a farm. Like when you say carry, like I'm now that I'm usually doing errands. I don't go into stores and stuff with a box knife or a small. Like usually I carry a flip out knife, even for in use of a box knife in replacement of a box knife, because I just like to flip the fucking thing and do the thing. Like I was a kid who had the flip like out. Yeah, I just like doing that. I was the kid who had the flip out a hair comb thing. Remember those back in the 80s?
Oh yeah.
I had one of and comb my hair. Like I had one of those.
Actually, what's funny is John Wick. He uses out the front automatic knives, which are basically like you hold a knife like this, you flick a button, and the blade shoots straight up.
Yeah.
I found on Amazon for like $19 an out the front automatic comb.
Hell yeah,
and
dude.
So like I might get that one for the kiddo for Christmas. Like it's just one of like here you go.
You can't take that to school though. Definitely.
I imagine there might be an issue or two. Now this is an interesting one. I'm curious what your thoughts are. Like this is a little bit of a departure, but like you would have some good, like, okay, kiddo's about 14. She asked me, she wants a lighter for a Lana Del Rey lighter because she's really into Lana Del Rey. Okay. And it's fashionable. Now the thing is, it's not because she's a smoker. She's not into that at all, but it is like fire making is kind of an essential thing to be able to just survive. Okay.
True.
Like to me, like you're going out into the woods, you better damn well have a blade. You better damn well be able to make fucking fire. Okay, like that's just like to me.
Agreed. Two important things.
Like it's part of my. I jokingly call it the Hateful Eight. When I'm stepping out the front door, I do my checklist because it used to be the Magnificent Seven. Now it's the Hateful Eight because that's one of my old man's favorite movies, the Hateful Eight. Have you seen it?
I tried to watch it and I watched like 30 minutes of it and got bored and fell asleep. But I have narcolepsy. I can't watch a lot of movies. So.
Okay, fair. If you make it to the end, it's. But yeah, so my just make sure I got all the things and. A lighter and a blade are two of the Hateful Eight. Okay, like it's like
so far I'm with you.
And because like I fucked up, like I messed up an eye a couple of years. I almost lost it in a farming accident. Just a piece of steel just flew right into my face. I was bleeding like motherfucker. Now like one eye won't close all the way, the pupil won't, and so like really bright light kind of fucks with me. So shades are part of the Hateful Eight too. So it's just like, nope, I don't step out the door without shades, fire, lighter, smokes, blade, like it's just a couple, stuff like that. Like, and so to me, it's like, okay, what age do you think is appropriate to start trusting a teenager with something like fire?
That's a good question. Because I know you know what the answer is. The answer is it depends on your kids. That's the real answer.
Yeah, but like, and so it's like, if you think if it's like just a little girl, it's like, oh, it's a Lana Del Rey lighter, and I might never even put fluid in it. Like, probably fine at 14.
Might be a hot take. This might be a hot take.
But if it's like like I'm not saying I would, but like probably would be okay. But like if it's like little crazy ass Johnny who likes starting fires in the backyard, maybe not even at 26, you should give that fucker a lighter. So it's kind of like yeah, I know you'd say it's like it depends on the kid, but like
I think that if you think you're a good parent by age 9, for sure, I think that you should be able to trust your kids with fire. Okay. I think because it's not just about the fire, right? It's like, do you trust your kids to cut the grass with the lawnmower and not run their own foot over and lose a foot by age 9? Do you trust them to make hot water in the sink and do dishes without cutting themselves with the knives in the sink? It's the same thing. It's a level of responsibility.
Okay.
Some kids have it, some kids don't. but
yeah, and like I said, there's some like that might be ready at 9. There's some that aren't ready at 26. But like this is fascinating. Like in that same vein, my dad was telling me about like when he was a kid, like sometimes him and his twin brother, or sometimes him and a buddy of his. I told this to basically my ex-in-laws years ago. Like some of my daughters, like all cousins and some of all their parents. It was fascinating to watch the look of horror on their face. So it's like, oh yeah, my dad was like 11. Grandpa would drop him off up at the creek with a bag with a loaf of bread in it and some peanut butter and some matches so that they could make fire. And he'd drop them off there Friday after school, and he'd pick them up Sunday evening before dinner. And that they would just spend the whole weekend out there with a 22 rifle, and they would like try to roast squirrels on a stick, and like they do the whole night. And just the look of abject horror of these parents at the mere thought of sending their precious little babies out. And these are like 11-year-old babies at this point. It's like, you know what I mean? Like,
I'm with you. I'm 100%. Let the kids grow the fuck up by themselves sometime. Like, it's crazy that how much we helicopter our kids these days. It's absolutely insane.
I remember one time. Go ahead.
So I got a scar here. It's probably hard to see because I'm way older. But this scar stretched from this end of the hand to the other end of the hand. I opened my hand up pushing a wheelbarrow, and my uncle had a 77 Chevelle. It was at rusty wheel wells, and I scraped my hand and opened up everything on my hand. That's the first time I seen the inside of my hand and every finger bone I ever had. I was like, holy shit. But you know what? What that teaches you is that being able to see the inside of your body, you're not gonna die. You're gonna live. And I think that I think every girl should too, but every boy especially should be able to tolerate some
some level of pain,
not just pain, but the visuals, because I freaked out one time. I remember this because my daughter has allergies, and so she had this like EpiPen thing, and she was going through this episode because she had some allergy, and I didn't know it. Like, I completely freaked out. That was one of the few times I ever freaked out as a parent. Because I don't know the whole allergy thing. I was like, if it had just been a cut or a finger missing, I'm like, holy shit, okay, we can deal with it. But when it's an allergy, I couldn't visually put my mind on what was going on, and I didn't know what to do. So I think that you need to be exposed to these things, especially at an early age. And people might say it's traumatic, or like, yeah, maybe it's traumatic clinically speaking, but these are experiences that kids need to have so that they can grow up and be self-serving adults, self-aware adults. I think this is important to the kids. This is why kids play. This is why kids get hurt.
Like, yeah, I totally agree with that. Like, to an extent, like, I get it why some people freak out when they see blood, but like, it's also one of those, like, get over it a little bit. Like, it's like, it's blood. We all have it in us. Sometimes it leaks out. Like, and I knew somebody who like literally would get like medically fucking panicked if somebody was bleeding. And like, you know, to me, as like, if you're in boxing, MMA, any kind of martial arts, you get used to seeing blood a lot. It's just something.
My face bled every year in the fall because of the weather change. Like, just whoosh. And my son, my 14.
Is it just because the dryness of
I don't know
affects your skin, or
I have no idea. I mean, I'm not the only person.
Spontaneous human bleeding. Like, I'm sorry, you can't just like, you know, it's a thing. It happens.
I never thought,
year.
but I never thought anything of it. I just never cared because it just happened every year. I was like, whatever. And my son, like, he's 12 years old, and his nose just started whoosh, just like faucet.
Your nose.
And he's yeah, my nose. And
I thought you were just like talking about like randomly. Like,
no.
Like, you look like some dude in a pro wrestling match. Like, oh fuck, no, bro. Dude, you cannot fucking end on that. What the fuck? Like, no, I didn't.
No.
Okay,
just
bloody
like
nose,
a nosebleed.
Yeah. Okay.
And then my daughter comes in here and says my 12-year-old, his nose is just running like a faucet. I'm like, no, it's fall time. That's what we do. It's not a big deal though. I just a lot of it's hard living with. I used to tell people would ask me what is easier to raise, a daughter or a male or a son. I say
depends on the age.
I say a daughter. I would say that consistently because they're
a child, yes,
because they listen to you more, right, as a father. But now I realize no females take this personally. Females are emotionally disturbed creatures.
Oh, dude, like I can't play it here, so I'm just gonna do it as best I can. But Louis C.K. has a great bit where he talks about, like, here's the thing, boys, their damage you can measure like it's a tornado. You can measure it in dollars, okay?
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Girls will shit inside of your soul. They will change who you are. They will like a genocide or an atrocity. They will scar who you are. Like, boys will fuck things up. Girls are fucked up. Like a man will beat the shit out of you, cut your arm off, and throw it in a river. But he won't change who you are as a person.
True.
Okay, and then he made the two distinctions where like boys are just kind of mean. Like his sister-in-law was like dealing with the kids all day, and she was about to take a drink of coffee, and he comes up with a handful of sandwiches, like bam, drops it right in her drink, just to ruin the one thing she had. You know what I mean? Girls, on the other hand, he's like, well, my daughter she broke a toy, and she wanted me to break one of her sister's toys to make it fair.
Jesus Christ.
And I did. That's how much shit she gave me. Like, I had like a tear in my eye when I did it, and she's got like this maniacal smile on her. Like, yeah. And so he talks about like that is a big difference. Like, it's emotional.
Too true. And I try to explain it to my wife, because me and my wife have very different parenting styles. Obviously, I try to explain to her all the time, like, dude, I just can't do what you do. Like,
spouses having a different parenting style. I've never fucking heard of that before. You're obviously the first couple that's ever happened.
Right. And like, look, my entire goal It's just different than your entire goal. My goal is to make them be able to survive. That's the baseline. I need you to be able to go out into the world, survive all the shit that's going to be thrown at you, and be semi-functional that's happening, and so that you can at least make your own living. After that, I don't care what the fuck you do. I don't care if you're gay. I don't care if you want to jump off buildings. I don't care if you like going skydiving. I don't care if you want to work a 9 to 5 digging ditch. I don't really give a fuck what you do. Just survive. All right, do that. That's my job, and I have no tolerance for pussifying kids. I just have zero tolerance for pussifying kids, and it's hard to do that when your kids are a little bit more woke than you are. I'll go with that.
No, I totally get what you're saying. Like, because my daughter's significantly more lefty than I am. Now, that's not hard. Okay, like, I mean, like, come on, like, even if she's like just like Ted Cruz Republican, she'd still be like, gosh, she's so much more liberal than me. Where did I go wrong? Like, no,
for
like,
you that would be true.
yeah, but like, no, and to me, like, I always say, I don't care about like what are your, okay, like we can, I just care about your epistemology. But yeah, like when, I'll be honest, like when the Roe v. Wade thing went down, she was not fucking happy. She was pretty fucking pissed. Okay. Like a lot of women were. And so it's like, well, you know what, kiddo? I'm going to pay for your education. If you don't like it,
fix it.
Go become an attorney, get on the Supreme Court and fucking change it. Okay. Like I'll be proud no matter what, because my little sweetie's on the Supreme Court now. But so I don't care, even if I disagree with every decision.
And it's and it'll be your world at that point. That's your world to deal with.
Because, like, and dude, you're going to hate me when you see this, because this is going to happen. Okay. Like, because this isn't the original point I wanted to make, but I've said this to my brother and he hates it because he knows it's so true, because he's a Gen Xer like you. I'm a millennial, and you're going to hate this, because what's going to happen is the way that the generations are boiling down, the boomers are hanging on to power for too long. And because of that, like, weird things happening. The Gen Xers are actually taking over the financial end of the entire world right now, because they're the ones administering it, because the boomers are just getting too old. They're wanting to get out. The problem is there's not enough of them. There's so few of them.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. We can't hold any power.
The millennials, on the other hand, there's a lot of them. Now, the thing is, they have fairly good people skills, just generally as a generation. So they can do a lot of middle management. The Zoomers, this is from Peter Zehan. It's actually a pretty funny thing where he said, and it's one of the few things he said that I actually fully agree with, where he said the Zoomers, they're really grateful to work and they're very loyal to their companies, but they don't want to meet you. Their perfect job would be like programming inside of a closet they could lock from the inside. Okay. And that was his analysis. But now this is where mine kicks in. Now, Osiris, you're going to hate this, because the boomers are going to hang on to power for so long. The Gen Xers are not going to be able to grab much political power, even though you're doing a lot in the financial sections. So don't get me wrong, your retirements are going to be fucking great if if you get into the right areas, because the Gen Xers are the only people that the boomers will trust with the reins. Yeah. The millennials, on the other hand, there's so many of them. You're going to hate me when you see it. They're going to copy the baby boomers, almost like copy paste template, and how like, well, I need to just vote myself everything. Fuck everybody. And it's literally going to be
describing.
It's going to be the Zoomers
names theory. So the silent generation, which is now the Gen X generation, and then the baby boomers.
It's going to be the Zoomers that are going to save us all.
Is the new millennials. It's happening. It's just happening.
Oh yeah, the millennials are going to totally be the new boomers. It's going to be fucking hilarious. Yeah. And then as the Gen Xers are getting old, they're going to be the ones that are going to have to administer the economy, and then they're going to have the millennials be the middle managers to their antisocial Zoomers. But it's going to be ultimately the Zoomers that are going to save us all. The iPad babies, who knows what they're going to do. They're too young, we can't really tell. Like, which I like that label, by the way, for the people younger than the Zoomers, the iPad babies, because it's fucking perfect. Like, I'm sorry, like,
not gonna lie, I give my son an iPad or a phone and be like, hey, do your ABCs. Back in my day, and I say, back in my day, we wrote this shit on paper, boy.
Like, what's so funny is I gave my brother a book the other day.
Oh no,
like, I just gave him a book. and he opened it up. It's like, wow, I'm not having ads thrown at me every wow, I can just read a thing.
Well,
this
hold
is
on.
amazing.
I've been banned for having books. Let me tell you. I'll show you why. Keep talking. I'll show you why.
Oh my God. But yeah, he was just like, wow, a real live book. I didn't even know these things existed anymore. And the reason was kind of, well, I suppose you could say it's threefold. I think he still got his ears on, but
yeah,
one of his kids is getting into wrestling, and I won't say who, but getting into wrestling, and I gave a book by Randy Couture on wrestling because I could see just needed a little work on the single and double leg. And so I thought this book would help. But then I also brought for my brother also to get kind of a kick out of. Years ago, I bought this book probably over 15 years ago. It was Vladimir Putin's book on judo. Vladimir Putin, while he was the premier of Russia, wrote a book on judo. Now, most of it's pretty standard stuff. It's pretty you're not going to get anything out of that you wouldn't get out of the Kodokan textbook. But the last couple chapters on self-defense and combat sambo was some of the most useful shit that I ended up learning and using. Probably at least the wrist locks and controls alone.
Gotta be careful. You sound like a commie.
Well, no, I ended up probably using some of those techniques, probably no exaggeration, at least 40 times in my life. So just excellent stuff in that part of the book. And I was just like, dude. And so I was like, all right, your kids are starting to get into the study of human combatives. This book will be of some help. Okay, and also it's just the novelty of it's Vladimir fucking Putin's book. What the fuck? Why does Vladimir Putin have a book? Isn't he supposed to be doing Russian running stuff and shit? How and why does he have a book?
He was bored.
Apparently, I have not even invaded anybody in the last 6 months. So apparently what you're telling me is we need him to start getting into writing fictional romance novels because it'll fill his time. Let's get out of Ukraine.
Yeah, let's do it.
I've got my new book In the Arms of Vlad. It drops this December. That would actually be pretty fucking lit.
So this is why
so let's see. What do you got here?
This is why my wife banned me from buying books anymore. I have exceptionally bad dad jokes. All right.
Nice.
Very good shit. Very good shit.
A+.
Of course, I'm a patriot. I'm an American. Got my Abe's Honest Words book.
Nice.
All right. Let's get into the memes though. Whose boat is this boat? By Donald Trump.
Nice.
Hold on. It gets better. This is the one she really hates. These big nuts.
Oh, a classic. A true classic. These big nuts.
So my son goes around the house, and if I say these, he'll say his nutsack was so big. Literally verbatim from the book.
Nice.
My wife's like,
Nice.
nah, that ain't it. We're not doing that.
Any boy, pretty much from the minute they start learning till the grave, dick jokes and nuts jokes are always funny.
I thought I was doing him a favor, right?
I know. Now you're telling me that your wife was not appreciative.
No, she did not appreciate that at all. She was like, "Yeah, we're not doing that one. All right, you're gonna get all the school phone calls. All right, you know that, right?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm ready."
Now, my daughter is also really into reading all the time, and so I used to have a very big book collection. Now half of it's at my mom's house right now, and I got some of it here, but it's mostly my martial arts books, so she's not really. But we've watched videos about guys the 5 creepiest books I've got in my collection, that kind of shit I love.
Right.
I've got actually one. It's a 2-set volume here, and it's the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. Okay, and I bought it at an antique bookstore from an estate basically a bunch of Tupperware, and I was just going through it and found a really neat book by Ken Shamrock, and I found that. I was like, okay, all right, and I bought it, and God, I can't remember the fucking language, but I remember like hearing like this language has been lost to us for thousands of years, and then I look up like, wait a minute, because this thing was published in 1912, and then I look at that language, and then like there's a fucking English to fucking letter for letter translation of that language, right? They're like, okay, either these motherfuckers just didn't do the research, either we're being lied to or some shit, or I should probably make sure this book doesn't fucking burn. I don't know. It's one of them three, because yeah, it's like fascinating stuff that was documented on religious history, scientific history, and tying it all together. And a lot of like it basically that book, if I needed to, I could translate at least 4 different languages using it.
See, I was a big reader as a kid, and I wanted to get in archaeology and all this stuff. I was a huge reader, big Stephen King fan too, by the way. Nice. But so for me, it's not, you don't ever want to tow your kid in the right direction. You always want to point them in the right direction, and what I mean by that is like, it doesn't matter what I read to them. I think it could be absurd, stupid, fucking retarded. And for me, even funny. Like I could read the thing, and as long as they're getting something, because my son literally he remembers this book. This is the one book he remembers, and this is the summarization of the book. Sit back and enjoy this children's book parody about a squirrel named D and his friend's love for his big nuts. Each page will have you laughing and going nuts. This may look like a typical children's book, but once the book opens, you enjoy references that only adults will understand. True. These big nuts make a great gift for birthdays, anniversaries. Basically, it's a bunch of it's a nut jokes. It's nut jokes, and especially as a Gen Xer or older millennial, like the nut jokes are fucking good. They're fucking fantastic. I thought, and my son would he could literally spot the words on the book and he got them. And I was like, all right, look, we're winning. My wife's like, we're not winning. I'm like, okay, dude. I'm sorry. Look, I don't know what to tell you. Nobody wants to read the boring shit. We want to read the good shit. We're having fun. You're killing the fucking fun.
Now, like, this is one thing I did every night when I came home until she was about 5 or 6, because like I've done my research. You like this is something that not a lot of people are comfortable with, but like the cake is kind of baked by about 5 years old. if you ain't like, if the kid's a little bit psycho or a little off or something, like you haven't socialized the kid properly, this is a problem that's going to persist. Yeah. And like Jordan Peterson put it, that like if your child is not socially acceptable to his or her peers by 5 years old, this is the best predictor of criminality. And so it's like, so I made sure like until she was 5, every night, didn't matter how fucking tired I was. God, I was tired. Many a nights, because farmer trying to world, and I would read to her, and it didn't matter what didn't fucking matter. Okay, like it didn't matter if it was a comic book to me. Like just so long as I would like sit down with her, read with her for at least 5-10 minutes every night.
It's the interaction and the trust that's built between the two that really matters. That's the matters.
Yeah, and then it's like, okay, what's that word? There. Okay, and it's like, oh, good luck. Have fun with that one, kid. There's 3 of them. Like doesn't make sense to me neither. But like welcome to English.
Try Spanish. It gets worse.
Oh yeah. Well, I kind of insisted that like, all right, she's mastering English, and then we'll go and also I had some dumb doctor say that she was going to have a speech impediment. I said, no, like, so just like,
oh, I fell for that trap, by the way.
Now, how brown cow? We did that a lot. Like anytime she would like, it's one thing when doing baby talk, but when she wasn't doing baby talk, now how brown cow, and eventually now she sings perfectly, speaks and so now it's.
I fell for that trap, and the reality is, and I've looked into some research into this, that the kids don't need to speak by the time they're 2 or 3 years old. The kids don't need to speak perfectly by the time they're 8 or 9 years old. Some kids just don't want to, don't do it, or for whatever many reasons. You should definitely monitor it and keep your eye on it. But the fact of the matter is, kids are just different. They don't need to commit to some standardized thing. because we're humans. We're not machines.
Yeah, very true. Like the one thing I always like appreciate, and now especially, was, and I tried to intimate this to my ex quite a bit, is like, you got to realize that every day she is now exponentially more intelligent than she was the day before. Okay. Yeah. The brain is developing. And so, but it's not going to be at the same rate. It doesn't mean like, well, she's 2 times smarter than she was yesterday. That doesn't mean on Wednesday she's going to be 2 times smarter. Like, no, she might, like, it might just be, it kind of comes in like bursts, I've noticed. But like, so to me, I always found that like you said, they're not like on any fixed rate, because each child is exponentially.
It's like eating.
Intelligent.
Have you ever noticed this? Sometimes they eat in spurts, like huge spurts. They'll just devour everything, and then you ask them if they're hungry. The next week, I'm not hungry. The next week after that, I'm not hungry. Like, wait, are we on a fast? What is happening?
like, yeah, my kiddo, she's growing, and like I keep snack foods around, but I try to keep them like relative, like rather than like. Don't get me wrong, I got I think Ganancitos and Palata Payasos, and like I got all the good stuff around here. But I also keep like just like really like low sodium like bits of like salami and like meat and stuff like that, because it's protein. Like don't make it all sugar. But now there's one thing I wanted to touch on from a little earlier. You said about like not helicoptering. Yeah. I did this one time. And I remember my ex looked at me like, "Are you fucking?" But like, I'm still glad I did. Me and the kiddo, we went up to the woods. It's my great grandpa's woods, and like, there's one tree that's like probably bigger around than my table. Like, it's just massive ancient tree, and we went about 100 yards away from that, and there's a big old hill. And I sit down on the hill, and she's just kind of frolicking in the woods, and I let her. Can you believe it? Out of my direct line of sight, Osiris.
Oh my God.
So like, yes, this 5-year-old child got to frolic around alone in the woods for several minutes even. I could still hear, but like, she was like off frolicking. And when I did find her, you know what she was doing?
Not dead.
Found a stick, and she was poking a rotten log with it. I'm like, yes! Like, this is like that. Dude, that is like a human at the most happiest state you can be in life.
Dude, I was walking the kids to school. The neighbor up the street was like, "Do you guys need a ride?" But she had a car full of kids. Older Hispanic woman. I was like, "Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, let the kids skip a day of walking to school, and let them go ahead and take a ride to school." My daughter, my I have a son who's 5, but my grandson is 4. So that's my daughter's son. She was super mad. You let him go with a stranger? Well, I can tell you exactly everything. I know the license plate. I know that it's a gold mid 2000s Oldsmobile. I know what the lady looks like. I know where she lives. Like, she's old as fuck. Like, what? Like, what do you want? Like, you can't be scared of everything. Everything is not going to kill you. It's not.
True. Now, like, I'll never forget Brian Posen. He had a great joke, and like, it kind of applies to me too, because we're the same size. He's like, you know, when you're 6'3" and you're my size, like, this is his joke. He's like, you can't go up to a family and be like, "Cute kid." Like, no. Run, Susie. You might get eaten by the bridge troll. Like,
that's what I told my wife. It's not like I let him go with this 6'3" big ass black dude with no kids in the car. Like, that'd have been different.
Yeah.
That'd have been different.
The other thing I can't do being this size is I can't dig at night. No night digging. My neighbors will fucking move. like, no, this big motherfucker's out there digging at night. Like, what the fuck? I just need to bury this bloody meat sack. What? Like, yeah, so no, can't, no night digging for me. Right. But yeah, so there's certain things like, yeah, like, it's strange. Like, with my daughter, like, I'll trust her if she's going off with like a woman. You know what I mean? To like some.
That's
like,
exactly what I told my wife. Like, it wasn't a big deal to me because it was an old woman with 3 kids. She had 3 little kids in the car going to the same school that we were going to. I was like, I got her license plate numbers, just to be clear. I know the description of the car and the description of the person and where they live at. it's not a big deal. All right, everybody's not going to kidnap and kill your kids. You can't live in the state of mind, or your entire life is fear. You're fucked at that point. You literally fucked yourself if you think everything is just fearful. And I don't live that way.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but like me and the kiddo, we had to have the talk of like, yeah, dudes are kind of fucked up, and
no,
like,
you do have that talk.
We're kind of not to be trusted. Okay,
exactly.
Yeah, like dude, like be careful.
Yeah,
but no, I taught her all the stuff like how to fish hook, everything. Like she like everything that's illegal in any martial art tournament. She knows that's the only thing I've taught her. Like anything that would get you disqualified in any form of competition.
I'm kind of jealous. I wish I had taught her that. Hey, look, maybe she would be such a helicopter parent. I don't like helicopter parenting kids. I think my job as a man and as a dad is to teach them to be self-sufficient. They have to be self-sufficient. You can't look. One thing like the worst thing I hate is when my 12-year-old says, "Dad, can you open this for me?" No. I cannot open this for you. You fucking pussy. Open it.
This is something I used to always like. Fuck, I used to hate it so fucking much when my old man would do this. But now I understand exactly what, like, because like for one of the farm things, we would have to disassemble and then reassemble ground irrigation. Okay, it's like it, for lack of better terms, it's basically like an object about this size that there's 4 steps to disassemble, 4 steps to reassemble. Okay. My old man would show me, all right, he would assemble one for me, assemble another one for me, assemble another. Do you see I do that, Phil? Yep. And he would fucking assemble the 3 he just did. I had 300 I had to fucking do that. Come on, old man. But it was still like, he was trying his hardest to make me learn that. You know what I mean? Like he was trying, like, no, Phil, you're going to do this entire thing yourself. Like, I really don't need to. You could have saved me the 4, old man. Come on. But yeah, like, it's just like that. Like I always say, I tell my kid this, actually. I don't own you. You're not property of mine or your mother's or anybody's. I have an obligation.
I tell them the opposite.
Well, here's what I say. I have an obligation to you to deliver you to a healthy adulthood. So if in that moment between now and your 18th birthday, there is something that you're doing that would prevent that, I will interdict on behalf.
I think your message is better than mine.
What's that?
I think your message is better than mine. Because my message is I do own you. Because every time you get in trouble, I fucking get in trouble. Then we're not doing none of that. All right.
But
we're not doing that shit.
I remember when she was 3. I don't know how the fuck she did it. I was at work when this happened, and she and I'm not like giving the X shit out. Like this happens, but she literally sneaks out the back door and starts going down the sidewalk. Okay, like what the fuck? Like, and just starts, and like my ex is just looking out the window and goes after her. Okay, but that's an example of like when a parent needs to interdict on your behalf. Like you're about to step into traffic, someone has to grab you by the arm and put so. Yes,
I've had this argument with Vivian, and I think Vivian.
I'm sorry,
and then some other, and we'll skip that part. And some other people, and I was like, yeah, it is okay sometimes to have to put your hands on your kids. It shouldn't be a normal thing.
Now, Osiris, there is never any time you should ever do any such thing. No, I'm just doing a Vivian impression. Like I do actually pretty good. Like I just think that America's just uniquely uniquely susceptible to like conspiracy theories. Like
If I told her fuck that. Like if you haven't raised kids, you don't understand what I'm saying.
I totally get what you're saying.
I am 44 years old now, and I still walk kids to school. I walk them to school. Like the school is like 0.75 miles, right? I walked into the school, but this is a good learning lesson. You need to follow the rules. When I say you need to stay on the side of the road, you need to stay on the side of the road. This is not a request. This is a necessary thing. This is the necessary thing to keep you safe, but also respecting. So not only do you need to stay on the side of the road, but you can't walk in people's yards. Don't step over everybody's grass and flowers and blah, blah, blah. You can't do that. You can't do that either. So there's a narrow path that you need to envision and stay on that. I need
like,
you to think
now,
about it.
do you understand? Like, we're kind of arriving almost at sort of a similar destination, but the way I always look at it is like, so yeah, I don't own you, but I have an obligation to deliver you to this healthy adulthood. So if there's some decision, much like when we had to grab you before you went into the street that time, if we need to prevent you from going to some party where there's going to be like drugs or alcohol, or if we need to prevent you from going out with some boy because
I think I did a good job though, because my youngest daughter, who's 20 something, I don't remember, she called me and says, "Dad, how do I know a dude's being creepy?" I was like, "You're doing the right thing. Let me tell you how you know." Because she identified people at the party who should not have been at the party, and I said, "This is how you know." So there's tattoos. All right. First, start with that. That's the easiest thing. Tattoos on the hands is weird. Tattoos across the back of the neck that identify names or sets or places. That's gang shit. All right. Stay the fuck away from that shit. All right. And I ran her down through the list of things that I know personally to be true. And I was like, but that's not the point. The point is that she called me for the answer. That's the point. And I'm like, all right, you're doing the right thing. And you identified the fact that this seems off. That's the most important thing. You got out of that situation, and then you called, and so that you can reassert your belief about why it was the wrong situation. That's the right thing to do. We need more of that. We need more of that, and there's nothing wrong with that. And I just think that we denigrate manhood so much in this country. Like we just don't uphold it and identify for what it is. Like I try to explain so many times to my wife and other people, you guys move around in ways that men can't move around. You can be loud, you can be unhappy, you can be caring, you can be anything the fuck you want to do. I can't just go out and just be pissed off. Somebody's gonna fucking check me. And that check will not be good. It will not be good. It will not end good for somebody, probably. It's not gonna.
I remember I saw a TikTok that I thought was actually kind of funny, where it's this chick going like, well, the reason I watch my mouth is because I'm all like 5'1", so I got to be all cutie patootie. What am I going to say all the way down here? If I was 6'3", who the fuck knows would be coming out of my mouth? I'd be walking around these streets lawless. But
no, you won't. Because there's somebody who's 6'4" is not going to give a fuck, or somebody 6'1" who has a gun and not give a fuck. Like, right? Like
I was about to say, like it's what Mike Tyson when he went to prison. You know what they told him?
What did they tell him?
Oh, you think you're bad, motherfucker? Now, it wasn't nearly as nice as the one I'm pulling here, but like they literally said, 4 inches of steel take care of any human being, Mike. Don't fucking act like you're hard in here. We'll fucking take care of you fucking day one. And then like he was like, motherfucker, what the fuck am I? Oh my fucking God. Like, yeah, Mike had a coming to Jesus moment there for a bit. And it was like, because you always think like, oh yeah, Mike Tyson went and probably owned that, but nope. He got told what time it is pretty fucking quick. It's like, whoa, really? But, Jesus, I didn't know it was like that in here. Yep.
But this is why I try to explain to ladies, females, women, wives, daughters. Like, I can't move around the world. You have to accept what I'm saying, because I have a very different perspective of what your perspective is, because I can't move around the world just being an asshole. I mean, I could, but there would be consequences to that. But I just don't do that, because it's crazy that you can't do that. And I don't live in a dangerous area. I don't live in the city. I don't live in Chicago. I don't live in Houston. I don't live in no dangerous area. I respect other men because I know what other men are capable of doing. And so there's a default respect there. Like a lot of people say you have to earn that respect. No, you don't. There's a default respect that you must have for other men. I can't go just walk up to a dude and say, you bitch. Like when you see these TikToks and these YouTubes and these women who are just acting wild, I can't do that. There will be repercussions for that shit.
Like Jordan Peterson said, with any two men, like there is kind of this just understanding that if you say a certain amount of things, there's just going to be a fight.
Yeah.
Like it does. Like me, I'm a big son bitch, but it doesn't matter. If I say the wrong thing about a 5'1" dude's mama, He's fucking coming across that poker table at me. Okay, like it don't matter. Like, and so like that's a great example. Like, not saying now, Osiris, not saying I have ever talked enough shit at a poker table to the point where anybody's ever come. Like, you imagine me. Like, I'm gracious both in defeat and super gracious in victory.
I can imagine you talking some shit though. Hey, a little bit.
I talk mad shit at the poker table, man. Like,
a little bit.
That's how you can get under a guy's skin and really find their tells, because like jokes are a great way to find tells, because jokes are an emotional radar. Like if you're telling jokes and everybody not in the hands laughing their ass off, but the guy in the hand, like, okay, he's stressed. Okay, like, okay.
But that's the fucked up part though, right? Like that's the catch-22 of being a man, because we're expected to stand stoic in the face of bullshit at all times. And then the woman, your woman, the woman that you trust, love, and commit to, gives you the bullshit. Your daughters, the people in your family, your mother, whoever it may be, right? And as soon as you show any weakness, they drill in on that shit and stab you with that shit over and over again. And I told my wife, like, you have to understand something. Like, and I've told people online this too. You have to understand something. When a man goes through something, he goes through it alone. This is why when divorce rates, post-divorce rates, suicide rates for men spike through the roof. This is why the violence for men spikes through the roof. This is like men are isolated, and when they go through emotional problems, they do it almost by themselves, 100%. We don't have no circuit of people. We don't have no girls groups. We don't have no girl power. We don't have no a thing where like there's none of this shit is happening with us. If you respect the person that you're with as a woman, you should definitely respect that man, because he's doing something that you can't even fathom. You have no idea what he goes through. Like, you have no idea the world he has to face. Black, white, Asian, Chinese. I don't give a fuck. Like, everybody's going through their own thing and doing it on their fucking own, almost solely. Like, even as, like, for example, me and you grew up together at age 14 and on up, and we were best friends. There's things we're not telling each other. Absolutely not telling each other. We're going through shit. We're going through divorces. We're going through all kinds of shit, dealing with our kids, and we're not emotionally connected in that way that women are able to express themselves. And then as soon as you express that self to your woman that way, what does she call you? You're a woman. You're a bitch. You're a this.
Like, I told my daughter this because it was pretty funny. I was with my dad at the time, so it was, her dad and her grandpa, and she was talking about, like, man, having a male privilege, that'd be great. Like, just kind of like being like, like making a joke, and like we're kind of banter back and forth. So I liked it. And I said, there's that until there's the part where nobody gives a shit about any of your problems.
Yeah,
there's that whole thing. And my dad even had to go like, yeah, because like he and I, like, we're both. This is funny. We're both divorced. And you'll like this. I went to the same law firm that my father and grandfather went to for their legal representation for their divorce. I told my attorney this, and I was like, I need like one of them Subway cards, punch cards. The fifth one's free, because like, I'm sorry. Like, she even said, like, yeah, no, it's not the same attorney. It's the same law firm. But like, she said, like, I'm going to be telling my colleagues that one tomorrow at lunch. Yeah, like they're going to think that's pretty funny. I'm sorry. Like, I know this isn't funny to you. Like, no, I got to admit, this is pretty funny. And my grandpa, he had pretty bad dementia towards the end. But the last time I ever got to see him, I actually said, hey, Grandpa, I'm actually going to the same law firm that you and your son went to for your divorces. Put my hand on his shoulder. I'm third generation legacy divorce. He actually got a good laugh. And so that was the last laugh me, my dad, and my grandpa all enjoyed together. Like, that was the last one talking about that. Like, you know what? Like, dude, that's how many people can say this shit?
This is why
that's our family crest sword. A lawyer card.
This is why I don't like liberal or lefty ideology. Right? It has nothing to do with anything except for the fact, like, people are just people, right? People are just people. Like, men, women, people go through similar shit. I don't care what color you are. We all go through similar shit. When you get divorced, there's not a man that's like, oh my god, this is fucking it's great. I just can't wait to get divorced.
Oh yeah, shit wall to wall for a while, but don't get me wrong, you have better days. Okay, like
you hope for better days.
Well, here's the thing. Like Louis C.K. said, and it's true: 0 good marriages end in divorce.
Wait, say it again.
0 good marriages end in divorce. If there was 2 people who were just like truly united, loved each other, had a great thing going, and they got divorced, oh my God, that would be tragic. Fuck, that would be awful. That's happened 0 times.
Hold on. I need to step away just a second.
That's Louis C.K.'s. I got some comments, anywho. Let's see. Alesso, you could have just ended at, this is why I don't like leftists. Oh! Just wait until you realize neocons and leftists have the same ideology, especially on foreign policy now. As sudden, like when did the left become the war hawks? That was kind of fucked up. But yeah, that's a bit of a personal story. But I just thought, like, I'm sorry, like I know it's getting a little personal with all y'all, but you're the audience of Extreme, and I thought that was funny. That was the last like real laugh I shared with my grandpa, and then I went over to my cousin who happened to be there that day, and I went, "Come on, man. Go over and talk to your grandpa. It might be the last time you get a chance to talk to him. Now, don't be particular in what your name is or anything. Just you're his grandson." And he really, yeah, we all had a good one. Hey, Lesto, can't complain. Having fun on tonight's stream. Just getting to connect and have fun. Now, was there? I got something I want to get to, but was there a point that you were wanting to make, sir?
Well, I mean, to be fair, to be clear, I've been consuming and watching a lot of red pill content lately, just to get a feel for what's going on there. Yeah, it's stupid. It's dumb.
It's like the Andrew Tate. Like, did you know all bitches are whores? Like, that's pretty much the whole. That's the whole red pill. Bitches are whores.
No, I respect women in my life. Fuck all that shit.
I know. Like, yeah, I've got too many women in my life. Like, I'll be honest. I saw the Barbie movie. It's fucking hilarious. Okay, like I'm gonna be honest with you. So like, and what's funny is it doesn't matter how Republican you are if you just like the Barbie movie. Like, yeah, okay.
It is what it is.
Like, but yeah, like,
but I understand though, because like we've all been through it, right? We've all been through a young age phase when we've been in our own minds kind of fucked over by a girl, right? Like, you just kind of go on this little rampage for a couple months, maybe a year or so.
Every man has that one girl, and it might not be the chick they're with. It might be when if you walk up to any man and go, "What's her fucking name?" Doesn't matter if he's a fucking monk. Okay, he will be able to say like Christina or something like that. Like they won't be.
That's
able
what the red pill feels like to me. The red pill feels like they've consumed that and made that their reality. Now that's it. To me, that's a huge mistake. Now, you want to get a little bit past that, and not only have I gone through that phase as in my early years. Me and my wife went through a whole issue last year, and it reignited that. But I didn't fall into that trap again. And this is why I have a bad taste or a bad look at people who are religious or bad people, like people who believe in certain things that I don't believe in, or people like even who believe in Donald Trump and I don't believe in Donald Trump, because we all believe in something. We all have faith in something. We all take that leap of faith in something. And even
this
women.
Whole time I've had this open in front of me. So
I think we need that, because
actually reading John chapter 17, the high priestly prayer at church this Sunday. So so I got to do some rehearsal. But
all I'm saying is that we, even with the women in our lives as men, You have to take a leap of faith in that. Even when they fuck up or you fuck up, you got to take a leap of faith in that. You have to believe in that thing.
This is fascinating. Alesto brings up a good point here, talk about your red pill conversation.
Yeah.
Well, if we're speaking in generalizations, the younger generation are all becoming red pill, men, boys, and women are becoming more feminist. And Alesto says women don't realize that feminism is a blight on the women's movement. Like this idea that the men are becoming more red pill, the women are now just from personal experience. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. As a guy in my 30s, I've had not a lot of problems dating women in their 20s, specifically because women or men in their 20s have such a hard time wooing women. Like they just like like these women are just happy that there's a man with an actual cock and balls and actually acts like he has them as well. Yeah. And it's like, yeah, I know how to change oil. What? Like, and just like simple things like that. But again, this is all kind of generalizing, but yeah, we're painting in broad brushes here. But this is how you get painting started.
No, I 100% agree. And I think we're feminizing the world in some respects, and then we're red pilling the world in other respects. And we are literally creating hyper toxic masculinity. Like I don't think I'm not trying to use feminist talking points, but that is a real thing. Like I don't want to be an asshole to my mom because I'm a man. I don't want to be an asshole to my wife because I'm a man and you're gonna listen to me, bitch. And I don't want to do none of that. Like I respect my wife. I respect my mom. And real men respect their wives and moms. That's what they do. We defend them to the death.
Goon turned God. I'm sure you've heard of him. He actually made a song with me in it. I didn't know he was, and he edited it because when I said, okay, you want to know what real toxic masculinity is? Here, like I'm going to give a real example of toxic masculinity. You're going to have to. When you hear a man in any language, any corner of the world, say these 4 words. You know what them 4 words are?
What's the words?
Over my dead body. When you hear a man say over my dead body, something really bad either had just or is about to.
Let me translate that. Let me translate that for black people. It is easy. On my mama, on my kids. You're not gonna do that.
Yeah, I was about to say that's the white boy one. Like I even told my kid, I was like, if you hear a white boy say over my dead body, he means that shit. Like he will burn the whole house down with the both of you in it. Get out now. Like Paul Mooney had a bit about like white boys, you don't know how to say goodbye. You don't. Like that's the problem. So yeah, like I've made the like, yeah, it's the joke that like every guy has a little bit different, but like, yeah, the joke is with white boys.
We need to get back to understanding there is a difference between males and females in their social interaction, and males are not emotional. They're emotional because this is why we have anger, different. And it's just different. Yeah. It's just very different, and we need to give and
are violent instead of crying.
We need to give them emotional exits, right? Like I believe personally, I may be wrong because I'm just way too old, but I believe that if 2 boys need to fight, them 2 boys should fight. Let them fight, but and like, then shake hands and be done with the shit.
I always remember this as a great example. I was sitting at somebody's shop. There used to be a Thirsty Thursday at this guy's shop. It's been years since, and everybody knew, be at this shop, everybody's gonna be there, and a lot of business ended up getting done there too. And everybody's drinking, what have you. And there was one where basically party A is angry at party B. Is like, you don't even fucking have my money, do you? You don't even and like started getting and like I was thinking, all right, might have to ref an actual fight here. And I realized in that moment, because I was in my early 20s, like that's what men do instead of cry.
Yeah.
Like when women cry, men will be like, motherfucker, I'm gonna let me tell you some shit. Like that's what men do instead of cry. And so when a dude drops over my dead body, and that's the line that Goon turned into a song.
That is a gray rough zero like line that you like. Do I want to keep pressing this? I don't know.
Like, no, that's one when you hear a dude drop that, just get the fuck out. Like, just like, no, that's a like, no, don't do that. Because like
Well, we need to teach boys to be emotionally intelligent too. Like,
yeah.
So you know what that means when somebody says some shit like that, but a lot of people don't know what that means. They're like, "Oh, you're pushing. Oh, this is what you want," and then it becomes a different thing. And
Like,
somebody gets shot, somebody gets beat up, or whatever.
Knew, like, all right, the two best pieces of advice I would give to any young boy, like if I were to ever have a son, what I would say is these are the two things.
Okay.
One is a good piece of advice I got from my father, and one was a good piece of advice I got from a Russian gangster. Which one do you think I should do first?
I feel like the Russian gangster might be the most pertinent, most important thing.
Don't ever cause a conflict or a fight about anything that won't matter in 3 years.
True. I think that's true.
Like, yeah, like if, like, because you're always going to think there's a reason to fight, but if this isn't going to matter in 3 years, don't cause this conflict. So that's because you don't need to draw your sword every time you feel the need to. The one from my father is about wooing women. I wish I knew this a lot sooner. I wish he'd have told me this in my teens rather than my 20s. It would have been a lot more efficient in life. What every woman wants, every single woman wants, is pretty much the exact same thing. You know what that is?
Security.
Close. You're very close, actually.
What is it?
They want their today, tomorrow, and yesterday completely taken care of right now.
Until they don't.
Until a mild feeling of dissatisfaction comes over them, which it always will. Okay, like it's like
so as a person who's been married for 20, what is this, 23? 22 years. 22 years. That dissatisfaction, it's all over the place. It happens. You got to be, for men, look, don't be bitches. What I mean by don't be bitches, like you don't have to be a man all the time. Sometimes you got to be a little bit emotionally vulnerable to your to the person that you're with. Just a little bit. Don't be entirely, because she's gonna call you a bitch. Trust me, it'll happen. But a little bit. It's a measuring thing. You got to kind of measure this thing out. And this is like, if you ask me, how do you deal with kids? I don't know. How do you deal with a wife? I don't fucking know. You just don't. You don't know it. You have to be. It's like a pickup game, right? Like a pickup game. They say, oh well, here's how you do the pick. No, there's no rules to doing a pickup game. You either know how to do it or you just don't know how to do it, right? Like you know how to talk to a girl, or you don't know how to talk to a girl.
Well, yeah, it's kind of like all the people who make the pickup artist books, where it's like, all right, Osiris, I'm going to give you a book about how I pick up chicks. Now you, without any of my looks, my sense of humor, my general animal magnetism, any of the sex appeal that I might bring to the market, here's how you should apply all the things that work for me.
Yeah, none of that
like, now let's be frank, most of them if you wanted to be frank, it's like, all right, how do you get chicks? Have a lot of money and have a big dick. And if it's and or with you, you better have a lot of money or you better have a really big dick.
Right, but none of that's actually even fucking true. Like that's the whole fucking misnomer and bullshit about it. Like if I was to be divorced,
no, if you got no money in the relationship, you better bring a very large wiener.
No, trust me. I look. If I was to be divorced today, I guarantee you, I'd be okay. I could find women all day, any day.
What you're saying is you have a big wiener. Okay, like I get it. Like or is there a lot of money? Like I don't. It's one of the other.
I can procure both of those things, and it wouldn't. To me, it wouldn't matter. Hold on. Let me think.
Sorry,
I actually don't know. I know it. No, I'll be honest with you. This is the weird thing. This is the fucking weird thing. because I think a lot of people put way too much emphasis on their penises. Right? Because I don't know how that actually matters because I don't look at other people's penises. I don't fucking know. I don't know.
Okay, maybe not a big dick, but you better know how to fucking use it.
Okay, there you go. Okay, I'll go with that.
Because there's some dudes that like literally wouldn't know whether to put it into an asshole or an ear hole. Like you better know how to make that thing work.
I'm just saying, look, I've got lots of stories. All right, like we had twins. We did in the washing machine in some apartment building. Like, and then I got a text back like, "Thank you for the thing." I've had some weird shit. And this is before I even know what big penis is. I didn't know what that meant. This is before the internet. This is before we knew what big penis meant. I don't know. But I don't believe.
Okay, yeah, the internet, like it's kind of like the Ken and Barbie dolls. Like, yeah, trust me, there's unrealistic expectations for men out there too. Look at the porn industry. It's four dudes with like
when the internet hit me, it actually brought me back down. I was like, what the fuck? But that's not the important part. The important part is actually learning the thing the craft that you're trying to learn. If the craft that you're trying to learn is to please a woman, learn the fucking craft. Do the fucking work. Learn how to do what the fuck you're trying to do, right? Like, don't be like, everything takes work. Everything takes work. And if you have a 5, you can do a 10 if you know what the fuck you're trying to do with the 10. With the 5, I mean. If you have an 8, you could be doing a 3 because you're just a sad motherfucker and you don't know what the fuck is going on because you're so self-absorbed and confident about it. This is just objectively true. This is objectively true. I've seen enough information on this. There's no real studies on this because nobody's going to admit to
the Daniel
shit.
Tosh joke. You got to plow a 3 to appreciate a 7.
Ain't true. That ain't true.
Now I do like the thing is like now I'm kind of searching for something a little different at this point in my life. But back when I was in my no good man whoring ways, I would say like, dude, like when you're fresh off a breakup, you do gotta drop your standards a little bit so you can just get that one grudge fuck to get the stank of desperation off of you. And then back on to and also like any guys that like don't get with a lot of women, here's some advice. Just ask her like, hey, darling, so how do you find the clit easiest? She'll be happy to tell you. Okay. I did that with a chick when I was 22.
Oh my God. Imagine talking to a girl. That's crazy.
Yeah. Like if she's willing to let you see her naked, she'll be more than happy to point that out. So
that is the big
she doesn't have to move her hips for you every time your finger goes there. Like she can just she'll be more than happy. And then you've got a master class, and that is knowledge. Like that's easily like the second or third best thing I ever learned.
Or just pay attention. Just literally pay attention. You gotta just pay attention. Like at this thing, like because I feel like a lot of dudes they get in this manic state when they're having sex. Like I'm gonna do the best shit that I can do. Like what I'm saying, it's like a job. I've got 5 minutes. I'm gonna fucking go in, bro. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. That's not how it works. You gotta pay attention. What are you doing? Does it work? Does it not work? But you know what? We have the convenience of age to
Lester, I think we found out why you've been single this whole time. This is your pickup line. Hey girl, how's that throat game? we need to work on the pickup lines here, man. Bro, we gotta fucking Lester, come on, man.
Hey, imagine just being a regular human being. That's weird. I mean, I think that's what's wrong with kids these days. They don't have the human interaction. Human interaction matters. You can't be good at talking to other people because it's not just a girl thing, right? Like it might just be an other people thing too. Also, if you ain't never talked to other people, like people don't go out like they used to. They don't go to bowling alleys. They're not in the malls. They're not in the social spaces. They're not in churches. They're not anywhere. They're literally just chilling at their house or online. So, good luck with that.
You know, like I always say, like once you get to know a girl just slightly, a little bit, and like the 2 best questions that you can ask are really open, so broad, and you're gonna find out so much. So what's on your mind, girl? Let her talk. What's on her mind? let her talk. And then when she's done, let her talk for at least 3 minutes. When she's done, what else? You're inquisitive. And they're good. Like, some girls will just like tell you a little bit about their work. Some girls will give you their entire fucking life story, and
it'll be 30 minutes later.
You know about their nana and the dog that died that devastated them, and you know exactly what to buy her for Valentine's Day if things were to work out. Like, because I'm the kind of guy that like I'm always thinking about things. Like I'm already starting to buy things for Christmas now, so I'm always that kind of guy. I'm always thinking ahead. But yeah, so those two questions.
But it doesn't even matter if you're that thoughting about what you're gonna buy for Christmas. If you can remember what a girl's grandma's name is, and you can remember what they like, you're in there the next day. Just stop being weird. Like, people are so crazy.
You actually don't even need to remember their name. Actually, this is terrible, but you just need to remember the color of their eyes.
Hey,
darling, when I look into them pretty blue eyes. And when you're texting back, anytime I look in them pretty blue, the name is also, it's secondary. And don't ever describe their tits or their ass or anything. No. Always the eyes, only the eyes. Okay, if you describe anything
or
other
some
than
distinctive feature that is outside the thing that you said.
that denotes that you have a connection. Like if you notice their eyes first.
Well, no, because there's some easy things, right? Like if a girl's bow-legged, that's easy to cycle or remember it in your mind, right? Super easy.
Well, yeah. Like don't get me wrong, but like to me, it's like I could look into a girl's eyes, and in 3 seconds I can tell if she's interested and if I'm interested, and if there's anything mutual there, and then more importantly, within 5 seconds I can tell if there's anything up here in just about anybody. Our family has been known to be very quick judges of character, and I can tell, like, all right, like about what level of intellect am I dealing with here? And it always surprises you. Like you're never right on your first impression until you look deep into the eyes. Like that's always what I've found, because like some people that outwardly seem not all that intelligent, they actually have a very deep amount of shit going on behind the eyes, between the ears.
I think everybody has a deep amount of shit, but yeah, okay. I agree.
Yeah,
with
but
you.
there's some fun. Like, all right, come on. As a dude, like, when I've been on the dating scene, sometimes there are some chicks. It's like, wow, must be nice going through life like this with just like minimum bandwidth going on. Like, yeah. And there's some dudes on that level too.
Yeah.
Like,
I've seen that.
If she kind of nerdy, hey, do you work at Google? Yes or no? Doesn't matter. Just say there's a reason you have all the information I want to know. Want to go get a drink? Oh, wow. Do you work at Google? There's a reason you have all the well done. So like pickup lines are always awful. They're always bad.
No, you should never do that. Never.
Like,
what you should do is read the situation. That's what you should do.
Like usually just, like, hey, name is Phil. What's yours? And then, oh, that's a pretty name. And then you can start from there. If she's giving you no reception.
More importantly, learn how to take rejection.
Oh, yeah. Here's the thing. Most people, and this goes for every person, most people are not going to want to fuck you. Okay? Yeah. Like, even like I know this is kind of a weird, but like this is just kind of like my metaphor for just somebody that universally everybody kind of like views attractive. Kim Kardashian. Okay, she's like kind of like the universally accepted standard of beauty, at least at one time.
Sure.
There's still an army of people, like millions, possibly billions of people that don't want to fuck. Okay, because there's a lot of women that are not lesbians. Most of them are.
She looks like a fake Barbie weirdo to me.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like, doesn't matter if you're the hottest chick or the hottest guy in the world, there's still billions of people that don't want to fuck you. So if you can't handle that kind of rejection, like, here's the thing, like everything's a sales pitch. I always say that. Like in life, everything is a sales pitch. Every girl you ever got with, and for women out there, for every guy.
It's funny you say that. My brother's a salesman too, and he does really well with the women. It's like,
yep. You want to know why? Because every chick he's ever been with, he sold them on the idea that he was better than anybody else in the room. The chicks who rejected him, they sold him on the notion as to why they're not going to do it. Everything is a sale. And when you look at it that way, like, I know like some people hate the idea that life is transactional, but it is. Everything is. Like every organic creature is trying to maximize their resource intake while minimizing their resource output. That is the goal of every organic life. And so, yeah, you can't fault anybody else for trying to find a way to make that work. And when you view things transactionally that way, the world kind of makes sense. It's like, I'm not going to say exactly what was going on, but like I had a salesman in my office 2 days ago. Basically needed to trade out some equipment. And he came in and he's obviously like nice guy, nothing wrong with him, but can't fault him for wanting to upsell me. But like, he's like, oh, okay, here's equipment for this ungodly amount. Here's some for this ungodly amount. It's like, well, what about this one over here, the next town over? He's looking at the price on his pad and suddenly his pad stops working. And I text my brother, yep, that tractor must be way too cheap. Turns out I was right. It was half the price of all the other ones. It's like, yep, that's the one we need. And so, yeah, like it's just being able to read, folks. And that was a moment that I used to read.
Yeah, but the funny thing is that there is forever in infinity been the idea that I could sell you the magic potion of being able to I don't know, be in a relationship, find love, etc. You can't. You just can't. The fact of the matter is you got it or you don't got it, or you just get lucky. That's the fact of the matter.
Well, here's the thing. You can find love. Finding love's not... Here's the weird part.
Finding real love.
Well,
Finding
not
love
even
is
that.
easy.
Like, love, it can be done, but here's the odd part is, like, we can all acknowledge that we can love the wrong person. People can love the wrong person throughout their lives. If you find somebody that you truly love and you like the right... Well, no, think about it. There's a reason why divorce isn't just something like, wow, what the fuck? Holy shit, what's that doing? Or, like, it's kind of common. Like there's so anybody that's ever been divorced can kind of acknowledge, like, yeah, it is possible. Like now, and if you find someone that's compatible with you and they happen to be the right person, like that almost seems to be like either the Lord blessed you or a wild coincidence, depending on how you look at the world. Because if you find someone that loves you, is compatible with you, and is right for you, okay, those 3 stars all have to strike at the same time. That is a very lucky and blessed person indeed, as I would read it. Now, I know somebody like you would say you're just very fucking lucky.
Well, no, I would also say that you don't know that when you find that. You only know that through time. Yep. Like you don't understand what's happening
until
you understand what's happening, right? So
you don't know if you hit it till you hit the river card, which we never know when that is. So that's the problem, is like, because there's a thing like teenage love. Isn't that just marvelous?
It's great.
But how many times, like, especially as a teenager, and like both of us, like I loved the wrong person.
Definitely loved the wrong person.
Did. But like they weren't right for us and they weren't compatible, but there was still that lustful love. And that's the thing. Like young love it's always been like a poem, and like Shakespeare talks about it because, and the Greeks actually had different words for love. Okay. Which I think is actually good, because in English, it's all kind of lumped together.
No. I don't think it's in English all the same thing, because we have things for lust and all the things. I think that we willingly lump these things in the same thing.
Well, no, I'm just
because we don't consciously take accountability for the mistakes that we make. We lust for a lot of people, right? Like I could go to the grocery store tomorrow and see a girl that I'm like, oh my God, that girl, whew, I'm lusting for her. And let's just say she talks to me, and I'm still lusting for her. Let's just say that I get her phone number. I'm still lusting for her. She is not the love of my life, right? I have the love of my life. She's at home. That's the thing. We just don't take accountability as I don't know if it's Westerners or Americans or whatever, but whatever state that we live in, we don't take accountability for the fact that we allow for our lusts way too easily.
Yeah,
there should be some self-constraint.
Yeah, but like I understand what you're saying. But like the one thing I was getting at is in Greek they have a word that means like the love of your family, one that means that like the love of like your compatriots, like if you serve in the military and it's like the deep feeling that you feel for the people that you like served with. Then they have like a word for like lustful love, and then a word for like long married couples that are like in their 80s, and it's a different word that like me. Do you see what I mean? And so like while in English here we have this one word that like, now granted it means a lot. It's kind of like Christmas. There's so much packed into it. That like an English Bible versus a Greek Bible, like yeah, the way that love is used is almost completely different in a Greek Bible versus the way it is in English. If that makes sense at all.
No, I agree with that. I agree with that. No, I don't know. Relationships are hard because I don't think we really
understand them.
We don't understand each other. And I think that the way the internet is working is that we're convoluting and mystifying and grayifying what should be man and woman, right? Like if you want to be gay, that's fine. Okay, that there should be I'm not gonna say a course, but a thing about being gay. If you're gonna be trans, you should be, there's a thing about being trans. But the fact of the matter is that there is a clearly difference between men and women, right? Men and women live very different lives. Their outlooks on lives are different. The way they conduct themselves are different. The way they move around is different. The way they have to respect each other is different.
The way they socially structure, just kind of in a state of nature, because I've seen it like, in kids in daycare and stuff like that. Like I had an ex who ran a daycare. And so I'd see like my daughter and all these other, like,
yeah,
the girls would structure themselves in one way, and it was very communal. The boys would structure themselves in dominance hierarchies every time. Like you would always know who was the fucking alpha wolf on the playground.
I know this, and we all know this intuitively. And this is the problem that I'm having. So I say to my sons, look, you don't have to be the most dominant. You don't have to be the most whatever. But what you have to do is defend yourself. You always have to defend yourself. No matter what. There is no exception to this rule whatsoever. You have to fucking defend yourself at all costs. It has worked well for me. Now I have a 5-year-old who's bigger than every kid in preschool and in kindergarten and in first grade. He's literally the biggest kid.
Is he a gentle giant?
Yeah, he's generally pretty cool. He's a stickler for rules because he's been raised by a parent who is a military kid, so he's about his rules. He tells other kids, no, you can't do this, you can't do that, but he doesn't do it like violently. He does it physically. He's like he pushes them.
Yep.
But he doesn't do it violently.
He doesn't know his own strength. Yep, I get it. Like same shit happened to me because I was like either just depending on growth spurts, I was either the biggest or fourth biggest kid because there was also some twins that were really big. And we were all like going up like this, and so and your kid's probably gonna have to deal with this someday, and I hated that I had to, and so like I always say, teach him like if somebody's throwing a punch, catch it on the elbow because when a punch hits the elbow, it always breaks the hand. But what I always called little big man syndrome, where I had dudes who were short and little, who were pissed off that I was as big as I was, who would literally try to start fights, pick on me, and like punch me on the playground and shit because I was big. And so like I literally call it little big man syndrome. And so if your kid ever has to deal with that, I always say, if somebody's throwing a punch, just catch it on the elbow and they break their hand every time. And you can't say, I didn't even throw, I just put my hands up to defend myself. It's not my fault that he broke his hand.
Yeah, I mean, that's gonna probably be the issue. Like, I expedited my children from here in Texas to Atlanta, and it was a much richer area. We came back to Texas, and my kids spoke in a different way, word different. They just weren't in Texas anymore, right? So that was prime meat for them to be picked on. So my daughter comes home from school one day. He's like, my oldest son was at the bus stop, and he's getting, they're trying to jump him. I walk out there. I didn't go interfere. I was going to see what he's going to do with it, because I already told him. I was like, you know what? Never start a fight. Always defend it to the end, though. I was going to see what he's going to do with that before I said anything. He stood out there with 7 other kids. I think it was 5, 6, 7 other kids. I don't remember how many there were. And he defended himself in this circle of kids who are a bunch of pussies, to be honest with you. They didn't really do anything. They just wanted to fucking intimidate him. And so they did that. And then when they got done doing that, I broke them up. I was like, cut it out, go home, blah blah blah. But like, to me, it's just really simple, right? You got to teach boys to stand up for themselves, because in that instance, he didn't really have to fight, but he gained probably, I don't know this for a fact, but he probably gained a shit ton of confidence in that altercation, right? Because now he can say, I stood up to a bunch of kids, about 5, 6 kids, easy. I can do that. I know it's possible. And this is not a matter of white privilege. This is not a matter of male privilege. This is not toxic masculinity. This is just the way the world just fucking is, right? Like, this is the way we live our lives. You have to understand, like, there. If you live in a city, if you live in a metro area, there are people who are homeless people who have psychotic episodes. You have to deal with that. But being masculine doesn't mean fighting and beating up everybody. Being masculine means having the fortitude and the idea of assessing the situation and applying the right amount of physical nature needed and taking care of it in the most appropriate way necessary. That's what being masculine means. It means
like
being.
I was gonna say, like Alesto says here, a good portion of fights don't end up being physical. Like, it's like you said, like, it's just sometimes you need to be assertive and just like stop. Like, you need to be able to just assert yourself. Now the thing is, if you're gonna talk like that, you better be able to back it up.
You have to.
It's the unfortunate reality of it. So
you have to. But girls don't have. But women don't have to. They don't live the same reality as us. And this, I think this is an important matter to put forth, because I watch a lot of online stuff, whether it be Red Pill or pickup lines or a lot of stuff, and there's a lot of conflation going on. I'm like, no, women don't have to live the perceived violence that men have. Right? There is a level of perceived violence as a man that you have to have at all times. If I tell you to stop in an assertive way, there might be an assertive repercussion, right? Like, there might be a pushback. There might be. Mostly there's not. There might be. You have to live with that, right? And you have to be able to deal with that. You have to understand that. And then you have to understand your rights too, right? Like, if you come up to my house, kicking my door, well, I have the right to shoot the fuck out of you. If we're in a public space and you push against me, I have to know my rights and make sure I don't get in trouble. But you also have to not be overran as a human being and as a man and et cetera, et cetera. Women don't deal with this shit. They just don't deal with it in the same way that men deal with it. And this is the thing that really triggers the fuck out of me all the time, is that like the fact that, like, even a woman can say, you can hit me. And they're punching the guy. And then you see that,
and he knows he can't do anything because if
you
he
see
does,
it
he'll
play
have
out
a
on social
cop
media
with his knee in his back in an hour.
You see it, yeah. You see it play out on social media. She's literally assaulting the dude, criminally assaulting, assault and battery. And you're like, he's sitting there. The dude's nose is bloodied, and he can't do nothing. Like, bro, like what? And then you say, well, men can't be men no more. No, come on, dude. Come on, baby. What are we doing now? This is such absolute asinine, just fucking bullshit. The fact of the matter is that we live very different lives. The way you raise boys is very different than the way you raise girls. I'm not saying you need to teach your girls to be Barbie fucking coddlers. They need to all be about fucking feminism, blah, blah, blah. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying the boys need to be toxic masculinity, little kids and fucking beat up everybody. I'm not saying that. I think boys need to be emotionally stable, right? Like they should be able to express themselves emotionally to the parents. That should be a thing, right? They should be able to say, Dad, hey man, I'm just like I feel like I'm going through a thing, right?
It's one of the things that I think, like young men, it's important to learn. Like the Bible's helped me a lot. Another book that, like, especially for young men, Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. I don't like everything about Stoicism, but Marcus Aurelius was a man who had complete power. He was the most powerful man in the world, and he was writing a book to himself about, like, all right, how do you handle people that want something from you? And how do you learn to keep centered even though you have all this power? And that's something that, like, young men need to definitely learn in this world. Because like you said, it's kind of a different way of looking. But 3 things I wanted to say here. Alesto, forgiving someone of their indiscretions are more masculine than what people give it credit for. Yes, but it's very hard to forgive those who trespass against us and forgive us our own trespasses.
That's a personality. That's a personality thing, right? I don't know if you could teach that, because I think a lot of that's personality too.
Forgive us, we always ask for our trespasses to be forgiven, but we have a very hard time forgiving other people's trespasses. There we go. Got it right eventually. Bandit, sometimes you need to be a warrior. Sometimes you need to be a poet. I always liked the line. It was an old Greek general who said, those who draw a line of mechanization, which means a dividing line, between their thinking men and their fighting men will have all of their thinking done by cowards and their fighting done by fools.
True.
So you gotta
learn
the martial arts and also cultivate your brain. Alesto, stay strapped or get clapped, brother. Wow. And now, that's the thing, like out here in the sticks, like, because I'm out in the middle of nowhere, Nebraska, I'm broadcasting to you from a village of 300 people. I usually have a rifle with me in my truck. You know why? It's one of these days I'm going to see Bigfoot or some shit like that, or some chupacabra. And if I don't shoot it, throw it in the back of my truck, take it to the sheriff's office for them to take a lot of pictures, you're going to be like, sure you did, Phil. Sure you did. Nobody's going to believe me when I'm all like, oh, yeah, fucking, I totally saw the Bigfoot. Yeah. Phil KOE saw Bigfoot.
A lot more likely to happen is you're going to see a drunk person.
Yeah. Well, I don't pull if I'm not pretty sure about the species, but if it's like a cryptid like that, like it's chupacabra or something, yeah. Because one time I saw an actual wildcat, which those are almost extinct around here. Like there were schools around here that used to be called the Wildcats, but now they're almost not a thing. And they're like a bobcat, but with a long tail, so kind of like somewhere between a bobcat and just a domesticated house cat. And I was like, oh shit, there's a bobcat. And I was ready. And it runs across the road, and I see a big long tail. I'm like, what the fuck? What? Because it was not a home cat. Like, this thing was a bobcat with a long fucking tail. But it was a legit wildcat that, lives on hunting birds and such. So, it's probably one of the last people ever see one of them fuckers before they're gone forever. But, excuse me.
Such is the way as the human species through the times of global geological history. We're just I firmly believe we're just a blip on the map. But as a religious person, you probably don't believe that. But it is what it is.
Well, I also believe that humanity is going to leave this planet. And once we become interplanetary, we effectively can't go extinct as a species at that point.
I hope that we don't leave the planet. That's my hope. I mean, I hope we do leave the planet. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait.
I bet
Oh,
we
no,
hope,
bro,
I hope
you're
we
not-
do. I just think that time is a factor, right? We can do it. It's 100% sure that we can do it. The fact of the matter is, do we give ourselves enough time? That's the problem. Do we continue to pollute our world? Do we continue to just self-destruct? Do we continue just to fuck ourselves over? Like, but on the other hand, we've done very, very well. Like if you look today, like poverty is at an all-time fucking low. We live in the best world in all of human history. Even the absolute poverty line is better than it's ever been, and we got the best scientific progression in all of human history, and it just keeps pushing and pushing and pushing. Even if it leaves some people behind in our estimations and our opinions, we seem to be doing very fucking good. So I don't know. I think it depends on some like weird breaking point, right? Like the Russia thing and the Ukraine thing, not the breaking point.
No, it's pretty much like basically if one more country jumps into the mix here, which it looks like Africa might be the one, my World War III call pretty much also is like, so I'm gonna have called.
Wait a minute, Africa's not a country, so which country in Africa?
Niger is going into some pretty serious shit, and Congo
Yeah,
might
but there's
be
nobody.
stepping
We
in.
could literally nuke them off the planet and not care.
Well, we're not doing that though. And the reason we're not is because they've got a fuck ton of resources under them, which is why we didn't nuke Afghanistan and Iraq off the planet, because we like all the shit underneath it. It's like, did you ever see the G.I. Joe movie? It's pretty corny, but there was one interesting scene where they made tungsten rods, and there's people who think that rods from God doesn't work, but maybe it does. But the idea, it was a tungsten rod that you'd release from a satellite, and it would fall using gravity, and it had all the fun and none of the fallout. Like that's basically all they want in the military. Is there a way we can have all this fun without any of the fallout? Because they want all the shit that's underneath it. But yeah, so that's the problem. So the Zeus cannon. There's Alessa, there's theories that could be done and worked out. And so literally you just let gravity do it, but in terms of are they going to nuke it off? But no, we need those resources. China is basically claimed Africa, and we've done nothing about it. It's their backyard.
No, yeah. So
now I get Africa is not one country, but
no.
I say that, I'm not even talking about.
Is that we got a lot of Republicans and Democrats who say that we should not be involved in other foreign matters because it's not our business. Everything is our business. Everything is our business. We are the most powerful nation on earth. We are the Americans. We are, in some estimation, the most morally and ethically correct people. We need to assert our power. I think we need to fucking put our dick on the fucking ground and say this is what we stand for. You can't say that we don't support Africa and then say we're not in for Ukraine. We need to be in for all the things. We are in, and we're doing.
Just so you know, I'm in for none of the things. I've been pretty consistent on that. I don't want us in Ukraine. I don't want us in Niger.
We need to be in Africa because we don't want China owning Africa either. No, we don't want them in South America. We don't want them in Africa. We don't know nowhere. None.
You know why? You know why China's owning Africa now? It's not the reason you think.
Let me hear it.
They're making a better deal. They're offering them a better deal.
No, they're making them a cheaper deal. Just like Walmart, it's a cheaper deal than fucking a real good store. That I
get it, but guess what? Some people just want a $2 loaf of bread rather than artisanal fucking
it's
Trader Joe's
bad
bread.
analogy. It's not about a loaf of bread. It's about a pair of jeans, right? Like you can get a pair of jeans that are just absolute shit. And you work in them for 3 weeks and they fall apart. Or you can get a pair of jeans like I have that have lasted 20 years. That's what we're looking for. We need to put across the globe democracy, because democracy is good for all people. We need to put across the globe the idea of longevity and ethics and morals, and that's what we should do. it is immoral to be a communist, in my opinion. I'm going to put it on the table. I'm going to just say it. Immoral to be a fucking communist, point blank and period. And we need to fight against communism as hard as we can.
Now, but here's the question, and I don't mean to be so stark, because like every time I ask like iCow this, he always dodges. He's never given a straight answer on this question.
Is it going to be a hard question?
It's a bit of a hard question, but it's for the people who are always pro-war. I always got to give some pushback.
I'm not pro-war, to be clear.
Okay, but when you're saying we need to like get like,
I think we need to do what we have to do, but I'm not pro just doing shit because whatever.
Okay,
I'm not pro the industrial military complex. None of that shit. But
So I
if we
always
need
ask,
to
like,
defend
what's
our ideas, we need to defend our ideas. Yes. 100%.
Okay, so what I always say is, what is your limiting factor on that? Because I always say like, so I say that American blood is not worth any of these conflicts. And so like, if we have to put one troop on the ground in Ukraine, if we have to put one troop on the ground in Niger, and we lose one American soldier, that is too much for me. Okay, like that's, and I remember it's one of the reasons why I was just like in shock when Voldemort said this on the panel.
Can you hold that thought for 30 seconds?
I will actually just, I can stretch, no problem.
Okay, all right, real quick.
He's got to piss so bad, probably. That happened to me a little earlier during the Tucker Trump thing. I was like, fuck, I have to piss so bad. Oh my god, fuck it, I'm going, fucking going. Bandit goes, Bill Gates is in for Africa. Oh shit, oops, clicked the wrong thing there. Alesto, define democracy. Two wolves and a sheep voting on what's for dinner. And I do agree with this idea, Bandit, that we're kind of overextended at the moment. But like, no, in this instance, China was just making a business deal. They were offering a better deal than the West was offering to Africa. And so a lot of African nations took it. It's just that simple. And they don't care where the money comes from or who's bringing it or any such thing. They just could care less. They really could. While we're waiting for our good friend Osiris to get back. Oh, no. All right, he's back. I was gonna play a video to stall, but I'll get to that a little later, maybe before you go. But okay. I remember on a panel with Connor, when I asked Voldemort and Twisted Aviator, what is your limiting factor on this war? And I said it's American blood. And both of them said, I'm willing to sacrifice all 7 billion of us. I'm willing to put all the chips in. I'm willing to blow up the entire world over Ukraine. And I'm like, what the motherfuck? Like, why? Like, what? There's no reason for that. And so, like, that's one of the reasons why I just like, all right, you go do your thing off in the corner, I guess, because holy fucking shit balls. That was a poignant moment for me. And so, like, I asked,
well, you're fighting the neocon idea, right?
Yeah.
And I'm to be honest with you, to be fair, I'm probably on the neocon idea side, which is that I believe
nobody's perfect. It's okay.
It's okay. I personally believe that we are the world police. We are the people who need to defend democracy and our moral values. And I think our moral values are objectively better than the other moral values. I don't think these two values can. If it was shown to me that it could be different, it'd be different. But it's not shown to me to be different. Well, these two moral values cannot coexist. Russia and China can seem to not want to exist with our moral values. They are the ones pushing the conflict. We're not pushing the conflict. We're defending the conflict. And as long as they keep trying to push their way through, and China's doing it, and Russia is doing it, they're trying to take over more property and more land, and trying to, in my idea, corrupt ideas of other countries. We can't stand for this. The American lives are worth that. They are absolutely worth that. Now, if you talk about bullshit wars like Afghanistan and Iraq and et cetera, Yeah, that had nothing to do with none of what I'm talking about. That has nothing to do with that. Those are bullshit wars. Have nothing to do with nothing. Syria is a genuine conflict. That is a conflict. Because
it's a civil war, and let's be frank, Assad's probably not going anywhere. And like, what's kind of funny is I saw a meme of all the leaders like 5-10 years ago who were saying Assad needs to go, Assad must go, and all of them are out of power, and Assad's still fucking sitting there like, oh, that's brutal.
Yeah, and we should bargain and evaluate our chips. If that's what the case may be, let them be what they're going to be for the time being. Just let it. We shouldn't just mindlessly throw American people at things, right? But I think Ukraine is a especially important thing, because that is Russia, in my mind, Putin's last stand, right? Like Putin he's an old guy. He doesn't have many years left. He's trying to preserve the old idea of Russia, particularly maybe the USSR. And who knows how far he'll go with that. I don't know. Nobody knows. And that's the problem. But Syria is a proxy on both sides. Who the fuck cares? I don't care about Syria.
A couple of comments I want to get to. Okay. Alesto says, why aren't you surprised? Voldemort has openly stated that everyone at the Capitol should have been killed in some way.
I don't know if that's true.
I'd have to see footage on that. But like, I'll be honest, like sometimes he gets pretty
spicy.
Cynical. Alesto, Connor is just a blatant neocon in terms of foreign policy, yes, but in terms of his domestic policy, he's trying to find that way to thread the needle between woke military industrial complex, or like pro military industrial complex, and woke social policies, and he's doing a pretty good job of it. I gotta give him credit though. Nice guy though. I like, other than that, I got nothing ill to say about him. And this is the one, Alesto. Why is Ukraine important?
Why is Ukraine important? And
because it's kind of like with Niger,
and not the other places that Russia they already took over.
Well, no. Let me ask you something. In Niger, the main language is Hausa. In Russia and Ukraine, the predominant language is some derivative of Slavic Russian. Like, why are these important? Like, we're not on the verge of speaking Hausa. We're not on the verge of speaking Russian.
You're literally making my argument for me. I don't care about languages. The point is that we've already drawn borders. You can't move borders whenever the fuck you feel like it. You can't do it. Not okay. Zero okay. And not only that, I believe that every country should make their own decision. If Ukraine wanted to decide they want to be communist, fine. That'd be fine. But that's not what they decided. They decided they want to be democratic. And as a democratic nation, I believe that's the most morally just way to go. And then they should be defended by doing the right thing. That's my position. I don't know what everybody. I don't know what the state's position is. I don't know what everybody else's position is. But if we're going to defend what's right and what's wrong, we have to defend what we think is right. And I think that Ukraine is doing the right thing.
Now, let me ask you though, like, so how many Americans are you willing to sacrifice for the idea that borders should never move? That a line on a map should never be allowed to move? One?
I'm not gonna bullshit you. I'm not gonna bullshit you. We should always defend every border. In our idea of what democracy means, to the fullest, 100%. Zero.
So we should have committed troops to Yugoslavia in the 90s? Because that ended up breaking up to a bunch of different countries. That's where we get Serbia. That's where we get a bunch of different.
I know what happened from that. I'm not 100% familiar with the entire details.
But like you get what I'm saying, like the idea that we need to go to war because lines can never, like, that sounds like
no,
a creative war.
No, because there's a lot of bullshit that we didn't have to be in, right? Like Afghanistan was not a democratic war. That was a war on some. Who knows what the fuck that was on? I actually don't even know what the Afghanistan war is about. I'll be honest with you, because we were looking for a guy that made a whole nation war. That's bullshit, right? 100% bullshit. I don't support that. I don't think anybody supports that, to be honest with you. But us as NATO and us as European Western United Alliance, even if Ukraine's not part of the Western Alliance, we have to stand for something. Like as not just America, but Europe too. Europe has to put their people on the line. Put your people on the fucking line. Put them up there. That's your fucking that's your backyard. Do it. I support that. That whole idea I support. Not just Americans going it on their own, but everybody going it. Because that's Russia can't just invade whoever the fuck they want to invade. That's bullshit. And I believe that
because I'm just looking up every time borders have changed in the 21st century, and usually it's not about war. But like there's been many times that I'm finding that borders have changed in the 21st century, and we didn't tear up the landscape. Now, granted, yes, Ukraine's been. Okay, sorry. All right. November 2021, the Qatar-Saudi border was demarcated, giving Qatar access to the entirety of Khor al-Udad. 2020, while Nagorno-Karabakh remained internationally recognized territory of Azerbaijan, the 4 UN Security Council resolutions.
What's that? So what was the situation that border moved for?
Looks like a trade reason.
Okay, that's fine. So somebody came to an agreement. That's fine. If Russia and Ukraine agreed that they want borders, I wouldn't give a fuck. I would never care. It's not like oh my god, I love Ukraine. I don't love Ukraine.
I'm looking at this one in Europe. Like this one, oh man, the last two. You're gonna love this one. February 21st, 2022, the State of Duma of Russia passed a bill to officially recognize a self-proclaimed Donetsk People's Republic and Luhansk People's Republic in eastern Ukraine as independent states. The bill was approved by President Vladimir Putin. Russia began an invasion of Ukraine on February 24th in a major escalation. September 30th, Russia unilaterally declares the annexation of Ukraine.
All my favorite Trump supporters out there, if you want to call some bullshit, that is some bullshit I've ever heard of.
Here's a couple more that are okay.
Yeah.
2008, Kosovo unilaterally declares independence from Serbia and is recognized by just over half of UN member states. March 2024, Russia annexes Crimea from Ukraine. November 16th, November 28th, 2016, Belgium and the Netherlands swap land near Lanetha and Oostermarland over the discovery of a headless body several years prior, which the Belgian authorities could not access without crossing Dutch territory. The border has been straightened out and now runs down the center of the Meuse River. The change took effect on January, and so
they agreed on that one. They agreed on
yes, but so what I'm saying is usually it's not
a whole fucking country though. That's weird.
That's not going to be what happens. What's going to end up happens is it's going to be Crimea and a little piece of Ukraine. They're going to build Berlin Wall 2.0, and that's going to be the end of it.
They intended to take over the fucking country.
No, in my opinion, the reason why Prigozhin is actually dead is because he wanted to actually win the war. Vladimir Putin has no desire to win this war at all. No. He wants to keep it going. He wants it to continue, because what happens is when Ukraine is in either A, war, or B, a border dispute, it cannot join NATO.
Though,
so when he builds Berlin Wall 2.0,
Ukraine has sovereign borders that they should be protected from, right?
I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying this is how it's going to end.
That's fine.
Power projects itself.
I'm not contending with how it's going to end. I'm just saying that it's wrong for it to happen. That's what I'm saying.
Sure, but wrong things still happen. We still have to combat them and know what the forces that we have against us. And also, sometimes you have to ask, is this fight worth winning? Because it sounds like when you're telling me we need to sacrifice. And when I ask, how many lives are worth sacrificing not moving a line on a map, especially American lives, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, how many are worth, because to me it's like the song, what can I win the satisfaction of being right. It's like in a relationship. The
So
satisfaction of being right's not worth much. And what are we going to win here other than saying, ha ha, the
when you ask
line
me
on
that,
this
it's like
map
how many lives are worth sacrificing for me to protect my house? Every single fucking one of them. Every one of them.
They're not coming for your house, though.
No, okay,
You're
so,
asking
all of
us
us
to send our children from our houses,
Let's
though,
say
across the world.
I live in this state of Texas, and you ask me how many lives are worth sacrificing to protect some random person's house that I have no idea who they are in the state of Nebraska. Every fucking single one of them. If they're
That's
allies.
not what, no, because I'm asking about a war.
That is a war for me. Yes. What do you mean?
No, a war is something that two politicians have agreed on that's going to happen because they can't get over some disagreement.
Okay. So,
okay.
Hold on.
Because you're asking the nation's children to march off and fight and die and come back with, at best, hoping to come back in the same condition they left.
No, that's the important part, right? I'm asking. So again, war should be determined by Congress. Should be. 1,000%. So again, if we were following rules, I think a lot of these things, these arguments would be alleviated. The problem is that we don't follow fucking rules no more. That's the problem. That's one of the problems. Second of all, I believe that the protection of democracy is one of the things that we need to uphold at all costs. I think we need to uphold that. That I might sound like a TradCon. I might sound like a blue dog or whatever, whatever the fucking the situation may be.
No, I kind of understand what you're getting at. Like the metaphor you made there, it doesn't quite track with me. But again, this is the next generation's children. We're going to be asking the Zoomer generation now go fight a war because of Ukraine. For what? I mean, I get it. Biden likes his. Actually, believe it or not, in the 1800s, other than the Civil War, there was actually almost no war or conflict throughout the entire world, other than our very bloody Civil War.
No. Wait. Past the world wars, and we recollect it. There has been how many?
The 20th century has been the most bloody century in human history. The 19th century has been one of the most peaceful.
Hold on, I'm not delineating specifically by centuries. Post the World War II, how peaceful has it been? In comparison to global history, human history.
I remember my pastor actually said this at church, which is very he was talking about world peace. Over the past 5,000 years of history that we've been recording since biblical history. Do you know how many of those years there's been peace?
None. Zero.
319.
Okay, when were those?
There was one here, one there, over 5,000 years.
Yes.
You can point to 319 individual. It wasn't at one time. It was.
I'm not a person who's like, oh my God, we need more peace. We need more peace. I don't give a fuck about peace. We need to defend our ideas.
No, when you're saying how much peace has there been there? Not fucking much. We've been
exactly
most of the years there's been some sort of war there.
I don't care about peace. I care about defense. Right? The problem we're having is that your idea of defense and my idea of defense is very different, right? I think we need to defend democracy because I think democracy and capitalism.
I hate asking the stupid define that, but so I'm going to ask a much more broader question that I much prefer, and it's always a better one for conversation. What do you mean by that? When you say democracy, what do you mean?
When I say by democracy, I mean by the local states or countries' ability to elect and not elect who they find preferable. We'll put it that way. And
so very broad under that, so it's very broad. So even a constitutional republic would be a democracy. Under that,
if they want to be like Venezuela, then fuck the whole shit up. I don't,
because I'm sure you've heard the term.
Let them burn. I don't care.
That's anti-democratic, or this is anti-democratic, or all this shit's. I'm sure you've heard that term, things being anti-democratic.
Yeah.
I've always said something being anti-democratic isn't bad in and of itself. A constitution is anti-democratic because it's saying that democracy can't do, like, you can't vote the people's First and Second Amendment rights with.
Constitution is literally putting rules on the people's rights.
Well, it's saying you can't even vote to restrict these rights, like, because that's like, because they had to do that. Like, especially with the Second Amendment, I always joke they had to put the Second Amendment in there, and they had to say "shall not be infringed" because they knew some asshat was eventually going to come along and try. So that's why they put that in there.
But I believe that's better for the world because so you have to understand my way of thinking. My way of thinking is that I firmly believe the world can be a better place ultimately on a whole scale. I feel like that we can literally be a global scale Earth. And to be a global scale Earth, we have to have it. It almost needs to be a democracy. I don't see no other way. I have no other conception of how this works, except for the idea it needs to be some type of democracy, whether it be multiple nations, whether it be a global democracy. I don't fucking know, but it needs to be a democracy. Democracy seems to be the best thing. We've ascended our way through all the fucking political religiosities, the monarchs, all the shit, blah blah blah, and we're here now. And what we need to do is to further ourselves as human beings in our human knowledge and our human betterment. And the only way that happens, in my mind, is through democracy. I don't see another way. So I am firmly in the camp.
Oh, there's a better way. I know you're not going to like it, but there's a better way.
What is it?
Okay.
What is it?
Now, this is going to be copying a little bit of a speech from the movie Network, but there's some truth to this. I'm basically changing out the Chinese or the Russians for the Chinese here.
Okay.
Let me ask you something, Osiris. What do you think the Chinese talk about when they have their meetings of heads of state? Karl Marx? No. What they do is they pull out their balance sheets, they look at their assets, their liabilities, and the cost probabilities of their transactions just like we do. The world doesn't run on democracy, it doesn't run on communism. The world runs on the immutable bylaws of business. The world is a business, Mr. Osiris.
Yes, that's true.
Every nation.
No. You're religious.
China is a massive corporation.
Wait. You're a Christian, right? You're a Christian man. You can't lose sight of the ultimate purpose. Yes, it runs on business. Well, we have to keep the idea of democracy at hand. We have to hold it. We have to hold that and toe that fucking line. You can't tell.
Sorry, but where do you like? I'm curious. What's the connecting tissue in your mind of like? Well, you're a Christian, right? Like, because like. I get like being Christian doesn't necessarily like Christianity and democracy don't go hand in hand.
No, they don't. No.
Like, and so, but now I get it. Like you're trying to appeal to my better senses.
I'm saying if you're believing in something, you have to believe in it. I believe that democracy is the better way of governing people. We have to give people the choice of governing themselves. They have to govern themselves. If you don't allow people to govern themselves, I think you are ultimately going to run into the fact of the matter that it's going to self-implode every fucking time. Now, maybe even democracy self-implodes. Maybe there's something in the future that is better, but I think democracy is the best thing we have now.
You're really not going to like this, but Osiris, unfortunately, if you don't remember the ballot you cast, it was presented to you with each receipt you were passed. Each time you selected our products and services, we were elected with each of your purchases.
I don't. I believe that it's fair.
I'm sorry, I've been holstering that one for a while.
Yeah, but the thing is that you don't believe it's fair and true, and I believe it is fair and true. I think.
Well, no, it can be, but it can also, just like anything, it's a human institution. It can be corrupted. So if you want truth,
but we have to fight for it. That's my whole point. Even if it's not fair,
turn to God, Osiris. You're not going to find any on this earth.
Yes, you're right. Turn to God and make it fair and true. Fight for it.
I mean, yeah, this book does say help the poor and such. So
fight for it. Make it happen. If you want it to be true, fight for it and make it true. We can make democracy fucking great again. That's what their fucking slogan should be. Make democracy great again.
Oh, I'm sorry, Alesto. It doesn't let me, no matter what I do, it won't let people post links here. But, we are going to wrap up here in a little bit because we hit the 8-hour mark and it cut off feed to the Facebook. But I before you go, there's just something I want to play for you real quick.
Okay, let's hear it.
This is just a few minutes. This will be kind of our wrap up. But also, next time you're on, if you have any kind of knife, any kind of really cool tool, any kind of anything, I want you to review it. Because
I was searching for it because I have a lot of Hispanic brothers and sisters. So I'm sure they got something I can do.
Oh, yeah. Because my dad's got a hammer that his dad gave him. And I'm like, Dad, you're reviewing this. Okay. But yeah, so next time you're on, definitely. Right. But I've been attending this church and they're starting to let me read from the Bible. And so I actually, over several weeks, got the entire, it's just a few, literally 4 minutes long of the Gospel of John, chapter 16. And I was just wondering what you make of my amazing performance. Or, well, it's not really performance, but you get what I mean. Good morning. A reading from the Gospel of John, 16. I have said these things to you to keep you from falling away. They will put you out of the synagogues. Indeed, the hour is coming when whoever kills you will think he is offering service to God. And when they do these things because they have not known the Father nor me, but I have said these things to you. For when their hour comes, you may remember that I told them to you. I did not say these things to you from the beginning because I was with you. But now I am going to him who sent me, and none of you ask me, where are you going? But because I have said these things to you, sorrow has filled your heart. Nevertheless, I tell you the truth. It is to your advantage that I go away. For if I do not go away, the helper will not come to you. This is Jesus talking. But if I go, I will send him to you. And when he comes, he will convict the world concerning sin and righteousness and judgment. Concerning sin, because they do not believe in me. Concerning righteousness, because I go to the Father, and you will see me no longer. Concerning judgment, because the ruler of this world is judged. I still have many things to say to you, but you cannot bear them now. When the Spirit of truth comes, he will guide you into all the truth, for he will not speak on his own authority, but whatever he hears, he will speak, and he will declare to you the things that are to come. He will glorify me, for he will take what is mine and declare it to you. All that the Father has is mine. Therefore, I said that he will take what is mine and declare it to you. A little while, and you will see me no longer. And again, a little while, and you will see me. So some of his disciples said to one another, what is this that he says to us? A little while, and you will not see me. And again, a little while, and you will see me. And because I am going to the Father? So they were saying, what does he mean by a little while? We do not know what he is talking about. Jesus knew that they wanted to ask him. So he said to them, is this what you are asking yourselves? What I meant by saying a little while and you will not see me, and again a little while and you will see me? Truly, truly I say to you, you will weep and lament, but the world will rejoice. You will be sorrowful, but your sorrow will turn into joy. When a woman gives birth, she has sorrow because her hour has come. But when she has delivered the baby, she no longer remembers the anguish for joy that a human being has been born into the world. So also you have sorrow now, but I will see you again, and your hearts will rejoice, and no one will take your joy from you. In that day you will ask nothing of me. Truly, truly I say to you, whatever you ask of the Father in my name, he will give it to you. Until now you have asked nothing in my name. Ask, and you will receive, that your joy may be full. I have said these things to you in figures of speech. The hour is coming when I will no longer speak to you in figures of speech, but will tell you plainly about the Father. In that day you will ask in my name, and I do not say to you that I will ask the Father on your behalf. For the Father himself loves you, because you have loved me and have believed that I came from God. I came from the Father and have come into the world, and now I am leaving the world and going to the Father. His disciples said, "Ah, now you are speaking plainly and not using figurative speech. Now we know that you know all things and do not need anyone to question you. This is why we believe that you came from God." Jesus answered them, "Do you now believe? Behold, the hour is coming. Indeed, it has come, when you will be scattered, each to his own home, and will leave me alone. Yet I am not alone, for the Father is with me. I have said these things to you, that in me you may have peace. In the world you will have tribulation, but take heart, I have overcome the world." Thus ends the reading of God's holy word. Oh, we almost lost Osiris.
Almost.
So that's what I've been doing on my Sundays, sir. But you look like you're about to pass out, and I can't
Yes.
do that myself neither. But we found the surest way to put Osiris to sleep is just start reading God's holy word, and it's just
It reminds me back when I was in church back when I was 9 years old.
It overwhelms you so much that you're like, oh, like you're not sleeping, you're in deep introspective prayer. It just overwhelmed you, and you had to pray right then.
To be clear, I did listen to every word. I did take that all in. I was like,
thank you.
Yes,
like I now what that is he gives me like this like 5 verses each week, and I like make sure I really get them. But then I like had them all lined up on my computer laptop. Like, wait, this is the entire Gospel of John, chapter 16, right here. Just put it all together into one video. And so now I'm gonna like, at this rate, in about 3-4 years, I should have the entire Bible in audio form. Because normally that's like a lot of churches, if they go over all scripture of the Bible, it takes about 4 years.
There you go.
But Osiris.
Yes, sir.
God bless you, sir. Thank you for being here. I'm about to end this broadcast. All you beautiful people.